Hello everybody and a very warm welcome to this, your Alpha live stream of round 4 of the Club 100 2023 Junior and Cadet Championships. It is day 2 of our action here, coming to you live from Lydd Kart Circuit in the Romney Marsh area of Kent. And it is the turn of our super lightweight variants of both the cadets and juniors today. My name is Howard Mitchell. And as ever, for a good bit of Club 100 racing action, I'm alongside Mr. Andrew Mather in the box. Together we're Double Dash Motorsport Media. Andrew, how are you doing today, sir?
Very good. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's windy again here at Lydd, but fresh off the press, we have some rain coming in as well. I think it's going to be a very exciting day of racing for both our junior super lightweight class and our cadet super lightweight class as well. We've got a bit of something to follow up from yesterday, because it was some very good racing from the lightweight classes for just the for both the cadets and the juniors yesterday. But yeah, it's going to be a very good day of racing, I think, here today at Lydd. Absolutely.
So as ever, you can tell just from that Club 100 banner that's blowing around there, as we had yesterday here at Circuit Lydd, and to be honest, it is the standard here. We are right next to the coast, just up the road from Dungeness. So. Very blustery conditions that we get here at the circuit. Unlike yesterday, though, there is the threat of rain in the air. You can see much more overcast already than we had yesterday. And we have had quite variable conditions generally in the United Kingdom over the last week. Sort of classical British summer sort of idea, if you like. So could be interesting today for the drivers out there. We've just had the last of the practice sessions. If you're wondering what this is just the Junior Super Lightweight Group C practice coming to an end. So we are about to get into the qualifying sessions. We'll be kicking off with the cadets. So just as a reminder, yesterday we had the lightweights. Today we have the super lightweights. That means the minimum race weight of these categories is different. It's lessened by 10 kilos. Different field of drivers, just to be absolutely clear on that. So the weight categories have gone, it's down to 35 kilos now for our super lightweight cadets today, minimum driver weight, and it's down to 60 in your junior category. And as Andrew said, we were treated to some really stellar racing here yesterday at Lydd. Very much looking forward to more of that. High-speed circuit, I know I said it yesterday for anyone who's watching, but I always think of this one as the Thruxton of British karting. Thruxton itself a very high-speed circuit with a few chicanes just to break up the sort of long sweeping high-speed corners, and Lydd has a very similar feel to that, I think. You got the two bus stop chicanes, they're called, down the first half of the lap. You go round the bottom corner to bring yourself back up the lap, and then through the horseshoe section onto the back straight and into this paddock corner that the drivers are turning into now. This is a double apex corner. And we saw plenty of overtaking here yesterday. I said we were just wrapping up the practice session, actually. There's actually 4 minutes left to run on this practice session. So let's talk through a bit of the housekeeping stuff then, whilst these super lightweight junior drivers are just getting their eye in on the circuit. So we're going to go into the qualifying sessions. That's going to be the first bit of track action for you today. Then we'll go into a lunch break here at the circuit, but during that you'll be able to watch Paddock Walk that we did earlier this morning before going live with you today, so it'd be good to get some thoughts from the drivers. Potentially by that point it could be an interesting continuity aspect to it with the weather. Who knows? You might be able to tell how it was this morning when we arrived. It was quite sunny this morning when we arrived at the track. And then we'll go into the proper racing action of the day after that lunch break. We'll begin with the pre-finals, and then we will go into the trophy finals. Championship points awarded across those two exactly the same. We should highlight, but the sort of real glory is that trophy final at the end of the day. That's what bags the silverware. So we've got these two classes: the super lightweights, and the super lightweight cadets and the super lightweight juniors. We will cycle between the two. Just to describe how qualifying is going to work, we're going to be going into the grids have been split up randomly into groups. So there's a group A, B, and C within each of the classes competing today. and we will cycle through them. So we'll kick off with Super Lightweight Cadet A, or Group A, for the qualifying. Then we'll go to Super Lightweight Junior A, Super Lightweight Cadet B, Super Lightweight Junior B, and then the C's in that regard as well. That is the only time of the day when we will be going through A, B, C. After the lunch break, we get into the races, and we will reverse that. So the drivers will have then qualified onto the grids, will have been distributed across the 3 pre-finals to be run in each class, and we will kick off with what will then be the Super Lightweight Cadet pre-C final. Why do we start with the C final? It's because there are promotions on offer for drivers who feature well. So even if your qualifying session doesn't go perhaps quite as you would have liked it, maybe you struggle to find a good gap in the traffic or whatever it may be, there's the opportunity to promote up through the pre-finals and indeed the finals to get yourself hopefully up onto the grid where you would expect to be. I think they're all running red number plates today because the super lightweights run reds as standard. Yesterday we had the black back number boards. But if you are here to support a particular driver, definitely recommend learning their race number because that, perhaps in the heat of the action, that's useful to spot them. They carry that number all season long. And a big hello to everybody who's tuning in today to support a particular driver. Do please let us know on the comments with the YouTubes, I should say. It'd be great to hear from you who you're tuning in to watch. I know talking to a few people around the paddock today, we've got people from all around the world tuning in to follow drivers today. So thank you very much for joining us. Do hope you enjoy the coverage from Alpha Live. And yeah, let us know. But also fantastic to see so many people out here at the circuit. Obviously, parents, guardians supporting the competitors, but just family in general. I've seen whole families have come out to watch some of these competitors today, and we are right here on the south coast. It can be quite a way for some people to come. The news, Andrew, quite recently of the expansion of this cadet and junior franchise within the CLUB100 portfolio next year, extending to a Northern Championship as well, giving an opportunity for drivers around the country.
It's something I'm quite excited about for 2024. So for next year, 2024, to be straight, there is opportunities to race there's going to be 12 rounds, I believe, for a national championship. But yes, 6 up in the north, or what's categorised as the north, drifting into the Midlands as well. But also 6 rounds in the south, and I think that's a very good move by CLUB100 because I think we've seen from these grids so far this year here at Lydd this weekend, GYG back at round 3 and the 2 Wilton Mill rounds prior. This is a bumper grid. People want to be on this grid. It is packed out. It is sold out, and people are coming from all over the country to do that. So that sense of having more rounds further up in the north, places like Rowrah and Warden Law that CLUB100 have not been to ever, or not for a very long time in the case of Warden Law. Very much looking forward to that one, and more news about that to come in the future, I am sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right now, that you can see the Group C in Super Lightweight Juniors is just pulling at the end of their practice, and that means that we are going ahead now into our first qualifying session of the day. It's Group C for our Super... No, it's not. It's Group A for our Super Lightweight Cadets.
Now, Howard, yesterday we had a bit of a faux pas, didn't we?
We
got
did.
Confused on our qualifying routines. This is where we now have to have the flip of this, potentially. So here's 2 scenarios for you, ladies and gentlemen. If the weather does not change, nice and straightforward, we're going to see 3 groups of cadets. And once they've all completed, all of their times will be amalgamated into one big, long list of 60 drivers. The fastest driver will be on pole position. The second fastest driver will be second on the grid, even if they're in the same group. So on and so forth, all the way down to 60th place. However, if the track conditions significantly change, which is possible over the course of the next hour, at the discretion of the clerk of the course, and that's the thing that we need to make sure that everyone's aware of, it is at the discretion of the clerk of the course. It's not necessarily an automatic system. If the track conditions change, so we've got dry conditions here for Group A, but it could be very, very wet, given what I'm looking at on the radar for Group C. If that occurs, it could be a subtly different way of forming up the grid, where we will then go to the format that we talked about yesterday of if you are fastest in Group A, Group B or Group C, you're guaranteed at least third on the grid, even if there's 6 other drivers quicker than you in the other groups, for example. If you finish top of your group in a scenario where the weather changes or the track conditions change, you're guaranteed at least third. The idea being then that we, of our 3 drivers who have finished P1 in their groups, the fastest of those will be first, the second fastest will be second, the third fastest will be third. And then we pull in all the second places, they fill 4th, 5th, 6th, etc., down the grid. So just to confuse everybody a little bit more.
Indeed, and as Andrew says, that is ultimately the discretion of the clerk of the course. There is a system, though, that sort of automatically flags up that there's a
decision
percentage
to be made.
Yeah, a percentage change in lap times across the field as a whole.
Yep.
You know, the system flags that up, and then the clerk of the course can make a decision on how that is dealt with. So there is an automated thing helping out, but the decision ultimately is a human-led decision. So, yeah, slightly different to what we had, but as you say, the weather conditions might be such that actually what we said to everybody yesterday becomes what happens today.
Yes.
Such is the way. We are keeping an eye on the rain here. I've got the weather radar in front of me here.
I know it's a bit further down to the west of us. And don't go watching it, because keep it locked here with the CLUB100. But our colleagues at Clay Pigeon today as well are reporting some quite heavy rain in Dorset. And the weather does seem to be sweeping across the south coast at the moment. So
Yes.
eyes on the skies and also on the race circuit at the moment. There's some lighter rain. As I say, our sources was reporting rain in 4 minutes. It's now...
It's
disappeared
gone.
again,
Yes,
but there is
away.
a significant band of rain off to the west, kind of going over places like Worthing and Brighton at the moment, if you know your south coast geography, and it is heading our way.
Yes. Yes, I think if you're in battle right now, you're getting pretty wet as
Yes.
well. I can't be the only one as well who's always confused by the town of Rye, just to the
Yes.
west, which has nothing to do with Rye
Rye
House. The first few times have come in, by the way. Rory Hamilton, the early pace setter in this session, 47.788 from the driver of the number 10 kart. Throwing down the gauntlet to others. This is the 81 of Jacob Cipregi, who we just saw going through there. And we can see here Soren Chambers in the 26 kart, trying to find some pace out there. He's followed by Samadip Dhaliwal, excuse me, in the number 77 kart. And 71 with them as well, which is Harry Kingham. So drivers just trying to find their own space to set a lap time out there. Still plenty of time left on the clock.
Couple of big hitters in terms of the championship in this one. You've got the 4th place driver in points at the start of the day, Luka Batuev, currently fastest. 3rd in the championship, Rory Hamilton in 2nd place. Teddy Young looking for a good day, 13th in points at the moment and sits in 3rd. Let's actually go over the championship scores on the doors as they are at the start of round number 4 today. It's Aidan Hammond leading the championship in the cadet super lightweights on 748 points, but a much closer picture than we were talking about yesterday in the cadet lightweights, where I say it's only 2 points for Hammond over Ellis Cox. Both of those drivers we'll see in the later groups of qualifying. And only 4 points further back we find the aforementioned Hamilton, 3 points further back Batuev. So that's a nice picture for us neutrals here in the box, as we like to say, Howard, that you've got the top 4 in this championship covered by less than 10 points.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see, but indeed both of these classes today. I think very interesting situations with the championship. Feels fairly open so far across both these classes, which is always nice to see. As we're watching Ewan Farrelly there, I think it was, just going through some of the chicanes.
And in terms of situation for these drivers, as we're halfway through this qualifying session, as I say, we'll remain to see whether there is need for a call of switching to the alternate grid formation. But for a driver's peace of mind and safety in the law of averages, really, if you want to be getting through to that pre-A final outright on basis of this time qualifying, you want to be getting up in that top 6, don't you, Howard, to make sure that, you're going to be around that 18th spot or higher that we know will go through into the pre-A outright.
Yeah, indeed. That gives you a lot of peace of mind. And we were talking about this yesterday I mean, it's fun if you can race up through into the promotion spots. I suppose you get more track time.
Yeah.
But the peace of mind that comes with just qualifying where you would expect to line up within the pecking order. There's a lot of peace of mind. We've got a yellow flag out here coming on to the back straight.
This is Jacob Chapregi, number 81, currently in 12th place at the moment. He's had a decent start to the season, has been in A finals so far this year.
Okay, stationary car there.
We'll be looking to improve. 4 minutes on the clock to go. Still no sign at the circuit itself of that rain, but I do think you can see a little bit of rainfall further north. Which would check out with what our radars are telling us here in the box at the moment. There's a bit of rain over New Romsey as well. There's number 89 of Joseph Davies. Nicely positioned at the moment. 9th place in this timed qualifying session. That would be comfortably into the B final in normal circumstances. Just trying to follow Harry Kingham there. Green flag out. Problem has been cleared. I think it may have been Joshua Roberts, because Joshua Roberts has completed less laps than everybody else out there at the moment. 3 minutes 15 to go. Still Luka Batuev at the top of the times, 47.562. That's pretty quick. That's on par with what we saw yesterday in the cadet lightweight category. Into the second chicane. Talked yesterday about how this is a circuit that favours the brave. You can have a lot of fun around this circuit. One of my favourite circuits, Howard, to do hot laps round.
Yeah.
And to get into a rhythm round here, it really is one of the best circuits in the country, if you ask me.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. And yeah, you do need to be bold to get a pass done. We saw plenty of that bravery yesterday, though, and definitely going to be interesting to have that again today, not least through this corner. The final corner, double apex right-hander. You would think that you get most of your overtakes under braking into these chicanes that they go through in the first set, but to be honest with you, we do see some, but you actually see overtakes happening more elsewhere on track, because through these first few chicanes, there really is an optimum racing line, and deviating from it can really hold up your lap. So you actually see more overtakes through the bottom corner, which is the other end to where we're looking at now, through the horseshoe, and then down this back straight, getting into a slipstream and getting through at the final corner. Who are we picking up here? This is bottom corner. Coming out of there, and it's your current pace setter here, Luka Batuev. 47.562. Currently puts him at the head of the field. He's only got 84 thousandths, in hand. So it's, it's still there for the taking. But Luka at the moment, whose helmet vaguely reminds me of Giancarlo Fisichella's helmet design. I'm not sure if that's intentional. That's just me, probably. But Luka Batuev currently the pace setter in this first group of super lightweight cadet qualifying.
Has gone quicker than yesterday's cadet lightweight lap time, which I think is, to be fair, to be expected, because there is a weight advantage over those running yesterday. So for reference, yesterday 47.754 by Jake Anders was pole position in the same machinery.
Yep. And he's looking for some space now, I think, Luka.
Possibly a bit of a toe.
Teddy Young goes by. He's currently third. His pace is not too shabby either by any stretch of the imagination. A 47.750 for him.
Max Lovell has just improved to a 48.024. That's a good lap from Max Lovell in the number 16. Puts Max up to 5th position. Drivers coming over the line now. This will be the start of their final lap for this timed qualifying session. Group A, first of 3 here for the Cadet Super Lightweights. Can anybody beat Luka Batuev's 47.562 at the moment? A couple of drivers also improving. Joseph Davies improves to a 48.452, 9th place. Tristan Whiteside as well, 15th on a 49.214. Joshua Roberts has also improved to a 51.224. Checkered flag is out. Is anybody improving out there? Not at the moment. So it looks like in this session, if you got your lap in early, now this is what Basuev was looking for, because look at the toe and the bump drafting that he's got now on Teddy Young. This could solidify his pole position even further, and it does. It does, and it was a big, important one as well, because Rory Hamilton just did a 47.535 and momentarily had that pole position, but is then snatched back by Luka Batuev, 47.474. Teddy Young was kind of sacrificed in a way there, but I think that was a good call from Luka to take that step back, get a bit of slipstream behind a faster driver, and it's meant that he's got pole position.
Yeah, it was a good play by Luka, and as you say, it wasn't solidifying, it was clinching it. Because briefly Rory had gone to the top there with a 47.535. If you're Teddy, maybe feeling a little bit wounded, because it's not like he wasn't in the running either there. But well played, certainly, Luka Batuev, provisionally on pole. Already, though, I can hear the engine notes rising, and that is because we're going to Group A for our Super Lightweight Juniors. So this session will see the first appearance. Well, you did catch one of their practice sessions just as we went live with the broadcast, to be fair, but the first proper appearance of the Club 100 Junior Senior karts. These are the karts that have been around for much, much longer. These ones, although that's not to say that they're in any way an old design. Club 100 always making improvements, and you know, even over the sort of 10 years that you and I have been involved in this, Andrew, it's always interesting to think of how much these karts have changed. These Club 100 Rotax Evo karts, as they're called these days. Now with the clutches, now with the starter motors. That wasn't there when we did this, when we first joined Club 100 about 10 years ago. The different steering geometry, actually, since we joined as well. It's an Ackerman steering geometry, I seem to recall these karts have. Different brake system, actually, since we... But basically, we're old, mate. We
knew that.
We're getting old.
For a long time.
But, no, very much. And one thing as well, I should say, bumper safety improvements as well routinely happen as well. These Club 100 karts, you very, very... Obviously, perhaps one of the most uncomfortable things to see in karting accidents is when other karts go right up on others, as we've got two karts who have found the barrier on the exit of chicane 1 there, and that's not a new sight to us this weekend. We saw several drivers having that issue. But just to finish the thought, the bumper design on these Club 100 karts, which was improved a few years ago, in fact, I've seen several iterations of improvement over Club 100 since the early 90s when it got going. You very seldom see karts have major incidents, flipping or riding over each other, because the wheels just don't get a chance to tangle with each other.
And I think that's... I know some people are like, why are the bumpers so big? I can speak as someone who has suffered a ride over, of being the one on the bottom. It's very well appreciated by me that you have those bumpers that reduce the chances of that happening quite dramatically here with these current generation of Club 100 karts. There is the number 63 of Thomas Northcott on your screens going through onto the back straight. Very important part of the circuit. 8 minutes of the session to go.
So why might some drivers have just found the barrier at chicane number 1? Well, firstly, you're always pushing through that corner.
Yeah.
You've just come onto the lap. Psychologically, you want to nail that first corner, and sometimes you can overcook it. But the other aspect to this is definitely the wind. You've no doubt been hearing a little bit of wind noise on our pickup mics around the circuit. It is very windy as ever here at Lydd today, and it is a easterly breeze, which is why we were talking about rain blowing in from the west, and that means it's a crosswind for the drivers.
Yep.
So as you come out of chicane 1, you are literally going to have the wind trying to push your car out, trying to push the rear of your cart out as you put the power down through that out of that corner. And whilst this isn't a particularly aerodynamic formula, as someone needs to be a little careful about not overtaking all the yellow flags. Whilst obviously as go-karts it's not a massively aerodynamic form of motorsport, it's still a factor. And when we have gusts as strong as we're having here, it's surprising how much it can unsettle the kart.
Yeah, it's another thing I've experienced myself, not particularly at this circuit as much, but others that we go to that are on wide open spaces where the wind can get up. Shennington is one that springs to mind.
Yes.
It only really catches you out, or you only really become fully aware of it as a driver mid-corner, right at that point where you're trying to commit and get the front end to bite. That's when it suddenly becomes all too aware that you've got a bit of wind assistance that you don't want from behind it. It can make things quite tricky indeed. And there's regions of this circuit where probably the saving grace at somewhere like Shennington, it is quite open on the track as well. You've got a bit of runoff. You can save it. It's quite a wide track. Not so much here, especially through those chicanes. There's not much margin for error. You will see on the race starts, for example, little bits of that bark being kicked up by the drivers as they all move their way through those parts of the course. It doesn't take a lot for drivers to take a visit to the brown stuff over there. 5.5 minutes of this race, of this qualifying to go, and Ryan Shepherd's just put a very good lap time in. Has just gone to a 44.864, and in fact I think this is as some of the yellow flags are just clearing. Benji Hamilton beats that, 44.705. It's a couple of tenths off what we saw the lightweight juniors do yesterday. The fastest lap time we saw from them, Sam Masters, of 44.502. Joshua Greaves has just gone up. Hello to family watching back in New Zealand in the early hours for them. 5th place for Greaves at the moment, 45.219. So the lap time's starting to come in. Now those incidents have been cleared. Back to a fully green flag circuit. 5 minutes to go and a lot to be decided here.
Absolutely. Plenty of time still for it to happen in, and don't forget we've still got 2 more qualifying groups after this. Was that a driver recovering from a spin? That looked a little bit odd to me. There was someone sort of bouncing up and down in their car on the back straight, almost as if they'd spun off into... There is an alternative configuration, which Club 100 has run in the past, actually. Quite a few years ago now, but there are 2 hairpins that can be added in here at Lydd on the infield of the final sector. But I think generally speaking, it was felt by drivers that it sort of broke up the flow a little bit of the track. You raced that one, didn't you?
No, it was a year. It was a year I unfortunately had to miss the visit to Lydd. I want to say it was like 2016.
Yeah.
That we ran it in sprints, and it was a round I wasn't racing at myself. But yes, it's basically the amalgamation of what they call the junior circuit here at Lydd. I agree. I'm not a massive fan of it for the full senior circuit because that great run out of the horseshoe through the flat right-hander towards those 2 right, and I do consider them as 2 different corners because there's very much 2 phases to getting around that final bit of the course. But yeah, I much prefer this format that we're running at the moment. 3.5 minutes to go. Benji Hamilton still the fastest driver out there on a 44.640. Ryan Shepherd has just improved again. He's only 12 thousandths off. And Philip Babalal's put a good lap time in. He's gone up to 3rd. But straight away, there's a lot of lap times coming in here. Northcott goes up to 3rd. Wainwright is on to into P4 now. And just as I say that, Bobby McGurr hops up to 4th place. So... yeah, it's a lot of things. And is that a little bit of moisture that's starting to hit us here? So that's a bit of condensation on the camera. No, I think it was just a bit of condensation on the camera.
Driver that we had on screen a few moments ago was the number 76, which is Joshua Greaves. We did get... There he is again. That was great. Good pickup on camera, guys. Like that. We talked to him during the paddock walk, actually, but I'll get a shout-out in now for, we understand, family back in New Zealand, or over in New Zealand, who are tuning in to watch us extremely early hours of the morning. So shout-out to you for tuning in so early. Yeah, great to hear of friends and family tuning in from around the world for the action here at Lydd.
Top five have all put best lap times for themselves in. Benji Hamilton has gone to a 44.48. That's quicker than we saw yesterday in the cadet, in the junior lightweights. There is rain coming in. I think this might just clip in this session, if not during the next session, because there is a big band of rain coming in on the radar. So we're going to be looking at top 8 in that case, if there is a change of the format for changeable conditions at the discretion of the clerk of the course. It would mean that Hamilton, Shepherd, Northcott, McGurr, Stewart, Boyle, Wainwright, Babalal, they would all be looking pretty good at being in the Pre-A final off the back of these qualifying sessions. Can the likes of Oliver Wilbur and Jensen Jarrett find a way in, as Shepherd goes fastest, 44.402, but is straight away displaced again by Benji Hamilton, 44.205. Around the final corner here comes the number 16 of Felix Bond, goes no quicker than already that 45.166 for Bond. McNamara improves to 14th place. Bobby McGurr is up to 4th place, 44.731. Oh, this is going to be a very tense finish. Is the rain going to start falling on the circuit with a mere minute or less than a minute to go? Anyone coming over the line now? This will be the start of their final lap. Here is the number 21 of Ryan Shepherd. Can Shepherd find any more pace? It's another good lap, but it's 44.547 with only one more opportunity to go to knock Benji Hamilton off of P1.
Benji Hamilton, of course, our reigning Super Cadet champion from last year. So the 2022 champion coming into this season, moving up into the junior category. Only the one podium so far this season, Andrew. So both he and, getting to grips, I think, with the karts.
Yeah.
With the bigger karts and getting used to them. Did have the success at Wilton Mill, but we have the checkered flag here. Can anyone overhaul Benji for that pole position?
Well, Shepherd has gone quicker, but not quicker than Hamilton. 44.347. Here comes Northcott, currently P3. Stays P3. Babalal has gone up to 5th place. Cooper has gone up to 7th place as well. Is there anybody else going quicker out there? Babalal is still to come over the line for a last lap. Comes over the line there, stays 5th. So I think it is going to stay as we were. Hamilton on pole early here in the junior super lightweights from Shepherd, Northcott, McGurr, Babalal. But the weather continuing to close in here at Lydd. Let's get ready for Cadet Super Lightweight Group B. Right, let's crack on with Cadet Super Lightweight Group B. And I tell you what, this could be a very interesting one, because if the rain does hit during this session, Howard, this is all going to be about getting out there, getting a banker lap time as quickly as possible, being on the pace. No time to really warm things up here for this particular group, because, as we say, we're continuing to see inclement weather heading towards us here at Lydd.
We certainly are, and we've got not insignificant drivers. Well, not drivers who are at the sharp end of the championship, is what I should say, taking part in this session. Not least the points leader coming into today, Aidan Hammond. He's in this Group B of Cadet Superlights. That is, by the way, if the decision gets made that, you know, weather conditions or track conditions have significantly changed over the course of the the running of the different groups, and the decision is made to do that relative position approach, where you would look at, right, the top driver of each session features in the top 3, and then the second top feature in positions 4 through 6. That relative positions strategy that we're talking about. If that does come to pass, the penalty, as it were, in inverted commas, is of course because the groups in qualifying are randomly chosen. If you had all of your drivers who happen to be fastest on this circuit in the same group, in theory, they would get penalised if such a scheme were introduced, because they've not lined up. You know, the person who is second overall across all of the sessions doesn't necessarily line up second on the grid. In other words, you slightly undermine the merit. There is rain.
The rain is here.
Spin,
and now this could really mix things up, because now, well, they've all had one lap in, but if the rain's hitting now, that might be it. That might be the fast laps for this session. And it means at the moment, Marguris Kovekis, apologies, is currently fastest on a 48.190. There is the slippery surface flag. Is anybody else going to be able? There are a couple of drivers improving on their first lap times now around. Jude Pudderfoot, for example, has just gone up to third place on a 49.037. This could be a very strange situation for a number of the drivers out there. They may have already missed their opportunity to get good grid slots.
Yeah, for anyone unfamiliar, Club 100, no wet tyres. We run slicks all the time. It's simply not practical. It's not cost effective. It's not time effective for us to go around changing an entire fleet of karts tyres. You've got to do this on slicks in Club 100, and that is a different skill set. That is a unique skill set in of itself, on top of driving these karts. The basic summary I always give of driving anything, well, particularly karts in slicks in the rain, is anticipate chronic understeer on turn-in, and then horrendous oversteer on power down, corner out. That's basically what you have to get used to. Trying to keep a little bit of throttle in to get the kart to turn as well. That's quite important when you get, particularly when you get to very heavy wet conditions, which I always liken to being like a boat or trying to turn a rocket in space. Really, if you don't put any thrust or power in the direction you want to go, you're not going to go that direction. So I always liken it to that in one of these karts. A
couple of drivers that are, well, in fact, a lot of drivers are improving here. So Kovekis' pole position from this session may be under threat, 48.118. If the weather conditions just hold and the drivers get a bit of tyre temperature in, they may be able to improve here. Chapman goes up to second place, Pudderfoot third. Aidan Hammond has found some pace as well, has gone up to fourth place. Hani Sadek in fifth.
Crucial moves being made to find space here, Andrew, as well. That's the 58 of Jude Pudderfoot putting a dual overtake in at the bottom corner to try and find some space.
And Hammond goes quickest, 47.996. That's a very good effort from the championship leader as it continues to drizzle here at Lydd.
Yep.
But Kovekis goes faster again, so responding straight back. Well, was the first driver out on circuit on lap 1, got the lap time in, and has continued to get quicker and quicker, 47.649. So we are going to have a bit more of a qualifying session than we thought, Howard, because the fastest lap, remember, from the first session was a 47.474. So actually, not that significant a level of rainfall to be affecting those lap times negatively.
No, indeed. And I mean, in terms of, it could still be raining out there, but the track conditions aren't markedly affected because, well, for two reasons. A, we've got 16 Club 100 Cadet karts, which is actually quite an effective way to dry a circuit, having them all running around. B, don't forget, we've still got high wind here, right? You can dry things out quite quickly when you've got a high wind going by. But our driver's improving. Harrison Holford just improved as well, as too did Alfie Slattery. Elliot Griggs in the number 60 kart, putting in a good lap to take him up to fourth place there, a 48.346. So too Jensen Barnard is improving as well, takes him up to third with a 48.2. still quite a comfortable gap. That lap from Kavekis, Andrew, that's 3.5 tenths to the good. That's pretty. That's a pretty impressive margin based on what we've seen in a lot of these qualifying sessions thus far this weekend. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone can match that in the remaining minutes.
Yeah, it's a very good performance so far from Maguris. So far this season has been in the A-finals. Best result in an A-level race was 4th last time out in the trophy final at Gladygores. So he's building all the time. Cordell Sinclair improves, goes up to 9th place, 48.449.
Yep.
I'd say at the moment that I think that was just a short little shower. There is more on its way, but I think we might be able to keep this session as same state of track conditions in terms of lap times that we saw earlier on. Hammond improves again, but stays second, 47.739.
Yeah, what was our fastest lap time in the A group? In group
47.474.
So I don't know if they're going to call this as as adverse
I think
conditions. I think they'd keep it as is.
I think they'll keep it as at the moment as the Plan A scenario of how they form the grid for the pre-finals.
Here is your championship leader, driver number 100, Aidan Hammond, trying to best Kavekis' time, if at all possible. Streaming through the final couple of apexes now. And we'll go for the line. It's a 47.73, excuse me, it's a 48.219. So at the moment, Andrew, he's lapping. I don't know if he had maybe a toe on the first lap or it is just the track conditions. But at the moment, Aidan is a few tenths down on his personal best in this session at the moment.
And we should state as well, the track conditions may not significantly change in this session, but if they've changed significantly by Group C, you could still get that scenario of the groupings of the first places, then the second places, then the third places across the qualifying sessions setting the grid for those pre-finals. This isn't decided yet. Jacob Kent has improved up to 8th place, 48.437. Hani Sadiq has just come across the line, 48.196.
There's the
pole
time
for Aidan Hammond in this session, 47.639. Bumps Kavekis off that top spot. And, well, that means that they're within, what's that, a tenth and a half of the ultimate pace from the first group.
Yeah, 100th of a second in it between the top two in this particular group session. So by very fine margins, Aidan Hammond finds the front of the field. Has anyone got a response to that? That was Caesar Chen we just saw going through. If I remember correctly, he's doing his first Club 100 event today. I hope I haven't got that wrong, but I think I was speaking to him in the paddock. So hope he's enjoying his time out there. Great to have new people coming along and trying out these Club 100 karts, giving the championship a go. We're a very friendly paddock, folks. If you do want more information, CLUB100.co.uk for all the details of the championship. If you have any questions or queries, don't hesitate to give the office a call. And they're always very helpful to talk through any questions you have and sort you out. So definitely check that out, CLUB100.co.uk.
Similar kind of welcome to Harrison Holford, who's also having a first run this season in the cadet karts, the 102, currently 16th in this session on a 49.639. Got to say, I am very impressed. Say, the whole field covered by 1.2 seconds at the moment on lap time, given how tricky the conditions are at the moment. Not the slipperiest conditions that they'll have seen this season, but the wind and the drizzle coming in and out. It's not easy at all for these young drivers. Jude Pudderfoot has just improved. A 47.769 for Pudderfoot in third place.
That's William Horton we're just looking at now, going through the horseshoe. And onto the back straight. And as ever, the driver's trying to find the best space that they can. I think that's Charlie Cipregi who's trying to go through. Is that the 83? Yes, it is. But this is the difficult call, and I highlighted this yesterday as well. No pit to kart radios in this, and that's round for both of them. And there was no contact there, Andrew. That was in sympathy. And is this is rain getting heavier all of a sudden, isn't it?
Yep.
You can see it on the camera. Drivers now need to be careful. And it's so easy.
Hammond was off there as
well.
well.
Yeah, it's so easy, Andrew, when the rain arrives. I distinctly remember a few years ago now, a session I did at Bayford Meadows where I just didn't spot that the rain was coming, and at the next corner, literally, I was one of 12 karts who just fired off. You just don't... You are aware of the elements, obviously, but when you've got a crash helmet on and you've got your race suit on, you're not feeling the wind against your skin and the rain. You don't... It can actually catch you out, as surprising as that may seem.
Well, there we go. That will effectively nullify the end of this session. The checkered flag is out. Nobody is going quicker. Aidan Hammond, the fastest from Group B on a 47.639. Marguris Kavekis second on a 47.649. Really took advantage of the position rolling out of the pits. Good work there by Kavekis. Jude Putterfoot third. Jensen Barnard fourth. Hani Sadiq fifth. Charlie Chapregi in sixth. We've got to move on, though, because next out on circuit, engines have just fired up. It'll be Junior Super Lightweight Group B qualifying.
So as the conditions change here at Lydd from blustery to blustery with water, the juniors come out onto track, the super lightweights. I have to say, we're not seeing the classic telltale sign of umbrellas up on the balcony, but a few hoods up, and I'm guessing everyone's going, oh, I left the brolly in the car. It's over in the car park. Yeah, this could be interesting now. What is the pace going to be like as they cross the timing line to begin their first few laps? I have to say, it's still meant to be quite a brief period of rain, so it could just as quickly clear up. Sam Cole in the number 5 leading the pack of karts heading down. He was the first kart out of the pits. Not only are the groups randomly allocated, by the way, but the karts are randomly allocated as well, so everyone... you can't preempt which kart you're going to get for these sessions, but it is one of the, arguably the key strength of Club 100 karting is how equally maintained the karts are kept. You know, obviously that is a key factor of this style of racing. If you have an arrive and drive series, you need the karts to be fair and evenly matched on performance. So that is a key aspect of it, and I have to say, and I do not just say this because I am, you know, commentated on them today or have raced them in the past. I still maintain that Club 100 is the best maintained fleet of karts that I've ever come across for equality of performance between the machinery. That's not to say that you don't have, you know, each kart has a slightly different characteristic, but in terms of being able to pull out the even lap times, Club 100 are the best that I've come across. For that.
Early lap times coming in then. 46.130 for Freddie Navarro has gone in, but that's instantly been beaten. And the championship leader, number 31, George Palmer Mobsby, to the top of the order, 45.276 after 2 laps. That is about 1.7 seconds off the pace that we saw from Benji Hamilton in Group A for the junior super lightweights. And it's coming down all the time. In fact, there goes Palmer Mobsby again, a 45.276. So we're around a second off the pace of Hamilton earlier on in Group A. And you'd still think the drivers are in that warm-up phase of their adventures out there around this Lydd international layout. Number 14 across the line, that's Mikey Brissenden, goes quicker, 45.290. Palmer Mobsby goes quicker again, 44.986. So we keep having these little showers coming in, Howard. But at the moment, and I think it is that wind that you were talking about earlier, the track is drying very, very quickly for the drivers out there.
Yeah, absolutely. The track gets a bit wet through some rain and is immediately blow-dried by the elements. Yeah, a sub-45 second time from Palmer Mobsby tells us, you know, we are right in there with the pace.
Yep.
Maybe a few tenths off of optimum, but yeah, to do a sub-45 second lap time is no mean feat around here. That's the 14, and Mikey Brissenden has just gone through. There he is, and has gone faster at 44.758. So he gets pole position, and interestingly, he was right in the wheel tracks of Sam Cole there. So did he have a little bit of aerodynamic assistance down the back straight? Could have been a factor, but a great lap time there, 44.758. Makes Mikey the second driver in this session to dip below the 45-second mark.
Mason Chahal has just improved up to 6th place, 45.439.
Yep, that's a big improvement in terms of position for him there. Takes him up into the top 10. Across the line again. And Jack Redfern now goes up into the fastest spot. He was just driving behind the karts we were looking at, I should say. And yeah, 44.609. This is getting interesting now. As if it wasn't already. But it's, you know, these times are getting competitive. And I think, Andrew, there is still a little bit more improvement in the track to be had if the rain stays away.
Yeah, a very tiny bit, though. I mean, again, you
yeah,
compare to yesterday's pole time for the junior running that we saw, that we saw no rain at all yesterday, and that was a 44.5. So we're only a tenth off that at the minute with Redfern's 44.609. Sam Cole improves, goes up to P5. Redfern and Palmer Mosley across the line set another set of 44.8. So the pace is there in the track. Zachary Watson's just improved up to 11th place. Max Nash goes up to P8. That could be important because if we do get the change of grid formation due to a significant change in conditions, for this junior category, you need to be in the top 8 to get into the pre-A final. I would say at the moment, though, we're not at that stage, Howard, because the track is clearly performing. Drivers have still got 5 minutes of this session to go. So if they keep improving at the rate they have been doing, they will be in that range of that 44.2, 44.5 region from yesterday. And right on cue, there goes Mikey Brisden across the line, 44.484, goes to the top of the timesheets in Group B.
Improvement as well from Jack Redfern and Sam Cole. Redfern actually gets himself up into second place with that lap time. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Neither class, I think, has satisfied the conditions for them reverting to the alternative form of setting the grids. Ironically, though, it's entirely conceivable that one class might satisfy those conditions whilst the other one doesn't today because the rain is coming and going and being dried out so quickly at the moment that it is entirely conceivable that a single solitary group could just be hit by a deluge.
Yep.
And then the next one's fine. So it is going to be genuinely interesting to see how this plays out for determining these grids. And there's karts off in the bark. At least 2, 3 karts indeed on the outside of the final corner. I think one of them is Matthew Phillips. I think that was the driver we just saw pulling away there to retake to the circuit. But that's an interesting one. Drivers perhaps trying to find some space and tripping over each other in a qualifying session. Haven't seen any contact warnings issued by race control. Well, we have seen some in the session, but not just now for anything that might relate to that.
So pace has dropped because of those yellow flags. Sam Cole, before the flags came out, managed to get a 44.525. Look how close it is. Less than half a tenth covering the top 3 in this group at the moment. 3.5 minutes to go. Taylor England has just come across the line for an improvement. 46.350 is currently in 25th spot. But again, that final corner situation could have been something as simple as one driver just making a mistake, and you're so on the edge into those corners that drivers 2 and 3 to join just got caught out perhaps and were a bit too late into the corner. You can see drivers are fighting the steering there, trying to generate that grip through the final couple of corners. I do think once again there's maybe a bit of moisture and debris down at the far end of the circuit because the drivers only seem to be able to do high 45s at the minute.
Yeah, indeed. Sam Cole in this number 5 kart, by the way. Interesting today to see how he gets on, Andrew, because had we been talking to our audience at GYG, he was championship leader. Took the wins at Wilton Mill. in the first round at Wilton Mill, and then in the second round at Wilton Mill, he won the pre-final and came second in the A final, the trophy final, but didn't have a good outing at GYG, which is what sees him now down in 7th place in the championship coming into today. Going to be very interesting to see how Cole does today, and setting some really good pace at the moment. Frustratingly for him, 0.004 of a second slower than Jack Redfern at the moment in a little battle there happening over second, although ideally they would of course like to vault up right to the top and beat Mikey Brisenden's time. But going to be interesting to see how Sam Cole gets on today. Can he put the momentum back into his championship campaign as the slippery surface flag is out again, suggesting we are getting a few more spots of rain.
Yeah, as I say, it could be another one of these little showers that's coming. I think it's light rain at worst for the drivers with 90 seconds to go. Yeah, the lap times are all in the mid-45s or 46s at the moment, so we've dropped a second and a half. But the point being, these drivers had opportunity to get lap times in, still in that same range that we saw for Group A.
The ironic thing here is our provisional pole sitter, or the fastest driver in this session, is in a great position to hold up his closest rival in many ways. Because both the 5 and the 15, I believe, are in the queue behind him. Penalty. We haven't mentioned that for Jack Redfern. We don't know the nature of that penalty, but we might be able to infer it from... Has he had track limit warnings? Repeated, perhaps? Or was there some contact that he's involved in? So, yeah, Jack Redfern, penalty to be applied.
And that could be a deletion of Jack's best time. So it may not necessarily drop him too far down the order, because if he's got another quick lap time in there, that will come into play. So not a complete disaster, I think, for Jack Redfern, but not optimal. 18 seconds of the session to go. Nobody's going to go quicker here because it's just a bit damp out there, and it's taking the edge off the performance of the tyres in particular.
Yep. Brody Skinner here, just piloting his kart through the horseshoe section. Very a deceptively sort of tricky set of corners, horseshoe. You know, you don't want to overcommit on the... It's a right, then a very long left, and then a right onto the back straight. You don't want to overcommit into the right because you'll upset your line through the left and the right. You don't want to be out wide through that left-hander, else you're very likely to get out on some of the detritus offline. Checkered flag is out, though. And Mikey Brisenden has already taken that checkered flag, as has his closest rivals in this session, Redfern and Cole. Palmer Mobsby as well has also taken the checkered. We still haven't had Frederick Navarro come around, but as Andrew said, we are unlikely to see improvement in these conditions, and indeed that is now everybody across the line. It will be when Navarro and Phillips have gone through. Indeed they have. So it's Mikey Brisenden fastest in that session from Jack Redfern and Sam Cole, although Redfern with a penalty to be applied. And as I say that, and as you can see, the next group is coming out, which is going to be Group C for our super lightweight cadets. So our younger drivers now coming out onto track in unpredictable conditions, I think is the best thing we can say. Still, well, the only predictable thing so far today is the wind. It is an ever-present factor here. But what are things doing in terms of rain? This is the last qualifying group for our cadets, of course. So, Andrew, not to put you on the spot, have you got the numbers in front of you on what the time is to beat here for these drivers?
Time to beat for a simple, straightforward overall pole position for any one of our ways of determining the grid. 47.474, which was Luca Batuev's time in the first session.
Yes.
We also saw Aidan Hammond do a 47.639 in Group B. And yeah, that's what the drivers are trying to beat. And as I say, that's either way. If it's an absolute everybody grouped together, one big long list from 1 through 60, or the distributed by group qualifying position within group, either way. you want to be on pole position for a pre-A final, you've got to go quicker than Luka Batarev did in Group A.
You do indeed. First time's coming in, but we'll wait until everyone's set their first time for that. We were just looking at Ethan Hall, I believe it was, going through the bottom part of the circuit. So as these drivers come round to finish off their first lap, Jacob Underhill set a decent opening pace, but let's see how this particular group go through. And the fastest of them there is Ben Hunt with a 48.573. Still waiting on a few drivers to set their first lap. But no, now they have all set their first lap time, and Hunt in the number 53 kart comes out on top with the opening salvos of that session. So drivers have to, if nothing else, mate, it is quite a crosswind that they're dealing with now. So the kart stability through the corners, when you're really leaning on it, that you suddenly feel a difference. At least particularly like this when you've got a crosswind going on. Not really any headwinds or tailwinds, and we've got a driver off there into chicane number 1. Precisely one of those places where you're getting that crosswind blowing across just as you're relying on the kart to put the power down. This pack of karts at the moment coming back up the circuit as Jacob Underhill sets the fastest time again, a 48.402. Underhill, one of the first. He's sort of the lead kart position-wise. He was one of the first ones to set a lap time. So we wait and see for perhaps more of the karts to set a time. James Vout improves to second place with a 48.523.
And the key thing here at this stage, as we've had a spinner out of the final corner. Was that the number 53 of Ben Hunt? I think it was.
It might have been, yeah.
The lap times at this stage of this group of qualifying are faster than what we saw for Group B.
Yes.
So Group B started a bit slower because they came out with a bit of wet weather. It's the number 57 has a bit of a moment there. That's Laurie McVeigh.
Yeah.
But picked up the pace and were able to get pretty much back to the same pace that we saw for Group A early on. So if the rain holds off and the track gets a bit quicker again, we could see all of our cadets super lightweight groups getting representative lap times in those mid-47s, meaning it would just be most likely a straightforward group, all three groups together for around 15 to 20 karts in one order, and see which one of them is fastest, which one of them is second fastest, and so on and so forth through the pre-A, pre-B and pre-C final grids. 6 minutes of this session to go. Jacob Underhill currently the quickest in this group, a 48.402. But just as we say that, Underhill goes quicker, a 48.181, but he's beaten by Ellis Cox. So Ellis Cox goes to the top of the timesheets, 48.031 for kart number 11. That's a good response there for the driver second in the championship at the moment. Our winner in the trophy final for round number 2 at Wilton Mill. But Laurie McVeigh now goes fastest, 47.841, and now the lap times are starting to come down. This is similar to what we saw in Group B around 20 minutes or 25 minutes ago, that they all got to about lap 5, lap 6 of their circulating round here at Lydd and really started to put the lap times in. But with that threat of rain billowing around the circuit at all times, this could be a crucial point of this qualifying session, not just for these drivers, but for the drivers in the paddock waiting to see how they all do. There's the number 20 of Jacob Underhill in the middle of a bit of a train at the moment, trying to find a way through. He's actually down to 5th place now. White McAllister is in 6th place as well. Interested to see how McAllister gets on in this group. Less than 5 minutes to go here in this one, Howard. Looking good for McVeigh at the moment. He's going to have been a good lap time as well for Oliver Yangu. The number 49 is up to second place on a 48.026. White McAllister improves, also goes into second place. Good stuff there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, as the 33 is round in one of the chicanes. That's a moment for Clayton Salton, looking to dust himself off and get back onto the pace there. Still challenging conditions, albeit not outright raining at the moment at the circuit. Should say, shout out to the poll that's being run to the side of the YouTube stream at the moment, asking, do you race in Club 100? You can say cadet, junior, senior, or I'm looking to join. Now, some of our cadets that could vote, lightweights that could... Oh, as that is an improvement at the front. Sorry, yes, Yangu. Oliver Yangu in the 49 sets a 47.779, and that is getting significantly closer, is it not, Andrew, to the time to beat there?
Yeah, it's a 1/10.5 off what we saw from Hammond in Group B, and a further 1/10.5 up to Batuev from Group A. So it's still in the balance here.
It certainly is. I'll finish the thought just before we get to the business end of the session. Those who are saying I'm looking to join, feel free to ask questions on the comments, and maybe those who currently compete can help out, give pointers. There's also the Facebook group on Club 100, and as I said earlier, the club100.co.uk website. Give the office a call, ask any questions that you've got. It really is a fantastic championship to take part in.
Ellis Cox goes fastest, 47.648, so just slower than Aidan Hammond from Group B. This is a fast finish for Super Lightweight Group C. May not be out of the question for overall pole position across the three groups here, because the track is getting quicker and quicker all the time. Improvement by Druv Rout goes up to 6th place, 48.058. Ben Hunt goes quicker as well, up into the top 5, 47.871. Cox is going to come across the line in a second based on our driver tracker. Not quite yet, perhaps. There he goes. Okay, that was a slightly slower lap, 48.1. That might have been a driver just trying to find a bit of space out there.
Well, has there been a yellow flag, Andrew?
Quite
Perhaps,
possibly.
That's quite a slow lap time for Ledger Dimitri.
For everybody,
there.
really.
So, yeah, for everybody. I just wonder if there was a spinner out there. He's brought out the yellow and perhaps slowed everyone off for a second that we didn't see.
And because of the bark chippings, in a way, this is the circuit that I think we have the closest similarities to the direct drive TKM era, in that when a kart does fall off the road, I think we've got a bit of rain again.
Yeah.
Because the slippery surface flag is back out with 1 minute and 27 seconds remaining on the clock. But what I mean by that, they used to have it a lot in the BUKC, of course, in running in the winter and when you tend to have worse conditions. You'd spin out and then you'd sit there waiting for the pusher cart to pick you up, which could be 45 seconds. You could lose a lap just waiting for that.
Yeah.
And everybody else is then having to negotiate their way past you under a yellow flag that can back the pace off. But I think this is a bit more than just a single spinner, because, all the lap times are now down into the 49s, the 50s. At the discretion of the clerk of the course, we should state that again. But for the record, the lap times show that Luka Batuev was, that bit we know for sure, will be on pole position, because either way you cut the cake. 47.474 was the fastest lap time from any of our cadet super lightweights across the three groups. Aidan Hammond, 47.639. Ellis Cox, a 47.648, less than a hundredth of a second slower than Hammond. There we go.
Yeah, and so that's likely to be it. We're unlikely to see improvements. Ellis Cox pretty much locked in as the fastest driver this session. As we say, it has to be a clerk of the course decision. You're obviously you're never going to get absolutely identical track conditions. We've got spinners still at chicane number 1. I think the elements are rolling in a little bit more here. So, you can sort of see now that the kart's really having to back off through the chicane. So, good to see, by the way. 14% of the poll currently saying I'm looking to join Club 100.
Yeah.
Do definitely check it out, folks. I am pretty happy to guarantee you won't regret it, as someone who's raced these karts for just over a decade now. Checkered flag is out, though. Ellis Cox, the fastest, and if we sound like, I don't know, there's no improvements going on out there with the changing track conditions. So Ellis Cox fastest, but provisionally, we can say that your fastest driver across all of the sessions with a 47.474 is Luka Batuev. So no matter how we determine the grid, it'll be he who starts on pole in that Pre-A final. Right now, though, at the circuit, we're getting ready for the last of our qualifying groups, the last of our track sessions as well. Before the lunch break here at Lydd Kart Circuit, it is Group C for our super lightweight juniors. Already out on track then are super lightweight juniors. I have to say, Andrew, I'm not seeing any rain again. It's already looking clearer. I still stand by my theory that you could genuinely get the two classes having their grid set through the different methods here. But nonetheless, Group C go out. And after this, or as of now, all of our drivers have featured in a qualifying session. And it's now these drivers' turn to find
spinner down at chicane number 2. Gets going again. Looks like it's the number 53 of Curtis Dewayne.
Yeah, indeed. So the pace to beat here, I think, I'm just double checking, is it Benji Hamilton's time? It is indeed, the 44.20. Andrew's got it written down. He's on it. I'm there checking back through the time pages. He's got it all sorted. Benji Hamilton's time of a 44.205 is the one to beat. First volley of lap times coming in the 46s and 47s, but I won't read the situation too early in this one.
46.176 for Oliver Liversidge is the fastest time of those on the first lap. Everybody just trying to get themselves in a bit of space, it would seem, at the moment. But that's a good start for Liversidge, taking opportunities. If it was to rain heavier right now, I reckon that would be a first day final A-level race of the year for Oliver Liversidge. It's been in the Bs through round 2 and round 3. Got to take your opportunities in these kind of conditions.
Certainly
Jensen
do.
Blakesley goes to the top of the timesheets, though, 45.998. For, again, another driver who will be looking to get a best result so far this year. A couple of 15th places in the A final at GYG so far in 2023. We've seen these times develop across the course of these sessions and improve. Well, if they improved by about a second and a half, they'd be back on the pace of Mikey Brissenden from Group B. They've got 8 minutes to do so. Jasmine Taylor's had an improvement up to 46.837. That's good for 5th place at the moment. Connor Kenny has had a track limit warning. Round they come for the 3rd set of laps. Richardson, actually no, I think everyone's got slower again now. I wonder if there's a bit more rain out there. If there was a bit more rain at this point, Howard, this might be the one that just tips the balance. So far in these sessions, we've had one very short spell of rain either at the start or the end that I don't think's shifted things enough in terms of track conditions to initiate plan B for the grid formations. However, if you've got 2 rain showers, that might swing the difference. Nobody is going quicker than their lap times that they set in the first 2 flyers of this session.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. I think we're currently grateful to everybody in the sort of Eastbourne area for breaking up the rain a little bit for us. But yeah, I think it's definitely starting to become a factor here, isn't it? Spinner at chicane number 1.
Now, Ethan Pritchard has just put a good lap in. 46.558. Cart's number 129 goes up to 4th place. There's the number 71 of Max Kilby on your screens. Currently in 5th place. The number 25 of Daniel Archibald not too far behind.
That 45.998, the best time in this session, as Andrew says, still well off the pace. You know, sub 45-second times are the really competitive ones around this circuit. In these senior karts, senior junior karts, don't forget, obviously with the cadets, it's a different story. Imogen Owen puts in a 47.624 to move herself up the order. That's a jump up to 15th place. But still no one really... There's a few improvements coming in out there. But it's tough to find the pace at the moment. I think it was Noah Rogerson, your spinner, at chicane number 1, who we were looking at earlier. He's now underway again, as some of the drivers vie for position through Horseshoe to try and find themselves good track position or benefit from the slipstream of another. They're having to use every trick in the book here, I think, to get any improvement in the times, because the track conditions aren't conducive to improvement at the moment.
It could only take a couple of laps to flip, though. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Blakesley still the fastest driver, or driver with the fastest time. Oh, my goodness me.
You were right, mate.
Yeah.
Absolute sudden
Someone
improvement
did
then.
flip the switch.
Everyone's just... Our timing sheet has just lit up in front of us here, folks, because suddenly everyone started dipping down into the 45s again. And in so doing, Keogh Derrick in the 64 has leapt up to the top of the timesheets with a 45.339.
Well, there we go.
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting it to be that quick.
That
I know that probably was a bit of an update of the times here in the box, and they all came through at once. That's all getting a little bit tasty.
Frustration there. I think that's as Declan Luff improves, big improvement to 7th place, as does Jensen Blakely. Blimey, that was a big jump from Declan Luff, actually, up to 3rd place.
The track has suddenly turned.
It has,
I say, Jamie Tiley Gooden has just put in a 45.154 that's put him fastest in this session by nearly 0.2 of a second. This is all going to be about, because you just don't know at the moment, this in the morning and the early afternoon sessions, when is the rain going to hit? Is it just going to be a little sprinkling? Are you going to get another opportunity to get a strong lap time in? You've got to just keep pushing as hard as you can out there. Increases the risk of spins and incidents for drivers. Oliver Liversidge improves, goes back up to 5th place with a 45.528. They're all kind of tripping over one another at the moment out there. Taran McCalmy has improved as well to a 45.840. Connor Kenny as well into the high 45s. They're in 13th and 15th places respectively. 3.5 minutes of the session to go. Remember, the benchmark at the moment for the junior super lightweights, Benji Hamilton from Group A, 44.205. This is on the cusp, I think. I think if they all find another 4 or 5 tenths out there, I don't think that'll be classified as a big enough significant change of the conditions across the 3 groups. But if there was another rain shower now, as that is a bit of a lurid moment, into chicane number 1. Didn't quite catch which number plate that was flying off the road.
It started with a 4.
It started with a 4. So it could be quite a few drivers.
It could be quite a few drivers, yeah.
It could be Declan Love, it could be Jack Philpott.
Yes. And also, it was spinning quite fast past me, so it could have ended with a 4. We'll have a look on times. But, still interesting. Very, very interesting conditions, this.
Yep.
Usually as a driver, you're sort of like, right, the track is getting wetter. The grip is decreasing. The track is drying out. I'm gradually finding more grip. To have this sort of teetering on the edge is a little different.
Yeah,
potentially a bit frustrating.
The times have gone back again, Howard. We're back into the 48s and the 49s. This is going to be an interesting one as to which grid formation formula is used, because I mean, we're not dipping into the 44s in this one.
I'm feeling my eyesight's okay, folks. The 49 was your spinner at chicane number 1, so it was Declan Luff pushing hard.
Yep.
Already sitting in 3rd place. But yeah, everybody's times were just dipped
Oh,
into the
that's going to be a
48s.
big one. And a spin through the horseshoe for one of the 3-digit numbered carts. As yeah, it was the 159 of Andrea Barriaro Mustieta is off, and another one off there into the bark chippings at the final couple of corners. This is the rain coming down again.
Yeah, I think this is hit now, Andrew. And
Yep.
I'm going to say definitely not our call, ladies and gentlemen. But what I would say is we're nearly inside the last minute of the session. And there's the 71 going off as well into the barriers. Look at the amount of water that built up on those barriers. If it shows you how much we have had rain. So that was Max Kilby going off there. And, well, if the weather conditions aren't aren't preventing people from sending a faster lap time, the yellow flags will.
Yeah.
And I would say, Andrew, yeah, we're not going to get that improvement in this session. So
Nope.
I would say that this candidate, the super lightweight juniors specifically, not the cadets, I would say it must at least be a candidate for changing the grid forming technique.
Yeah, this group of drivers have not had the opportunity to try and get some 44s in. And you can see how much the drivers are now having to fight around those final couple of corners to get the grip. Good practice, though. Some may wonder, well, why they continue to circulate if they're not going to set times. But you can learn something from these couple of laps that could be applicable when it gets to racing.
You can. That was Max Campbell having a moment. Alexander Campbell, my apologies, going around there out of first chicane, but got going nice and quickly. Checkered flag is out then, but so are the yellows around various parts of the circuit. That was Curtis Dwayne. Recovering his car at the side of the road, so I doubt we're going to see improvement. Well, I'd be absolutely amazed if we saw improvement at this point, because the rain's getting, if anything, heavier. So your fastest driver in this session is going to be Jamie Tiley Gooden. Keo Derrick, that's with a 45.154. That's still well short of the pace that we saw from Benji Hamilton in the earlier session for this group, for this class, excuse me. Keo Derrick in second. Takes the checkered flag now and hasn't improved. And actually, Andrew, the lap times have got even worse. We've got over a minute now on lap time across the board. So, yeah, that is it all done there. Be interesting to see how they call that in race control. I would imagine that they will now elect to switch to the relative position system. That is to say that the top driver in each of the groups, the top drivers in each of the groups, will form the first 3 grid places, and then the second fastest driver in each of the sessions will form the next 3 places, etc., etc. We'll wait to see on that one, but yeah, that is what I would assume we will do. That is the end of the first part of the day here at Lydd. We're going to go into a lunch break now, but whilst we're doing that at the circuit, I said it would be a continuity disaster from a weather perspective. We're going to go over
through the magic of streaming and television broadcast. It's now going to get sunny and not as windy.
It is. We're going to show you the paddock walk that we were able to do this morning, talking to plenty of drivers. Great to get some of their thoughts, get out there and get some of their and the thoughts of some of the parents as well.
Yes,
parents and guardians of those competing. So that's for you to enjoy during the lunch break. We're going to be back in around about 45 minutes, I believe it is, for the lunch break here at the circuit. And when we do come back, we'll be heading into the all-important racing action for today. We've done all the qualifying now. It'll be racing next. So do be sure to join us again, as I say, in about 45 minutes' time. In the meantime, though, please do enjoy the paddock walk and have fun. Have fun spotting how much the weather suddenly improves on your stream. Back with you soon, folks. Thanks very much. Enjoy the paddock walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the Alpha Live team today, our commentators. We've got Andrew Mather, and we've got Howard Mitchell as well. These are our commentators today, everybody. Give them a round of applause. They're going to be on the live stream today for you, and they're going to be talking about you commentating you on the racing. They're also going to be coming down during the practice sessions and doing interviews in the pit lane, everybody. So yeah, make sure you got your makeup on.
And welcome to the paddock walk. That was
Seamless.
That was seamless, that wasn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on.
So we're here. Well, this is. I never stand here. I don't know what this is. I've never made it onto that. We've had a bit, haven't we? We've had a few successes. Anyway, Paddock Walk, Lydd Circuit, mate. Second day of racing. Actually, I'm going to hold that thought. I'm going to get some interviews whilst we've got everyone here. You do that. We're going to get interviews. Hello.
Hello.
Who are we talking to today?
You're currently talking to Corey.
Corey.
Yeah.
Good. And
Ethan.
Ethan. How are you both?
I'm really good, thanks.
Yeah. So, Lydd Kart Circuit. Is it your first time here, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. And both in the cadets, I'm guessing, and you Superlight cadets. Have you done the season up to this point, both of you?
It's my first ever season in this.
Your first season, but you've both done the rounds up till now, yeah? So how did tell us about your seasons. How have they gone?
I think to me it was really good. I won the B final, obviously, and it was brilliant. And as well, I got pole in the last round as well, in the top group. So it's been amazing.
Awesome. And Ethan, how's your season gone, mate?
Really good. I think Wilton Mill's probably my favourite, just because it's really fast with monster curb on the last corner.
Awesome. Now, what your first season you mentioned in the cadets, these CLUB100 Cadet karts. What's been, if at all, doesn't matter if there's none, but what's been your experience in karting coming into this?
I've been starting racing when I was 7, and it's been 6 years ago, and I've been love karting since. I've been always getting more trophies and medals and all that. It's been amazing and all that, and I love my family, thanks to my mum, my parents, and my big brother as well.
Awesome stuff. Cheers, Corey. Ethan, what about you? What did you done karting-wise before coming into CLUB100, and how do you find CLUB100 as well?
So I think CLUB100 was my best, and I started at Team Sport go-karting. The karts there are pretty slow though.
Yeah, compared to these CLUB100 ones, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Look, you two have an awesome day. Actually, quick fire question. Favourite food?
Chicken nuggets.
Good answer. Favourite food?
Pizza.
Good answer. That's my answer. Have a good day, guys. Who we got here?
Cordell.
Cordell. How you doing, Cordell?
Great.
So, is this your first time at Lydd?
No, it's my second time, but I look forward to this one.
Second time at Lydd. Were you here with us last year with CLUB100?
Yes.
And how did you get on? Did you have a good time last year? Are you expecting good things today?
Yeah, I'm expecting good things today, and I had a good time last year.
Awesome. So tell us about your season so far, Cordell. How's it gone? Wilton Mill, the 2 rounds, and GYG?
Well, it's actually been really good because I've been for GYG and Glenny Gores. I finished 3rd in the final, and I really enjoyed that track. And so has Wilton Will. Although I didn't, I could have finished 1st. Someone took me out, so I ended up losing that race.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully that a better time of it today. High-speed track. Is that your preference? A nice high-speed, just a few chicanes really to break up the pace.
Yeah, I think so. I like high-speed tracks.
Awesome stuff. We're going to do quick fire questions. Favorite food?
Chicken pizza.
Favorite track?
Glenny Gores.
Favorite driver?
Lewis Hamilton. I actually met him. I met his dad because I was invited by him in 2022. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, brilliant stuff. You have a good day, man. And cheers for talking to us. Okay. Who else have we got? We're going to see. Just got to be careful here because some people are preparing for their sessions and whatnot. John, everyone going to behave themselves today, aren't they?
This is the super lights, Howard. They tend to be younger, fearless, lighter. Yes, but yeah, I'm keeping my fingers and toes crossed.
Well, you have just given the standard epic briefing, so they'll be fine.
Absolutely, mate. You know, I do it every time. But, you know, once they're behind that visor, mate, you know what I mean?
As someone who's driven JV's karts for years, I have no idea what he's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Right, who can we find? Let's go. you want an interview, mate? Who are we talking to?
Alfie Slattery.
Alfie, sorry, what?
Alfie Slattery.
And how's your season been going, Alfie?
Yeah, decent. First time here, so yeah, it's all right, I guess. Not winning, but doing good.
Yeah, so first time here. I think that's the case for a lot of drivers this weekend. Have you had a chance to go out there? Were you in the test session earlier? So your practice in a moment is going to be your first time out there?
Yeah, first time out there. I'm excited about it. It'll be good, yeah. So
talk us through it then. You've got a new track. Have you done any kind of preparation? Was that the case for Wilton and GYG, or is this your first new track of the season? How are you prepared for that?
this is my first new track of the season. I just watched a lot of videos, asked a lot of people, and prepared for it as much as I can, to be fair, yeah.
Awesome stuff. And how do you find these CLUB100 karts? They suit you? How do you like them?
They're better than normal karts, yeah. They've got grip. They're faster than normal karts. I think, yeah, they're the best karts I've raced. Let's go.
Awesome stuff. I'm going to assume proud parent.
Yeah.
How have you been finding? Did you say it was your first season with CLUB100, or?
We did a race last year, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is our first proper season where we've done a few races, so yeah.
And how are you finding the experience as a supporting actor?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, really good setup. So yeah, we're really enjoying it. The karts are great, so the marshalling's good. So yeah, and the tracks getting around the country is really good. So yeah, we're really enjoying it. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. All right, quick fire. Favourite food?
Pizza.
Favourite track? That's a good answer. That's my answer. Favourite track?
Wilton Mill.
Favourite driver?
Hamilton.
Alfie's dad. Favourite food?
Pizza.
Good answer. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Have a great day, Alfie.
Just real quick, hashtag Brentwood's better.
Absolutely. Cheers, guys. Thanks for talking. Oh, we got loads. Are you going to win today?
Definitely.
That's what we like to hear.
Gonna do my best. Attack as much as I can, defend as much as I can when I need to, and win.
That's what I like to hear. That's where I've been going wrong for years. No, it's great. Oh, hello. Are you going to win today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Right, let's talk to who we got here.
Ledger.
Ledger and
Caesar.
and
Daniel.
Ledger, Caesar and Daniel, right. And we're all cadet racers here, right? How do we like our CLUB100 karts? How do you feel about them when you're driving them?
They're fast and good.
Yeah?
What he said. What he said too.
Good. Fast and good, I like it. Have you three been to Lydd before?
Never.
All new to Lydd?
No.
All new to Lydd, okay, cool. So you're going to be learning it as you go out on practice today, yeah? Tell us a little about your season then. How has it been going, Ledger?
Awful. In Wilton Mill, I was second in the C race, and then I came last in the B. And in GYG, I qualified 9th, and I came last in the A race.
Okay, how's your season going?
This is my first race with CLUB100, so I'm a bit excited, but yeah, that's about it.
Awesome, so this will be your first time going out. I know, you've done a practice session before?
Yeah, I've done a practice at Wilton Mills, but not at Lydd.
Yeah, okay, so that's exciting, mate. I remember doing my first CLUB100 race. You enjoy that. And how's your season going, mate?
Well, my first race was in Glencore's. I won the C final, but came last in the B final.
Cool, okay, well, it's a high-speed track out there, so enjoy yourselves. Quick fire question, favourite food?
Not my mum's cooking.
I'm not sure I want to get into that controversy, but okay. Favourite food?
Pizza.
Favourite food?
I don't know.
That's fine. Keeping an open mind on it. Favourite track? Last one.
Bummer Park. Bahrain.
Buckman Park.
Nice. Sounds like you got to try out Buckmore Park later. But yeah, guys, have a fantastic day. Yeah, enjoy your racing. Thanks for talking to us. Okay, fascinating insight there. Pizza definitely winning on favourite food.
I'm still in shock from the comment about Mum's cooking. I think we may have started a bit of an issue, a family crisis there.
Can I just say, Mum, none of what he said applies to me. I've been...
DDMM does not fully agree with everything that the children say, just to make that absolutely clear. But anyway, it's good weather still. It's not as windy. It couldn't be much more windy than it was yesterday, but pretty good competitions for the drivers as they head out for their practice.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I think it's due to get at least as windy as yesterday, possibly a little stronger, and there's even a chance of rain, although it's hard to believe that as we're recording this right now. But yeah, there is apparently a chance of rain towards the end of today. So we've had rain here before, mate, and when it rains here, it tends to properly rain.
Technically, I'm not quite sure how the definition comes to this, but we are in a desert. I did not know this until yesterday. But yeah, when it does rain round here, it rains very heavily. We had an endurance race a few years ago, didn't we, mate, where it wasn't really karting, it was more like sailing like we've seen down at Dungeness last night. So yeah, it is very blustery, but it can have some heavy rain down here when it gets going.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, let's find some more people to talk to then. Hello, who we got here?
Noah Checkley.
Noah Checkley. I just bounced on you there. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, yeah.
So, been to Lydd before? Is this a track that served you well?
Yeah, actually I was here last year, CLUB100, and I actually did alright. It's like pole and like it was good last year, and hopefully I can get a win this year, get a bit up. I've got the pace. So yeah, I'm confident.
Absolutely. So talk us through your season so far, mate. We've had 2 rounds at Wilton and the GYG. How's it gone?
Yeah, I didn't do Granny Gores because I was off doing other racing things in like cars and stuff. But then I was doing Wilton Mill. Wilton Mill was fine. I was on the pace, but I think I just got a bit unlucky in both sessions. You know, lap 1 drama, just the spins and stuff. But I think I'm definitely up there. I think I want a trophy this year. I think that's my main goal. So I'm not really going for the championship, but then I think as long as I get a win, I'm happy.
Awesome stuff. So yeah, you've been here before. Lydd, a track that you liked, serves you well. Did you say you got pole here last year?
Yeah, it was in the B final though, it wasn't in the A, but I still class it as a pole.
Mate, I'm still dining out on C finals from years ago. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I think as long as I can replicate it, I think I'll be fine. So yeah, my fingers crossed.
Awesome stuff. You mentioned at the racing. How do you find the CLUB100 experience? And you know, you race other karts. How do you find it?
I think CLUB100's good because there's always like somebody to like race. It's like always really close racing, and then at the same time it's like got a really quick schedule. So like there's always something to watch on track. Like especially with you guys streaming as well, it can just be seen by loads more people. I think it's the best rent-a car like you can probably get on the market, and I think if you haven't signed up, you probably should. Not sponsored by the way, but just I enjoy the championship. It's good fun.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Noah. So I just started walking away from you then. I was looking for my next target, but no. Cheers for talking to us, mate. Have a good day. I've just realized Cameraman James is going to get annoyed at me because I didn't start my timer when we started this piece. So let's see. Who can we... I'm after... I have no idea what time we're on, Cameraman James.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Finn Chambers. Finn, this is your race, Finn.
We'll work it out. We'll work it out. We're all right. We're all right. I do know we've got... Should we get to some more driver's thoughts? Who have we got here?
William.
William, good to meet you, William. And it's getting very windy here, isn't it? How are you? How are you today? First time at Lydd?
Yeah, I've been practicing on my sim for the weeks leading up to this, so I think I'm hopefully well prepared for my first season in CLUB100 and first race at Lydd.
Okay, so sorry, have you competed in the season up to this point, or is this your first round?
I've competed in the season up to this point.
Okay, awesome. And so that was an interesting approach that you mentioned there. You've been practicing these circuits on simulators, yeah?
Yeah, I run a software called KartSim, and I've recently upgraded it to KartSim Pro, which gives a lot of all the CLUB100 circuits on it. Even though it doesn't feature the CLUB100 kart, it has got a kart that handles very similar to the CLUB100 kart.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So, yeah, hopefully that's giving you the sort of eye-in on the circuit ahead of time. How's your season gone so far then, through Wilton and GYG?
GYG I did quite well. Kart cut out on me. I was 14th in Group B, so I was doing quite well up to then. Generally, I've had high Group C's in the 2 Wilton Mills, so I reckon I'm doing well for my first season, I would say.
Awesome stuff. Well, have a good day's racing, and yeah, enjoy another day of CLUB100 racing and experience. I think I should say it's a nice approach. Other simulators are available. I feel I should be duty bound to say, but interesting approach there, isn't it? That's certainly dedicated. Should we take a look up on the balcony, James? So already the wind beginning to pick up here. And that is going to be a factor for them driving the karts. Most certainly that's, we saw yesterday actually some drivers maybe losing it at points where we wouldn't expect. But, obviously they're karts. They're not massively, it's not like an aerodynamic formula. But still the wind can unsettle the karts here. So that will be something to look out for. Oh, gosh. James, yeah.
I was nearly as asleep as our friend here.
Oh, yeah. Some people taking quite a chill approach, aren't they? So, I'm partially on your lookout. We've been tipped off that one of the drivers here today, a guy called Josh Greaves, his family... Is he down? He's downstairs. I won't tell you. Go, go, go. Come on, James. We'll get there. Watch the stairs, mate. We're on a mission, ladies and gentlemen. Do. This is the dummy grid for juniors. The dummy grid for the cadets is up the other end of the pit lane. So that's how they cycle between the two classes. It's Josh, isn't it?
Yeah, that's me.
We understand we've had a tip-off that you've got some family watching from quite far afield today. You want to give a shout-out to anybody?
Yeah, I'm just really happy that even though it's like 1 a.m. over where they are, they're still staying up to watch me. It's, down in New Zealand. I'm really thankful that they're staying up so late to watch me.
Awesome stuff. How's your season gone so far in Club 100?
Start was pretty inconsistent, but at Glenny Gores I managed to qualify at the front of the A. So it's had its ups and downs, but I'm a big fan of this track. I'm just going to see what I can do today.
Awesome stuff. Your first time at Lydd?
No, second time.
Okay, yeah. So you've already got your eye on the circuit. Nice stuff. Did it serve you well in the past?
Yeah, it served me really well in the past. I managed to make tons of overtakes in the final here last year. So this is definitely one of my favourite tracks. Just going to go see what I can do and get my eye in now.
Awesome. I'll let you focus on your next session, mate. Have a good time out there. So there we go. 8-3, who have we got?
Connor McNamara.
Hello, Connor. And how are you doing today?
I'm good.
You come a long way for Lydd today? Have you been here before?
No, I haven't been. I had to travel about 2 hours to get here.
Okay, and how long's it... how's your season gone so far, I meant to ask?
Not too good. I came last in my first race, I think. And then I've come sort of mid-pack in the B final both other times. But because it's my first season, I think I'm doing pretty well.
Okay, and tough one to throw at you when you sat in the car. What's the best thing about Club 100?
Probably the evenness of the karts, because they're all quite even, and I like that.
Awesome stuff. Well done on dealing with a quick-fire question just before you go out on track. Enjoy yourself. How close are we to... I think we've still got some time before the session goes out. Hi, Catherine.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. Now I've got my coffee.
This is the lovely woman who signs us all on, every Club 100 event and deals with everyone not turning up on time and all of that stuff, right?
Yes, keeping everybody happy, basically.
How long have you been working with Club 100 for now?
I raced for 16 years and then worked the rest, and cumulative 28 years.
Awesome. What's the best thing about Club 100?
Spending all my weekends with them.
Good answer. Not sure you're ever going to accept having an interview with me ever again, but yeah. Thanks for always signing us on. Oh, where's it going? Ah! I think we'll end the interview on that one. I don't think they want to talk to me now, because now They're getting their eye in on firing out of the pit lane. They come out just after chicane number 1. It's another thing if the rain comes. I do recall a massive bit of standing water on pit exit, and it's the only time you drive over it. So not all the karts used to clear that. So what usually out the pit lane is just to, you know, put your foot down on the throttle, out you go. It can be quite hairy in a rain situation. I think we've already spoken to some of the people I can see. Let's go over to Andrew. Hello, sir. How are we?
We're good. We're good. Not racing today.
No, that's true. Have you been to Lydd before? No, it's all right. I think we're coming up towards the end of the time that we've got anyway, mate. But coming into the second day of racing, I thought it was really close yesterday.
It was. I was just saying with one of the dads there, what I noted yesterday is because this circuit is one that drivers have been to maybe once, maybe twice before, or not at all. It's not like a Bookmore Park or a Wilton where everybody knows the line, the fastest ways to get around the corners. That mixed it up a bit, which was an interesting aspect of the racing. And then again, if we get a little bit of weather later on today, it's going to really spice it up. So, yeah. Yesterday indicated that it was very, very tight on time. These qualifyings that the folks on the stream will have already seen will be very important for that, determining whether you go in the A, B or C finals later on. So, yeah, it's all on the line for them today.
Absolutely. And that... Okay, we have got a bit more time. Brilliant. Right, we've got a cart just coming down the pit lane at the moment, so we'll just be careful of that. So yeah, I thought even that's the Club 100 mechanic special there of being able to drive a Club 100 car while sat on the bumper of it. Don't try that at home, folks. We've got the cadets forming up towards the back, so maybe let's finish off by getting some thoughts from themselves. So we're walking through. I mean, when they upgraded the facilities here at Lydd a couple of years back, it really was a big, big upgrade, which was great to see. There was a time, I think, where you'd come to Lydd in previous years. How are we doing? Who we got here?
Ryan McAllister.
And how... Is it your first time at Lydd today?
No.
And how's your season gone so far?
Not too good, but I've been in a final every race, so it's not too bad.
Sounds good, sounds good. Favourite food?
Sushi.
Sushi? That's the first one we've had for sushi. Nice choice. Favourite track?
PF or GYG.
Which one's sorry?
GYG.
GYG. Okay, awesome. Right, well, have a good... have you already been out there?
Yeah.
And how have you found the track?
Good, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Have a fantastic day. Enjoy your racing, man. Good sport. I'm not sure he was aware I was about to shove a microphone in his face, as indeed is nobody who I do this to. Let's see if we can get some thoughts. I don't want to break into a bit of a father-son briefing going on there as they get ready to go out. Number 50. It's Corey again. Corey, you're now in the car. You're ready to rock, man.
Yes, I am.
That's what I like to see. Is this you got a custom lid design, yeah?
Yeah, I repainted it.
You've repainted it. Nice. I'm liking it. I like the lightning.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I'm gonna. We didn't talk to Dad earlier, did we? Is it Dad? How do we find competing in Club 100, Corey's dad?
Yeah, he finds it really, really good. Yeah, like he just loves racing. Yeah.
Awesome. And what's it take in terms of, you know, I don't know how far you've had to come today. Had you done owner racing, or do you do owner racing at all? Or
no, we don't do owner racing. We've come from North Norfolk near Cromer, so it's quite a few miles. But oh, he's still talking. Yeah, this little boy's got autism as well. That's what that Matt does the autism.
Ah, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. That's great. And
Yeah, he just finds something that he's fixated with, and he's just obsessed with it.
absolutely. And karting gives him an outlet to really focus on, yeah?
Yeah, that's right, that does. Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. Okay.
As you can see, he's got a smile on his face from ear to ear, look.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Brilliant. Well, Corey, you have a cracking day, yeah? Have a good time out there. 56. Don't let me break your focus, but who have we got here?
Luke Cherrington.
Hello, Luke. And is this your first time at Lydd, Luke?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is it your first season with us in Club 100?
Yeah.
All right. Have you competed other rounds before now, yeah? How have you been finding it then, your first season in Club 100?
Really fun, yeah. Super fast as well. Quite surprising when you first get in it from rental karts.
Yeah, I remember it well. It was quite a few years ago now, but it is that feeling when you first put your foot down. So yeah, it is a high-speed track. Have you been, for your first time here, you've been preparing, watching videos? What have you been doing?
Yeah, I've watched a few onboard videos on it and learnt the line.
Lovely stuff. And is it Dad, is it? How have we been finding Club 100 so far in your first season, sir?
Yeah, it's great. It's good. It's good fun. It's a nice, accessible way to get into karting, I think. You know, we were a bit lost after rental karting as to what to do. Didn't want to buy our own kart. And so this is a nice, you know, sort of way to get into getting a bit faster karts and having fun.
Awesome. Now, Luke, can you win it today?
Hopefully.
That is the right answer. I like that. Okay, cheers for talking to us, guys. Thanks. So, there is. That's heavier than you think when you kick it.
That's your one cone warning for the day.
It is, yeah. That is. Thankfully, the rules have been changed this year, so I don't get a one-position penalty. I'd have to hit one again. I think we've got to wrap it up there, mate. But I can't note already. It's already the wind is picking up here. Already the clouds are starting to roll in where once we had clear blue sky.
And I've just had a text saying that rain coming in for around noon. So, yeah, it just shows how quickly the conditions can change here. And we're not that far from the sea. So, yes, great for us neutrals in the box because it's going to be very exciting, I think.
It does mean we get to be quite smug in that box. Shout out to all the camera crew. Right, we'll wrap it up there then. As you watch this, we're going to be getting into the racing action for the rest of the afternoon. So do enjoy, and thanks for keeping it here on Alpha Live.
the 13th place driver in his session. He had the slowest time of all of the 13th place drivers and thus lines up first on this grid. Then we get into the drivers who finished 14th in their respective sessions. Harry Kinkham alongside him, Luke Cherrington and Ledger Demetriou on row number 2. Then the drivers who finished 15th, Tristan Whiteside, Alfie Slattery, and 7th on the grid, Louis Lovell. Next is Soren Chambers, Harrison Holford, making his racing debut, I believe, if the graphic is catching up with me. He's making his debut, I believe, there. Starting 9th. Daniel Maratiak rounds out the top 10. Joshua Roberts is next, followed by, and rounding out the 12 cards on this grid, Juan Amendarez Bocanegra. That is how they line up then for the C final. Remember, the top 2 will qualify through into the pre-B final. Andrew, welcome back.
Thank you.
We were chatting. You actually weren't in the streaming room at the time we had this conversation. We were wondering about how much, if any, wet weather we've actually had in this cadets and junior season, and are there drivers who are going out here potentially driving in wet conditions for the first time?
There was a little bit in some of the Wilton Mill racing. And
yeah, okay.
So, yeah, they probably have had experience of some damp conditions. That, by the by, can't say for certain that it was in a pre-C final where there's 12 drivers and 2 of them will be going through into a pre-B. So the rate of return for these drivers, I would say every single one of them has got an opportunity to go through here into the pre-B final. If you keep it on the road, you're going to get a good position in this race.
I agree. The other thing I'd say as well is it's a difficult track to adapt to wet line 2.
Yes.
Well, those of you familiar with karting will be familiar with the idea that in the wet conditions you would take the wet line, you go out wide, or any form of motorsport actually, you go out wide onto the more abrasive surface where less rubber is laid down, you tend to get more grip on the outside. So you adapt your line to try and find that grip. Here at Lydd, I always find that's very difficult, mate, because you're on rail tracks anyway going through the chicanes. There isn't really a different line to take through the chicanes. If you went out wide there, you're going to lose a huge heap of time and not really gain that much in the way of grip. The bottom corner of the lap is really the only place where I think a proper classic wet line can be employed, of going out wide to maybe find more grip, get better drive back up the slope. Again, through the horseshoe, I don't really, maybe going out wide through the long left-hander, but there's a lot of stuff on the outside, and then certainly through the last corner, I don't see how a wet line really comes in.
It's, from my experience, and I'm not speaking as a wet weather specialist at all, I'm terrible in the wet when out in these karts. When I have driven around this circuit in the wet previously, I found that sometimes not a dramatic wet karting line, to use the abbreviated commas in that sense, but a very subtle one, you know, just coming in maybe half a kart width onto the inside of a line on those approaches to the chicanes. The other thing as well, it's quite a grippy surface here as well, so you can still use the tyres to good effect in these damp conditions. We've seen it be far wetter here at Lydd in previous events. I remember the last time we were here for an Alpha Live Club 100 stream. It was a couple of years ago now, and it was in the seniors. That really was a wet day. Yeah. And the whole wet weekend, I think there's parts of my kit that are still drying out from that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it's a circuit which we've already talked about, where drivers probably don't know this place as well as other circuits on the calendar.
Yes.
You add a little bit of wet weather into that, and it's going to be a bit of a journey into the unknown for a number of drivers in that respect. And hopefully they'll be able to lean on wet weather experience that they've had with the karts and the setups elsewhere in the country. Keep your comments coming in, everybody. Thank you for engaging today in the YouTube chat. We're keeping an eye on who's in the chat there. Let us know who you're supporting. I know we've got we've got lots of people from around the world, people from India tuning in. Hello to Rakesh, for example. So keep those comments in, and if you're enjoying the broadcast as well, and you haven't already done so, why not click that like button? It really does help us out here at Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media.
And if you are based outside the UK, I should say this never happens in the British summer. No. Never. Oh, this is so rare. But no, it is great to have so many people tuned in from around the world. Do hope you're enjoying this Alpha Live coverage of round 4 of the Club 100 Cadets and Junior Championships with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you missed yesterday's racing action when we had the lightweights, or the non-super lightweights, the heavier subcategory of lightweightedness, super racing, certainly, yes, that was the point I was getting at. Do definitely go onto the video page of the Alpha Live YouTube channel and watch it back. It was a really, really good day's racing. Not now. We're about to do today now. You want to stick around for now. But definitely worth checking it out because we had a lot of great racing here yesterday.
See John Patterson out there with his camera doing some great work as always with the photography here at Club 100.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And a shout out as well, because the conditions are getting a little bit miserable if you're stood in the middle of them. Shout out as well to the marshals. Couldn't go racing without them. And come rain or shine, they're out there making sure that the racing can go ahead. So shout out to them. And to the camera crew as well, who bring you the pictures, because I know they're having to deal with all that Mother Nature's throwing at them as well. So, yeah, it continues to be a big effort to get racing going, but going it shall. Go on, mate, sorry.
I was going to say a couple of shout-outs whilst we're waiting for the whistle to blow. Hello to Roy, who's cheering on Noah Hobson. Ollie as well, cheering on Noah. Jacob and Charlie Chipregi. Jacob Kent and Aidan Hammond. Hello to Jay, cheering on Kira Boylan. Cindy as well. And Reese supporting Henry Jones. Can we get up to 50 likes? We have a bit of a likes drive on the stream. If you've not clicked that button already, and if you've got multiple accounts, switch across, give the double like deploy as well. Really helps YouTube then spread the word of Club 100 and Alpha Live out to others as well, which is all of a great help to our young drivers here at Lydd. I think we are just waiting, and there it is. There's the whistle to indicate drivers that it is time to start their engines. And they'll be rolling out in a second for this Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-C final. The job in hand for everybody is to try and qualify through to the Pre-B final, and in fact also the Trophy B final, by finishing first or second in this race. If they don't worry, there'll be more opportunities when we get to the Trophy C final later on this afternoon, and another 2 drivers will race through and repechage through. It's also an opportunity for a trophy, so if you like collecting things on the mantelpiece, maybe the best place to finish in this race is 3rd and then win the Trophy C final. I don't know. But the drivers rolling out. There is the number 13 of Ledger Dimitriou. Dan Underhill walking across back to his station out there on circuit. Great team of Club 100 staff here getting things underway. Field will form up behind our pace kart driver for our first race in the super lightweights here today at Lydd. Everyone getting ready to follow this one round a windy, slightly damp Lydd race circuits here in Kent.
And I'm afraid it's due to stay that way as well. I'm not seeing any significant breakup in the rain, to be honest. I actually think that it's not actually raining right now, unless I'm very mistaken. I think it's just damp at the moment, very light rain, but I think it's due to pick up again in the next few minutes. So we'll keep an eye on we'll keep an eye on that. Easy for me to say, as our racing gets underway. Rolling start, of course, here in Club 100. So we'll be under starters orders once the pace car has pulled to one side. And then we will be underway. Clayton Salton in that 33 kart. Harry Kinkham alongside in the 71. There's the pace kart driver pulling to one side. And so it is going to be eyes on the lights, engine notes rise. And for these 12 drivers, perhaps a bit of a voyage into the unknown. Gets underway now into the first chicane. How are we through here? They'll get the understeer. We've got one spinner at the back, two spinners now, three spinners through the first chicane. There is the option of a false start, but I think on the whole that'll be called good, and that's a spin from second place.
Yeah,
I think that's Kinkum. And we've got more spinners here as the drivers struggle to get to grips with the lack of grip. But I think it is still Clayton Salton who's managed to negotiate this. Drivers spinning not only on corner entry here, Andrew, but as they get the power down as well. But it is the 33 of Clayton Salton who drives back up the other side of the circuit. And, yeah, we're definitely going to have to call this as they come through because it's all change from the grid. That is the number 40 in second place.
That's Alfie Slattery, who started P6, so that's a really good bit of work by Alfie to, as I say, just keep it on the road in these early few laps, and you could find yourself in a very good position. But Clayton Salton will come round the final couple of corners to lead at the end of lap 1. 11 minutes for all of our races here this afternoon. And Salton leads by 1.8 seconds ahead of Alfie Slattery. Crucially, though, Alfie Slattery is going to have a several seconds, 7.6 second lead over Tristan Whiteside. That's a great start from Tristan Whiteside as well, who started 5th. And then coming through is Harrison Holford. So the driver in their first race in Club 100 has survived that first lap and a couple of the spinners out there and avoided all of that chaos. And is up to 4th place from the 5th row of the grid. Luke Cherrington has dropped down 2 spots to 5th. Daniel Marachak has also had a good start, up 4 to 6th. Spinners on that first lap. Looks like Louis Lovell, Soren Chambers, Harry Kinkum as mentioned, Ledger Dimitriou, Joshua Roberts, all had spins, as well did Juan Aram Darius Bocanegra.
I think maybe even only the top 3 or 4. Maybe Luke Cherry, maybe down to 5th place were the only drivers who I think might not have had a spin there.
Yeah.
I think everybody else had some form of incident on that first lap as they get to grips with this. And bold moves being made there. That is, was that the third scene of Ledger Dimitriou trying to make a move?
And what you saw there was what we're talking about with the wet line and how it can be a bit of a tricky one to call here at Lydd, because initially Dimitriou got the inside line kind of a bit tighter to the apex coming off the horseshoe than you would in normal conditions. It got a real slingshot, but then went back onto the normal racing line and slid out wide, and it allowed the drivers on that subtly inside line. Oh, as round there goes Whiteside, half spin, but loses a couple of positions.
But this is exactly the thing. Through these chicanes, there isn't really a wet line. It's just the line.
At some point, you've got to cross where all the rubber is.
Yeah. So, and it, you know, it can be pretty much where they're putting the power down. This corner here is where a wet line, I think, can come in if you take a wider line. Not seeing any of the drivers going right out wide there at the moment, Andrew. As this, by the way, is the battle over 8th place through the horseshoe. Again, I mean, some drivers are venturing out wide on the long left-hander part, but at this point here, where they come onto the back straight, there is just the line.
Yeah.
There really isn't a lot to be done differently here. Fastest lap of the race from Salton, our race leader, 105.513. So finding the pace out there, Andrew, in these difficult conditions. You'll see the back kick out there. There is the oversteer, excuse me, that we always talk about in these conditions. Chronic understeer on corner in, difficult oversteer on corner out. That's basically what drivers are fighting. So the two types of incident you'll see, your drivers not turning in, right, at the start of a corner, and either just skirting wide, understeering off into the grass, or perhaps panicking, jabbing the brakes, and putting themselves into a spin.
Oh.
There goes around the 14. That's Louis Lovell, and that's from 5th place for him. And
we'll need help to be recovered from that one.
We should highlight that point. That is a key difference, Andrew, between the cadets and junior and senior racing in Club 100. If you go off in cadets, you are encouraged to stay in your kart and be assisted by a track official. Whereas if you were to go off and get beached in the juniors or seniors, is the convention that you would sort of recover your own kart back onto track.
Yeah, that's a shame for Louis, trying to qualify for a B final or a B level race for the second time this year. Our two drivers at the front of the order, though, they've both seen B finals so far in 2023, looking to do so again.
A good battle going on here, Andrew. Changes in the battle over 3rd place. Harrison Holford in the 102 is in 3rd, followed by the 71 of Kinkum there and the 56 of Luke Cherrington. This is actually a very close battle on track, and Holford making his debut, if I remember correctly, as round goes Kinkum, and that's going to be gutting for him. He's running really well, And was that Dimitriou in
Yeah.
sympathy as well?
Dimitriou managed to... I was about to say Dimitriou has managed to find a way through and then had a spin on the exit of chicane number 2. I think Luke Cherrington was also involved there.
I cannot emphasise enough to these young drivers, though, the key thing to do in this situation, yes, obviously, try and keep it pointing the right way. Try and keep it on the grey stuff. But if you go into a spin, keep fighting.
Yeah.
Keep going. Get yourself back onto that track for 2 reasons. Number 1, everybody's doing much the same, so you still could pick up a great result. Number 2, the only way you're going to learn to get better at these conditions is time and experience in them.
Yes.
That's it. So even if you go, there's no way, I've spun off 3 times, dust yourself off, get back on that track, and learn how to deal with these conditions.
And the other thing as well is say, yes, there are the warnings now for cone penalties, but all it takes, if you're Halford or Cherrington, is 1 cone penalty for a driver up ahead, or one mistake, and it's back open again.
Absolutely.
Because if there are penalties, we hope they're not penalties, of course, but if there are, they're always done by position. Contact warning for Ledger Dimitriou. This is a good scrap. This is over 4th place between Cherrington and Kingham, and Cherrington nicely using the outside line there on the coming out of chicane number 2. Holds that position ahead of Cherrington, trying to chase down Harrison Halford at the moment. So I've got to say, this is a very for a first ever drive, first ever race scenario here in Club 100. This is a very good drive from Harrison Halford. Best lap time so far for Halford at 1 minute 9.750.
Yeah, and a new fastest lap of the race as well from Pleton Sultan, showing that kind of discrepancy that you can get.
That's going to be a bit of a spin. I think that may have been Harry Kingham. Yes, it was. Unfortunately, the number 71 just got caught out by Cherrington braking a little bit earlier. Did the right thing, got on the anchors to make sure that he didn't run into the back of the number 56, but unfortunately, a spin there for the 71 falls down to 6th place.
Yeah, absolutely disappointing there. But as I said just a moment ago, get back on it, get back on track, see what you can salvage from this one. This is Halford in 3rd place, what we were looking at there. This is... Who have we picked up with here? Is this Whiteside? Potentially, I think.
2nd place, it's Alfie Slattery.
Oh, excuse me, sorry, the 40, not the 47. My apologies. Yes, indeed, Alfie Slattery currently running in very clean air. Possibly wondering what's happened to all of his fellow competitors, but at the moment, he's exactly where he needs to be to get the promotion spot. There's the 47 of Whiteside, who was battling away with Soren Chambers. In fact, Soren's only 1 second up the road from him. They were slightly closer together a lap ago, so a good little battle there. He's trying to stay with Sorensen if he at all can.
And another key thing, and I must admit this was with the older spec tyre, not the Dunlop tyre that we're racing on now, but particularly around this circuit, tyre temperature in these conditions is very important because you need that temperature to be able to get the kart sliding around and actually gripping, which is a lot harder to do when the tyre is cold. Remember this because a few years ago I did a wet session around here. Is that Dimitriou looking down the inside of Cherrington. Basically, there was a problem that meant I had to come in and change karts about 2-3 laps into a practice session, and I was miles off the pace relative to everybody else because they had that temperature, and my kart didn't. Yeah. Number 56 goes down the inside. That's a change for 3rd place. Yeah, so Cherrington going past Halford there for 3rd place, but it's I imagine it's a bit of a vicious cycle for some of these drivers at the moment.
And there's Dimitriou, and that's round for Halford. So that was Dimitriou trying to put a move into the horseshoe, and Halford just understeered wide into Cherrington.
Yep.
And that was enough to put him around. Now it is Cherrington versus Kingham because Dimitriou's got through and all that. So it's now Dimitriou versus Cherrington versus Kingham in that order. I say that. The latter two are side by side coming out of the corner. That is Cherrington versus Kingham. And Cherrington holds on for now. But disappointment there for Halford. He does drop out of that 3rd spot. But only down to 6th, Andrew. This is the key thing.
Yeah.
Still worth keeping pushing in these conditions. So it is now Pleton Sultan by 9.5 seconds from Alfie Slattery. Then a further 28 seconds. I mean, fair play to the top 2. They are keeping it pointing the right direction.
As that is Joshua Roberts, number 105 going round.
Yeah. But 28 seconds to gap then to this Dimitriou, Cherrington, Kingham pack. Then a further 6 seconds now back to Halford after that spin. who's only 1.3 ahead of Soren Chambers, who's running in 7th at the moment. Then it's Tristan Whiteside, then it's Louis Lovell, then Juan Armendariz Bocanegra, Daniel Marutiak, excuse me, and then Joshua Roberts to round out the field. That's how they are at the moment. I shouldn't have given a rundown then because we were only 30 seconds from the checkered flag.
Indeed.
But that's how they're running. But fair play to the top two here, Andrew. Sultan and Slattery, they have dealt with these conditions with aplomb.
Yeah, and let's say what we're starting to see now, just to come back to that point about tyres, it can be a vicious cycle of you've got cold tyres because you've had a spin. Looking down the inside there is Cherrington on Dimitri. This is for 3rd place. And, it's going round there. It's going to be Dimitri. Oh, loses control. Protest, but now I think that was a driver error, unfortunately, for Dimitri coming through chicane number 2. The checkered flag is out, by the way, and Platon Sultan has gone through. So Platon will go through to the pre-B final. Alfie Slattery, mainly off the back of that first lap, will be second. A very good drive there from Alfie Slattery to not have any spins, keep his tyre temperature and keep circulating around. The point being, just to finally wrap it up, you have a spin, you lose tyre temperature, you then lose time. You then try and push harder to recoup said time, but you're on cold tyres, you spin again. And you've almost got to give yourself a couple of laps to get the warmth into the tyres. And it shows, because actually the fastest laps were coming in for those outside of the top 2, pushing on with nothing to salvage to the end of the race, I suppose.
Indeed. Great win for Platon Sultan, though. Kept it controlled, kept a cool head when it was difficult conditions. I will say, just in the last few laps there, the lap times dramatically improved for almost all drivers, setting personal best. So track conditions may be improving as we look ahead to the pre-C final in our Superlight Juniors. Let's take a look at the grid then for this first race of the day for our super lightweight junior class. Eden James will start this one from pole position. Thomas Hughes alongside. Then it's Harry Bowman and Jensen Davies next on row 2. Toby Edelston and Jacob Uquil will be on row 3. Then it's Tyler Masters and Alexander Campbell on row 4. Kira Boylan and Harvey Henry to round out your top 10. Noah Rogerson and Henry Jones are row 6 of the grid, and then it's Oliver Bamford Sr. and Dan Campbell on 7. Matthew Phillips and Elena Gabrielli are your 8th row of the grid. Richard Winkham and Paloma Jaculo are row number 9. Then it's Rudy Gilmore Kelly, Jack Steele to round out your top 20. Thomas Wordley and Henry Pomeranz Door. Then it's Andrea Brahori Mustita and Liam Barrow on row 12. Finally, final 2 rows here, Curtis Dewayne and Taylor England, followed by Finn Chambers to round out your 27 drivers in this race.
Big field, this one, for the juniors. But as we saw with the cadet super lightweight pre-C final, first lap's going to be key with this one. Anyone who keeps themselves on the island stands a good chance here to gain a number of positions in this field. Top 2 go through to the Pre-B final once again. Eyes on those lights for 11 minutes here at Lydd for the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-C final. And straight away, trouble for our pole sitter. Eden James cuts to the grass and is going to lose a number of positions. Well, at least he kept it pointing in the right direction. But once again, just showing how difficult it is out there. There's another half spinner in the middle of the pack. And I think a couple more drivers are going to be piling in there as it all traffic jams up in the middle of the second chicane. Not a lot that any of the drivers could do with that one. We're coming out through the Parabolica now. Well, there you see Eden James in the number 22 has probably lost 10 or 12 positions with all of that, but still good amount of time to potentially fight back through. Remember, these are all drivers who qualified 9th in their groups downwards to qualify through for this pre-B final. and move for the lead being done there into the final couple of corners. These can be tricky in these conditions, but everyone, I've got to say, at the front of the field, dealing with this very, very well. It's the number 39 of Toby Edelston who's come through to lead at the end of lap 1. No, apologies, Thomas Hughes has got up the road. Edelston is in second place. The rest of them filing through the order now. Bowman, Boylan, great start for Kira Boylan, up 5 positions off the start. Great starts as well for Henry Jones as there's more spinners down at chicane number 2.
That's from quite high up as well, I think.
Yeah, it's the 138 of Matthew Phillips who'd gained 9 places on lap 1, but now loses all of those positions and more. Tumbles down the order here in the Pre-C final. Oh, what a
that's
shame.
too fast for the 72. Yeah, that was coming in way too fast and hits the barriers. So that's
Kira Boylan, who was up in 4th place, so another driver who'd had a great start in the Pre-C final. Unfortunately, falls all the way down to the order. Also, maybe in a spot of bother there, because I think there could have possibly been a restart on the grass.
Yeah, that is true. That's something that they'll be looking out for as well. Battle heading towards the final corners here, as they were. I suppose you do sort of see a wet line coming through here. This is a battle, though, between Dan Campbell, Tyler Masters, and Jack Steele. This is over 11th place. And one of the closest battles on circuit at the moment. 2 seconds the gap out front between Hughes and Edelston. Oh, and there's the 75 of Jacob Equil cutting across the front of Campbell's kart there in the battle over 5th. But I think that's just when the kart started to grip up for him. Through the bottom corner they come. You can see the rear stepping out on them as they put the power down sometimes. So long as they don't go into a spin, that's fine. Battle going on between our pole sitter, Eden James, and is that Harvey Henry he's battling with out there? I think it is. Going down the back straight now, trying to get past Alexander Campbell, ahead of him in the 94. Oh, sorry, it was Noah Rogerson that Eden James is battling with. Yeah, so it's Campbell, James, and then Rogerson, I think, as they come to cross the line. Yes, indeed, it is. Coming into the first chicane. And that's going to be a lovely switchback for the 22 of Eden James if he can get it turned in. Can he get it turned in? Can he hold the grip round the outside on Alex Campbell? Yes, he can. Nice move there from our pole sitter for this race, Eden James. And that move started on the way that he drove out of chicane number 1 because he set up a great drive and actually squirreling around on the curb now is Campbell. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get the attentions of Noah Rogerson behind him.
Yeah, that was a classic one of those where you didn't want to panic, you didn't want to try and get the move done in one corner, play the slight long game across these corners to eventually get that outside line through the exit of chicane number 2 to take advantage. So Hughes leads by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Edelston. Edelston has got a 1 second gap over. Oh, there's a bit of squirming there for drivers coming through the last couple of corners. Oh, and that was that Alexander Campbell, running very wide out of the final corner. Manages to get it back on the road. May get a track limits warning for his trouble. Indeed does. The gap closing in for second and third place is off there. Can't quite make out which number it is. It is the number 95 that's had a spin out there. That's Rudy Gilmore Kelly, who was running well in the mid-pack, was gaining positions, but tumbles down the order once more. Another one of our drivers out there. I think there was also trouble for Jack Steele in all of that. Second place battle here, Edelston and Jones. Jones has got on with things very nicely in the last couple of laps. He's all over the back of Toby Edelston, the driver who at GYG was in the A final. Probably a bit surprised to be in the C level races here. There's a yellow flag out at the last couple of corners. So Jones will just have to hold off there as the driver off to driver's left, facing the wrong way. This is a great scrap for the last spot in the Pre-B final. Wider line being attempted there by Jones, trying to get the tyres to work through the first chicane, try and get the run out of the first chicane and approach chicane number 2. He's on the outside now. Can he get his nose ahead? Yes, he can. Nice. Great stuff from Henry Jones. Goes through into second place.
Yeah, it was lovely. It's reminiscent of what we saw Eden James doing a couple of laps ago, getting that better drive off of the first chicane, but this time chose to go to the outside of the driver he was trying to get by. So lovely stuff from Henry Jones, and he's up into second place. And this is what you can get as well in these conditions, is that drivers who maybe they were involved in a spin on the first lap, not even necessarily through driver error, it takes such a light tap on these karts to send them round in these conditions. Drivers, but once they get into some clean air, they actually have decent pace, as that is the 75 of Jacob Aquil. Is that firing past Harry Bowman there? Really good drive on there, but can he get it turned in?
Too much speed.
Too much speed, and through goes Bowman again. It's going to be side by side across the line. It is going to be job done for Jacob Aquil, but yeah, heart in the mouth stuff all the while. You can see that slightly wider line being taken through the first chicane. That's working well. Gives them good drive off the corner. But yeah, drivers, as they're finding their feet, finding their way in this, Andrew, and perhaps importantly, don't have other karts around them so much. As which battle is this? Is this traffic, or is that a... We'll have to see who that is coming around. That is Henry Jones, I think, putting a lap on someone there.
There's been problems for Thomas Wordley. Unfortunately, he's fallen down to 23rd place. There is Edelston, currently in third place. Keep an eye out for Daniel Campbell as well. Has just gained 3 positions on that last lap. He's up to 7th place. There's a yellow flag out for, I would imagine, someone off in the bark on driver's left-hand side. Now, there's a back marker just pulling over to one side there and letting the traffic going through.
Very much pulling over to one side. That's very courteous driving there. Bit of an awkward one there, because technically they've passed it, unless they are the cause of the yellow flag. They're technically inducing. Yeah, that's another kart round. That's Jack Steele in the 1-2-3 at the first chicane. So still about keeping it on the island if you possibly can. Close battles on track, because we've got another stationary
Curtis
kart there.
Dwayne.
Yeah. So close battle. What I will say, Finn Chambers and Elena Gabrielli has been fairly close the last few laps. Gabrielli's just got past Finn Chambers. That's the 46 getting by the 24. It's for 16th place, but that's been fairly close for the last few laps. We're looking here at Harry Bowman in 5th versus Eden James in 6th. And there's Eden James going deep into the horseshoe, but I think he should make that pay off if he can find the grip through the left-hand portion of the corner, and yes, he can. So Eden James working his way back up now, and up into 5th place as they head down the back straight. And it's the case of, you can see, by the way, when we talk about the underseat, you can see how long they're putting the steering angle in. That shot into this final corner is actually a very good example, because you can see the car, how long they have to be putting the steering input in before they see a response from the car. You just don't see that in the dry. It's usually a quick flick into the corner, whereas here you'll see this pronounced long period of steering going, come on, grip, and then finally they get the grip to do something with in the corner. That is the essence of driving with slick tyres in the wet. And then, of course, you'll see the counter steer on corner exit as they put the power down, as was just beautifully demonstrated there by Henry Jones, as the 53 is well off in the final corner. That makes it Curtis Dwayne. Curtis struggling to get on terms with these conditions out there today. 39 here of Toby Edelston is your 3rd place driver. Just getting by on some traffic there, I think. To be fair, Andrew, as the 1-2-3's off again, so there's Jack Steele again, I'm afraid. Drivers do need to be careful here, Andrew, because penalties we've not really spoken about much this weekend are overtaking under yellows.
Yes.
And also spinning out under yellows. Because that is deemed to not be you not being in control of your kart in a section where you have been instructed to be cautious.
Yes.
And so the conditions don't negate that rule. It doesn't make it go away. So the drivers do need to be careful here.
If anything, it makes it even more stern, because the likelihood is if the yellow flag is out, there could be a driver recovering their kart, a track worker, or whatever it may be. So that's why that is quite a strong penalty. Oh dear, as a cone has seen better days there, being replaced. And Jack Steele will rejoin the circuit. Change for 14th place, by the way. Elena Gabrielli has taken that spot away from Paloma Giacomo.
I think Gabrielli, she's finding some really good pace out there. You know, she's put moves on Finn Chambers and Giacomo in the last few laps. What's the gap? I think challenging Kira Boylan as well. So getting to grips with these conditions is the number 46 of Elena Gabrielli, working her way up through the teen positions.
That's Eden James going past Thomas Wordley. That's not for position, we should state. But Eden James looking good here. P5. We are on the last lap as Dwayne is, well, initially recovered back onto the circuit, but there might be a technical problem at the back of the kart. For Thomas Hughes, this has been a very, very good performance. Very good indeed in testing conditions here in this Junior Super Lightweight Pre-C final. He's coming on to the back straight now. Was in a good position, a lot of pressure starting from second on the grid, but crucially got through those first couple of corners unscathed and did not look back from there on in. And he's going to come around the final corner here in the number 67 to take race victory in the Pre-C final. Henry Jones fights through from 12th on the grid to take the second and final repechage spot into the Pre-B. Looks like it'll be Toby Edelston, who had a really good start as well. In third place, we'll have pole position for the Trophy C final. Jacob Equil 4th, Eden James 5th, Harry Bowman 6th, ahead of Daniel Campbell. Then Alexander Campbell across the line, Harvey Henry and Richard Winch come all in the top 10 in that one. Henry Pomeranz-Dor in 11th, Noah Rogerson 12th, but did pick up a penalty across the course of that race. Kira Boylan had a really great start, but then Span 13th, Elena Gabrielli and Paloma Giacomo 15th. That is a race result that you can review on results.alphatime.co.uk/Club100. For now, though, we're going to turn our attention back to the cadets. The Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final is out next.
Let's take you through the grid then for this next race, the Pre-B final in Super Lightweight Cadets. It's going to be Druv Rort on pole with Corey Chapman alongside Noah Hobson and James Vout on row number 2. Zaya Ono and Elliot Griggs are row 3. Jake Matthews and Joseph Davies on row 4. Jack Beasley and Jacob Kent round out the top 10. Then it's going to be Max Wainwright and Samazi Daliwal, Ethan Hall and Jack Horton on row number 7. William Horton and Ruben Bagri on row 8. Then it's Cordell Sinclair and Felix Thode on row number 9. Row 10 is occupied by Caesar Chen and Jacob Chipregi, and I haven't actually got a confirmed result from that Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-C final. I presume it's going to be Platten Sultan and
Alfie Slattery.
I haven't actually got a confirmed result in the box. I'm sure they know because they'll be out there, but it hasn't actually come through to me yet. Didn't see any penalties for them during that race, though. So,
and because the conditions are fairly stable now, wet but stable, this could be a good race for those qualifying through from the Pre-C final.
Very true.
Because they know how the track is driving at the moment.
Indeed.
Or more so than the rest of the drivers who haven't, maybe not driven since the very first timed qualifying session around lunchtime when it was dry. Ready to go then, 11 minutes on the clock for the Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final here at Lydd. And off they go for the start of this one. Druv Rout looking for a good start into the first couple of corners. Big deep move there by Corey Chapman as well, and they both made it round. Good start for our Cadet Super Lightweights as they head down to the second chicane. This is where we've seen a lot of the spinners, particularly on the first lap, and there's a couple of them taking an extra wide line on the grass there, but I think broadly everybody is round the first part of the course.
Yeah, way more confidence I'm feeling from this field. I know, perhaps we'd expect that. The B finalists, the B pre-finalists, qualifying better, maybe therefore having more pace and general experience, thus confidence. But they're really going for it here in these conditions. And this is the battle for the lead coming back up the circuit. Corey Chapman through at the horseshoe, but he gets bad drive onto the back straight and gets clipped on the side pod as well by Rott. Coming back past him onto the back straight. And that's how it can go when you're having a dogfight in wet conditions. It's all about the grip. Better grip on the inside there in the mid-corner for Chapman, but not enough on exit, and it's still Druvrot at the end of lap number 1.
And that was all. Again, the exit of the horseshoe coming onto the back straight is probably one of the slipperiest points on this course as Rout goes round the outside and takes the lead.
Spinners on that first lap then, or drivers who've had a slow one. Jacob Kent, Jack Horton and Caesar Chen, I think all struggling to find their feet in these conditions. And that's round 4, Max Wainwright in the 46. He'll resume racing there. I think he was having a battle with the likes of James Vout. Is that him round again? Sorry, I was saying he was having a battle with Zaya Honor. No, it's not him round again. That's the 77 of Dhaliwal. On to the back straight, though. This is Noah Hobson trying to chase down a golden ticket to the Pre-A final. Going around the last corner of the lap now. Trying to catch that 50 of Corey Chapman ahead of him. Stepping out the rear hit. That's fine. That's them getting the power down. So long as you can control that, that's good. Wider line being taken by race leader Druvrot through that first chicane. Paying well for him on corner exit. This is interesting now. The fight beginning to develop for second place. Elliot Griggs not a million miles away from them either there in the 60 car. And then there's this battle between James Vout and Jack Beasley. And I think that's gone the way of Vout for now. I think the 25 still ahead of Beasley, who had a lot of success in the opening round of this season. Did Beasley. Took some race wins. Took the pre-A final and A final wins at the first round at Wilton Mill. Good line from Vout, though, through the horseshoe onto the back straight and stays ahead of Beasley for now.
Penalty for Jack Horton. Not sure what it was for, but unfortunately the number 17 will fall down the order. Also not a good lap for William Horton. Lost 5 positions last time around. New fastest lap of the race for our race leader, 64.352 seconds. Leads now by 1.7 seconds. There is James Vout in the bright yellow helmet. That's a personal best for Vout so far in this race. 64.371. Beasley not too far behind, though, but that outside line for Vout gets a bit crossed up, though, on the curb just as you come out of chicane number 2.
I'll tell you what it is. Beasley's line through the first chicane far better. You can't get the grip there going up the inside. The outside line there, the wet line working well there for Vout to keep him ahead. But where Vout's losing the time is off that first chicane. Beasley taking the much wider line through the first chicane. Gets him great drive heading towards the second chicane. That's why he's always challenging there each lap, even though at this point in the lap he looks several kart lengths behind. Zaya Honor is next down the road from this battle as side by side through the last corner. That's Vout on the back of Griggs. Elliot Griggs nearly losing out there. But look as they come through this first chicane, you're going to see that 21 go far wider out. Actually, no, Vout this time gives that line much more of a try, and that might just save him heading towards chicane number 2. He's got to be wise of Beasley on the outside. Beasley's going to try around the outside. I genuinely thought he was going around them with pod-to-pod contact mid-corner, but he is through, is Beasley, and up into 5th place. He'll go for a wide line here, as to will Vout, and that might give them much better drive off the corner than the 60 of Griggs, and it does. And that's at least one kart by. That's Beasley through on Griggs, and into the horseshoe. James Vout is going to have a go as well at Elliot Griggs, but Elliot Griggs finds better grip on the outside of the right-hander coming into the horseshoe section, and so it ebb and flows through the greasy track conditions here at Lydd.
I tell you what, we've got the most part of 6 minutes to go. Beasley's the fastest driver on circuit. Vout looking for perhaps a way through past Griggs as they go through the double right-hander at the end of the circuit. James Vout flirts with the bark there. It's going to be down the inside of Griggs as they approach chicane number 1 and through. But keep your eyes on Jack Beasley because he's absolutely flying. He did a 104.2. It wasn't his fastest lap, but you consider that he was overtaking 3 karts in the process of that lap. He is scything in on Corey Chapman, who did a 1 minute 6.085 last time around. At that rate, a lap and a half, and Beasley is going to be knocking on the door for P2.
Absolutely. Droverout leads by 1.7 seconds from Corey Chapman, who's 1.2 seconds ahead of Beasley. But I think that gap is... And penalty for Beasley. Now, I wonder what that... I do... Oh, and wide for Vout as well. Collects a cone on the outside of the entry to the horseshoe. So, drama for many of the drivers we've been watching for the last few laps. But Chap Beasley, I wonder if it was for the pass on Vout. There was some contact, of course, in that. I'm not sure about that. Vout really likes getting close to that, and Elliot Griggs just swoops in here as they're both putting a lap on Samardeep Dhaliwal. What else is good battles going on out there? Jaya Honor and Jake Matthews battling over 7th place. That's the 52 and the 73. Also behind them, Ruben Bagri and Caldwell Sinclair as round has gone. Is that...
I think that might be Beasley. It is
Beasley.
Jack Beasley.
So that was...
with the number 74 of Jacob Kent, who's off the lead lap.
Slow-moving 46 there as well. That's Max Wainwright trying to get back up to speed, potentially after a spin at the last corner. And wide again from Vout. That's almost a cup. I honestly could be watching a replay there. That is identical to what we saw a lap ago in his pursuit of Elliot Griggs. And the problem there, Andrew, is you get one exception, one warning with cone penalties. There is a cone warning showing for James Vout. It is not our call to make, folks. He's got to be careful, though, because whether he's very close to a penalty if he's not already accrued one there. He is by, though, on Elliot Griggs. Into the first chicane they come. And that is Vout to 4th place for now. There it is, confirmed. Unfortunately, cone penalty for James Vout. So he'll be docked a position from wherever he finishes in the final classification. Great battle developing over 7th place. The 52 of Jaya Honor leading Matthews, Bagri and Sinclair. They've all closed up coming on to this lap. This is a battle slightly further back, as I say. As we're looking here at Beasley coming into the horseshoe.
Oh, that was a lovely move down the inside. Yeah. That was the number 74.
That's actually to unlap himself, I think, from Jacob Kent.
Well, we saw Jacob Kent have some really good pace early on. Started this race 10th on the grid. And will be probably a little bit annoyed in a way that the pace has been good. Had it not been for a spin early on in the race, it would have been right up there. But it's within his rights to go for that one. Down the inside there, I think we're looking here at number 52 of Zaya Honor, who's driving really well so far. It's up to 7th place.
It's the 52. They all work their way. This is all for position between these carts now. Onto the back straight.
We have had a change for the lead. Gosh, Corey Chapman has gone through past Droverout. Not changing things in terms of down the inside. Goes Ruben Bagri there, trying to get through past Zaya Honor as well. The number 77 is just ahead. That's Samardeep Dhaliwal, who is off the lead lap at the moment. 40 seconds to go. We might get one more in.
Yes, that was Sinclair on Bagri. The race leader's just going through the horseshoe now, I think, Corey Chapman.
Doesn't change things for the promotions at all.
That's between Noah Hobson and James Vout for 3rd. They collect each other through the horseshoe, and that's devastating for those two. They weren't perhaps realistically in the hunt for the top 2 positions, because I think those had perhaps... Well, they weren't that far off, were they? And that's going to be devastating for both of those drivers. It looked very racing incident-y to me, Andrew, but we were just picking it up.
Yeah, it looked to me like 2 wet racing lines, both conjoining on the apex of the bend there. Don't think that was deliberate at all.
Final lap, Corey Chapman heading down to chicane 2 at the moment, I think. This is still Hobson and Vout. But our lead driver, Corey Chapman, who took the lead, there he is, number 50. Got by on Droverout. We didn't see it a couple of laps ago, but has done it when it counts here. Doesn't have the fastest lap of the race, but does have the consistency that's brought him to the head of this field.
Has indeed. You've got to give it to Corey Chapman, was under attack from other drivers earlier in this race. I mean, that shows as well, just looking for where Jack Beasley's ended up here. He's back in 6th place.
Yeah.
Even though he's had a spin. Does have a penalty, we should remind ourselves, though. But look out for Jack Beasley when we get to the Trophy B final later on this afternoon. But for Corey Chapman, well, this is a very good race to win because it not only puts Corey Chapman through to the Pre-A final, it gives him an indication of the results of the conditions before that race. And Chapman goes through, also sets a personal best on the last lap, 64.712. Druv Rout goes through in 2nd place as well. Oh, there's a spin there.
After the line or no, that's before
no,
the line.
that's coming out of the Parabolica. I think that might have been Jacob Ciapregi in the number 81. We'll check in due course. Elliot Griggs 3rd, Noah Hobson 4th, 5th for James Rout, 6th for Jack Beasley, and fastest lap on the last lap is still going on. This is over 7th place, and it's going to go the way of Cordell Sinclair in the number 32. Zaire Honor in 8th place ahead of Ruben Bagri and Alfie Slattery. Great drive once again from Alfie Slattery through from the Pre-C final. Gains 12 positions in that race. Very good stuff indeed from the Cadet Super Lightweights in their Pre-B final. For now, though, we're going to have to move on because heading out on circuit now is the Pre-B final for the Junior Super Lightweight competition.
Let's take a look at the grid then for the Pre-B final in Junior Super Lightweights. Jasmine Richardson and Charlie Wainwright are your front row. Noah Checkley and Nathan James Boyle make up row number 2. Then it's Henry Wilkes and Oliver Wilbur on row 3. Next up is Zachary Watson and Ben Yangu. Then Jensen Jowett and Max Nash round out your top 10. Jack Philpott's next. Alongside is Max Davies. And then it's Caden Ward and Imogen Owen on row number 7. Felix Bond and Mason Cahill are on row 8. Then it's Taron McCamley and Conor McNamara on row 9. Benjamin Amoran Draper and Daniel Archibald round out the top 20. Then it's Tom Sands and Flynn Perry on row 11. Row 12 is occupied by Connor Kenny and Joshua Greaves. Row 13 is then occupied by Thomas Hughes and Henry Jones. I'll double check as well on our result from the lightweight Pre-C. It's going to be Thomas Hughes. Oh, it is already on there.
Yeah,
sorry.
Already.
The grid graphic had updated. My bad. Doesn't always happen. So we're good to go then with those 26 carts.
We are indeed. 11 minutes are on the clock once again here at Lydd. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell on commentary duties for you here today. Away we go for the Junior Super Lightweights Pre-B final into turn 1. Good start for Charlie Wainwright up into the lead straight away as they go through chicane number 1. Very tight and compressed as they exit that first chicane on the way down to the chicane. Jasmine Richardson is held there in 2nd place. There's a little bit of squirming in the middle of the pack. Half carts and off is Richardson and a number of other carts as well. And Jasmine Richardson, I think, is feeling that she's forced into that one and unfortunately loses all those positions. That good qualifying for Jasmine Richardson is over in a dash as down from pole position. The 110 was going to be outside the top 20 now.
Yeah, it's always disappointing. No one wants to have a spin on the first lap, but when you had the promise of a pole position, it's always galling when that comes to tears. And the spin there onto the back straight, and that, I believe that, well, the driver will feel that was loading there, but it's difficult, isn't it, coming onto the straight? Everyone's squirreling around, getting different levels of grip, even from different tyres, but sending someone into a spin there on the back straight, most unusual place to see someone going into a spin. At the end of lap 1 then, it is Nathan Boyle ahead of Zach Watson, Caden Ward and Jensen Jowett. Oliver Wilbur, your top 5 at the end of that one. Drivers who I think had some sort of spin or incident: Flynn Perry, Felix Bond, Jasmine Richardson, as you mentioned, mate, and Ben Yangu at the back of the field, I'm afraid to say.
Penalty as well for Charlie Wainwright, so the driver in 19th place will fall down the order as a result of that at the end of the race. But for Nathan James Boyle and Zachary Watson, this is where they want to be, of course. Oh, Connor Kenny out on the curb there, coming out of the Parabolica.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that, because you think, I know, I will take a wide line in the wet, but if you go out on those curbs, those curbs, they look quite abrasive, like they'll give you grip.
Yeah.
They really can slip up the cart and send you left.
And in certain conditions, you can almost beach yourselves on them. You go for a bit of a Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 moment.
Which is a guaranteed way to get a very sad JV of Club 100, by the way. Does not want his carts to be used in that capacity.
And
yellow flags, full course. It
yellow.
looks full course. Definitely looks full course, doesn't it? Caden Ward in the 111 there with the bright pink lid. Very distinctive.
Now, I wonder, is this in an attempt just to calm everything down? Because there have been a fair few spins on that
they're not on the yellows anymore. I think that was a localised yellow that they just backed off for. Or if so, it was a very short full course yellow, because they've passed several posts now with nothing showing. And then that is a yellow showing there. I didn't see any reason
I think
for
that
it.
is the localised yellow.
Jensen Jowett getting good drive off the corner, though, challenging Caden Ward over third place, and is through if he can just get it turned in, which he can. Nice move there from Jensen Jowett in the number 103 to get up into third place.
Now, the key thing for Jensen Jowett now is there was about probably, well, it could be even bigger, depending on how fast the two drivers went at the front of the field went through the localised yellow. They could have a 6 or 7 second lead here. The 28 and the 62 might be checking out at the end of lap number 3. Down the inside was Max Davies there, going through past Caden Ward into 4th place. Oliver Wilbur looking for a way through as well. There's contact there with the 83 of Conor McNamara, but I think they managed to keep it in line. Mason Chahal there having a good run in the 104.
Yeah, great lap there for Zach Watson in second place, Andrew. Fastest lap of the race, and more importantly, perhaps, took 4.5 tenths out of the lead gap to Nathan Boyle. So we've got to keep an eye on that lead gap here, because I think it's going to start closing up unless Boyle can find some additional pace. The 52 there of Noah Checkley struggling to find the grip, and it's going to allow Mason Chahal to go past on the exit of bottom corner.
7 seconds is the gap between Watson and Jowett, second to third. It's a big task now for Jensen Jowett to be able to race through into the Pre-A final from this situation. They're all tripping over one another once again as they look at the run. Look at the run. Was that Wilbur coming down the inside, or was it Chahal?
Oh, we're going to have to check that as they come round. It's the driver now behind the 111.
It was Max Davies.
Yeah.
It was Max Davies who'd come back through past all of them. Fell down earlier on in the lap. Chahal up a couple of positions as well.
They've all got to sort themselves out for this yellow as well now, Andrew. What order were we in? We were side by side.
Yeah.
Yeah, yellow flag out there. Here, Extremes this pack then. Led by the 111 of Caden Ward. I think Max Davies has got ahead a little bit of all of this as they're heading down towards the Parabolica at the bottom, and that is definitely a moment on the grass for the driver of the number 40. That's Jack Philpott. And round, I didn't quite catch which car that was because I was looking at the time tower off to the left. That is the 29. So that is Imogen Owen going around there, unfortunately, on the exit of the bottom corner.
Penalty for Mason Chahal. So that one's just come in. So that's going to arrest the momentum of the 104. 5.5 minutes to go in this one. Top two are well clear. Boyle and Watson in control. Jensen Jowett is putting in personal best, but isn't closing that 7 and a bit second gap.
And actually, Boyle found the pace to respond to Watson's charge as well. The gap now 2.36 as they're still coming through side by side here on this one. This is the battle over, where are we here? We're looking at, I think carts and different. That's Max Nash it was leading that pack of carts in the number 34 in 16th place, just ahead of Charlie Wainwright in the 27. That's what we were looking at there. As they stream out the corner again. Still this pack refuses to break up. Could just see Tom Sands and Henry Wilkes were at the back of it there in the 38 and the 50. And then comes the Max Nash battle. Good commitment from Jack Philpott there through the horseshoe, taking that wide line. But it seems to... I don't know, mate. Those who are taking a wider line through the left-hander, I think, are getting poorer drive out onto the back straight. So it really is trade-offs corner by corner here between these drivers as they navigate the conditions.
It's one where I find sometimes if you're able to hold a really tight, really exaggerated tight line around the horseshoes, the number 52 goes down the inside of the 40. That's Checkley holding ahead of Philpott. And then you aggressively swing the cart back over, so it means that once you're off the corner, you're on the inside. You're not on the racing line. That's a good way of getting round the horseshoe in these conditions as the rain continues to fall.
And it can be as much about that as when do you get to, because I mentioned earlier how long you see they have to put the steering input in. It very often can be about how early can you get. It's not about how early can you get on the power, how early can you get on the steering. You know, and if you take that shallower line, the tighter line, perhaps the more conventional racing line through horseshoe, it actually allows you to put the steering input for the left-hander earlier, as Noah Checkley there still holding here against Jack Philpott as they come onto the back straight in the battle over 7th place.
A little bit further up the order, this is the fight for 4th place. Thomas Hughes driving along. It was Thomas Hughes who we saw having that lightning run up the inside through the back straight team, using that wider line and shooting off the corners. He's in 3rd place now, so he's got past Jensen Jarrett in all of this. This will be a good spot to finish, because whilst the run up to the top 2 may be a bit beyond Hughes, pole position in the Trophy B final wouldn't be a bad thing. There's a penalty notification that's just come in for the number 70. That's Benjamin Amorim Draper. I
will say, by the way, that pack of carts battling that was headed up by the 111 of Caden Ward, it's still there. It's sort of, here it is. Everyone's sort of separated by a few tenths. They come up the track, the other side of the track, the latter half of the lap, I should say. As this is a great run down the back straight. Who's this who's putting a move in? Round the final corner they'll come. That is Mason Chahal getting by on Jensen Jowett for 4th. So good pick up there on the cameras for a really tidy move there through the latter corner and going around the outside effectively. Really nice stuff there from Mason Chahal up into 4th place.
He's driven well in this race. Well indeed. And will build confidence from this, I'm sure, forward into the rest of the afternoon. Just 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Boyle puts in a personal best last time around, 63.980. Watson 3.8 back, but crucially 7.7 ahead of Thomas Hughes. Jensen Jowett looking to get back on terms though. Ran well up to 3rd place early on, found a way past Caden Ward. Wants to fight back here and retake that 4th place if possible. Looks like we'll have 2 more laps to go here, Howard, because the leaders come over the line before that 1 minute 6 points. Contact warning for Noah Checkley, the number 52, currently running in 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little bit of a long shot. I think traffic's come into play, but I will just observe that Thomas Hughes did just take 2 seconds out of the gap between himself and Zachary Watson on that last lap, and he had another half a second in hand over him the previous lap as well. Has the fastest lap of the race at the moment, does Thomas Hughes. And yeah, just keeping an eye on that gap, because in these kind of conditions you never know. I think it would be quite a tall order, but if Watson hits some traffic or has a bad line through a corner, you never know. As Joshua Greaves gets a cone warning. The driver running down in 20th place at the moment. That's round for Jensen Jowett. Oh, that's disappointing for him from 5th place. Now, the only question I have to ask off the back of that is, was that driver error or was he helped into it? Final lap board is out then for Nathan James. Well, here he is. And well done, camera crew, for picking him up, because we haven't looked at him much this race, and that is because of the fantastic way in which he has controlled this one from the front. Has the driver of the number 28, driving brilliantly in these conditions. It was another 1.8 seconds taken out of the gap to 2nd place. I think Zach Watson will be glad to see the checkered flag on this one, because Tom Hughes definitely mounting an earnest challenge here to get up onto the back of him in the dying phase of the race.
Yeah, Mason Jowett going along pretty quickly as well. 1 minute 3.846 last time around. But for Nathan James Boyle, this has been a superb run. A fairly straightforward run from the 2nd row of the grid. Had a penalty in the first qualifying in the timed qualifying that put him in this pre-B final, but has put things right here. Will go through to the pre-A final as the race winner and will be some 4.5 seconds at least clear of the rest of the field. Does Zachary Watson hold on for this position? Yes, Watson does by 2.7 seconds ahead of Thomas Hughes. So Watson goes through as well. Hughes will be on pole position for the Trophy B final. Mason Chahal will initially be second on that grid, but has a penalty, so will knock down a few positions there. Jack Philpott fifth on the road. Max Davies, Noah Checkley, Henry Jones, Tom Sanson, Colin McNamara all inside the top 10. Charlie Wainwright in 11th, Henry Wilkes 12th, Caden Ward 13th ahead of Flynn Perry and Oliver Wilbur. Imogen Thomas recovered from that spin to finish in 16th ahead of Daniel Archibald, Ben Yangu, Joshua Greaves and Max Nash. They're all in the top 20. Connor Kenny, Taron Camley, Jensen Jarrett, Felix Bond, Benjamin Amarim Draper at the top 25 and Jasmine Richardson 2 laps down in 26th. That was the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-B final. Next out on circuit, the Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A final.
Here we go then. 130 points on offer to the winner of this race. The first pre-A final of the day. It's going to be Luka Batuev who starts this one on pole, with championship leader coming into today, Aidan Hammond alongside. Ellis Cox and Rory Hamilton are on row 2, with Margaris Kavekis and Oliver Yangu on row number 3. It's on row 4 that we find Teddy Young and Jude Padderfoot, and then the top 10 is rounded out by Laurie McVeigh and Jacob Underhill. Edward Jones and Jensen Barnard are next on row 6, and then it's Ben Hunt and Max Lovell on row 7. Harney Sadiq and Wyatt McAllister are your 8th row of the grid, with Charlie Chipregi and Ewan Farrelly on row number 9. And then confirmed promotees from the pre-B final, we have Corey Chapman and Drov Rout on the back row of the grid to make it a 20-kart field. Now, on the subject of those who are getting promotion spots through, we've mentioned a couple of times of how you get a good awareness of the circuit. I will just mention Alfie Slattery, who finished second in that pre-C final, was the biggest mover in the pre-B final of this class, up 13 places. So it could be interesting to see how the top 2 from the pre-B final make it here. Nevertheless, we get underway here with our pre-A final into the first corner. How does Luka Batuev do? Manages to pilot his kart through cleanly, and that is a broadly clean start through the first chicane. Still Batuev in the lead in 28 kart there. Looks to me like Aidan Hammond may have gone down to third. We have got spinners in the middle there. I can see one of them is the number 20 of Jacob Underhill. He's round, and the 19 is round as well. That makes it... who's that who's round? That would be Wyatt McAllister, as they all come up the other part of the circuit now. But it looks to me like it's been a great start. No, lost out the lead. The 11 of Ellis Cox has come to the fore as they head back up the circuit. I think that's Cox in the lead in the number 11, as they all squirrel around for grip through the horseshoe and onto the back straight for the first time. But it is indeed the number 11 of Ellis Cox who has the lead in the early stages.
One win so far this year for Ellis Cox. That was the Trophy A final at the second Wilton Mill round.
Oh, and side by side for second place as well. That's the 57 challenging Luka Batuev. That's Laurie McVeigh coming and trying to take that position. But for the moment, it's Batuev, but great drive for McVeigh round the outside in the first chicane, and that's through for second place. And almost immediately, Rory Hamilton in the number 10 senses an opportunity as well. But it's Batuev in third for now. That was a great move, though, by Laurie McVeigh.
Yeah, loving that. Got that outside line with a bit more grip. Used the curb to a good advantage as well. Really nicely done. Hamilton down the inside of Batuev, but Batuev slides it through, finds some grip, retakes third place.
Yeah, it looked like Oliver Yangu and Harney Sadiq as well, having a good battle in the background as well. Aidan Hammond in the middle of those two battle groups, trying to get in touch with Rory Hamilton there in fourth at the moment.
Well, Laurie McVeigh, we should remember this is the first appearance for Laurie McVeigh in 2023.
I think Drov Rout may have had an incident on the first lap as well, by the way. Has dropped well back off the field. So unfortunate for the winner of the pre-C final.
Yeah, Ewan Farrelly has also had problems. He's some 10 seconds off the back of Edward Jones. But the race steadying down now. Move for 6th place. Hani Sadiq has got past Oliver Yangu. Ben Hunter's also got into the top 10, but also has a penalty. So expect the number 53 to move down a couple of positions later on in this, well, after the race is finished.
Yeah, indeed. Track limit warning for McVeigh. We want to try and avoid picking up too many more of those. Corey Chapman, by the way, your winner of... sorry, I said Dravrout as the pre-C final winner, didn't I? Well, promo T from the pre-C final, because it was Corey Chapman, of course, who won that race. Up to 13th place already in the 50. So interesting to see that, as there's a penalty issued for the 19 of Wyatt McAllister, which is going to be salt in the wounds, I think, because we saw him having a spin on lap number 1. Through the final couple of apexes then comes Rory Hamilton. And Hamilton ahead of Batuev now confirmed in the change for 3rd place. So it's Ellis Cox in the lead, Laurie McVeigh in 2nd. But needs to be careful with the track limits warning having been issued. Then it's Rory Hamilton.
Corey Chapman up 2 places that last lap.
Still
He's really on the charge here.
Yeah, is happy with these conditions. Won that pre-C final. Yes, has a contact warning. Going to need to be careful of that. But working through the field really nicely here is side by side. Here goes the 58 and the 49. So that is Yangu and Putterfoot battling away. And they've got to be careful as well, because Kovekis would like some of this as well. We cut back to further up the field, going down the back straight. And now looking at drivers coming back up the circuit. So that is, still the battle between Yangu and Putterfoot, I believe that was.
Yeah, Yangu was a bit wide coming out of the final bit of the horseshoe. It meant that Putterfoot just got up the inside on that line.
Race lead.
Yeah,
Ellis Cox.
lead. Ellis Cox and Laurie McVeigh together as they go into the 2nd chicane. The number 10 of Rory Hamilton not too far behind also.
Another warning for McVeigh.
Yes, needs to be careful on these track limits. Yeah. As down the inside into the parabolica. Is there going to be enough grip there? Ellis Cox will use the outside line to hold on to the lead, but here comes Hamilton round the outside. Takes McVeigh beautifully there, but McVeigh's going to fight back on the inside as they approach into the horseshoe. McVeigh actually takes the lead for a moment, but it's going to be on the wide line now. Can he get the grip? Yes, he can, but he's going to lose it again. This is the back and forth nature of that sequence of corners, but Laurie McVeigh, having been under attack and losing 2nd place on the entry to the horseshoe, ends up leaving the horseshoe in the lead.
Yeah, really nice dogfight through the tricky, greasy conditions here at Lydd, but it is for now Laurie McVeigh in the lead, but with, I think, surely on Last Chance Saloon with track limit warnings, that is something to keep an eye on. Ellis Cox in 2nd, Rory Hamilton in 3rd. Luca Batuev just dropped off the back a little bit. As you can see further back as well. Something happened to Oliver Yangu. Andrew, he's lost out a fair few places there. In fact, there's several changes happening further back in the field.
Pre-B final winner, Corey Chapman, is up into the top 10 now. Has got past Ben Hunt. Has got a bit of work to do because there's a nearly 5-second gap up the road to Oliver Yangu. But once again, one of the drivers coming through from the lower finals doing very nicely, taking the opportunities and the knowledge from prior races into a higher race and scoring good points as a result. 4 minutes and 40 to go. Lots of other position changes further down the order, by the way. Pretty much everyone from about 8th down changed some form of position on that last lap. We'll mention a couple of the best ones. Edward Jones gained 3. Jacob Underhill also gained 3 on that last lap. Track limit warning for Luca Batuev. And it does feel like the track is getting subtly quicker. I think that's why we're getting so many track limit warnings coming in now. As running wide there is the number 100 of Aidan Hammond, who's got 2 track limit warnings. That might be another one coming in there. I think this is going to be one of those races where drivers move up and down the charts a lot once all the penalties have been applied.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's your race leader then, Laurie McVeigh, and there's the penalty for Aidan Hammond.
That's going to be a track limit.
He won't thank you for mentioning that one, Andrew. But no, I think it's coming either way because track limit infringements are plenty. Our timing page just sort of flashed up with several of them at once. Laurie McVeigh leads, Ellis Cox in second, Rory Hamilton in third. Good battle coming back up the circuit at the moment and out onto the back straight. Several drivers quite close together. You can just see it coming into the back of your shot there. That's all for position. And turning in there, that is the 58 of Jude Putterfoot. So this is a battle over 5th place. I think Putterfoot slightly pulled away from Hani Sadiq on this lap. And then look at this, good little move there. The 20 going super wide there. Jacob Underhill really going for the wet line there in his battle against the 19 of Wyatt McAllister. And McAllister gets through, and they've both got by on Ben Hunt, the 53 there behind you. Bearing in mind that both these drivers, Wyatt McAllister and Jacob Underhill, both had spins on the first lap and are on a bit of a recovery drive here. And Andrew dropping back down as they did from where they would have qualified, albeit in dry conditions. I think they've got the pace to try and work their way back up through the field here.
And they've got to remember as well that the result from this race sets the grid for the Trophy A final.
Very
So there's that element of things as well. You don't want to throw away a potential for a good result in that one. Yeah, you'll have to start a little bit further back than you would have liked, but you can do something from the 6th or 7th row of the grid on a day like today. 2 minutes and 10 remaining on the clock. Laurie McVeigh, as I say, is on 0 points for his championship bid at the moment, but at the moment it's going to be shooting straight up to 130 with a fantastic drive.
Sorry, Andrew. First driver to break into the 103s as well.
Yep.
Just set a new fastest lap of the race last time around. So, and very good timing too, because Ellis Cox is keeping the race lead nice and honest here. There is your race lead, and then a bit of a gap now back to Ellis Cox, who actually now is perhaps worrying a little bit more about Rory Hamilton behind in the number 10. The 11 versus the 10 is your battle for second here on screen right now. Wider line taken by Cox and on through the horseshoe and onto the back straight. Here they come then towards the final corner of the lap. Still a decent battle. I'm keeping one eye on it between Jude Putterfoot in 5th versus Sadiq and Kavekis as well, now getting involved in that. But the battle for second here coming through the first chicane. And this time the fastest lap of the race goes to Rory Hamilton in his pursuit. And I have to assume, Andrew, that the rain, although it still looks very drizzly, the rain has lightened or perhaps stopped for a little while. And now it's just the greasy conditions that they're dealing with, as there's a track limit warning for Kavekis. And yeah, still the battle for second place coming through the bottom corner here, closing up nicely between Hamilton and Cox.
It's also closing up to the race leader. They took half a second out of McVeigh last time around. Track limit warning for Oliver Yangu. This race isn't done yet, and given how tricky and how slippery it is out there, one mistake from Laurie McVeigh, and the door is open here for either Cox or Hamilton to step through and take another win this season.
It'll be the last lap board this time around. Yeah, McVeigh, I said a couple of laps ago, the only driver to dip into 103s. Now all of the top three have broken into the 103s. Last lap board is out then. Laurie McVeigh will lead them out onto that final lap. But what pace has Cox and Hamilton got to apply pressure here? Very different lines from those two drivers through the first chicane. As they sweep into the second, you can see Rory Hamilton working the steering hard here to get that turn in. You've, generally speaking, got to be a little bit more aggressive with the steering. I talked about how long the steering inputs need to be. You also need to, I always find you have to sort of hack away at the wheel a lot more just to get the turn in sometimes. But a good first half of the lap for Laurie McVeigh, Andrew. I think the driver in the number 57 will have enough in hand here to hang on. Because I think, if anything, it's the battle for second. And look at that, swooping around the outside. Rory Hamilton, but can he get the drive onto the back straight? It's side by side for second place here. Ellis Cox on the inside for the next corner in the number 11. But is the inside going to have the grip that's needed? Are they leaning on each other slightly as they come through here? It's going to be Laurie McVeigh who takes the win. And it's going to be Rory Hamilton who comes home in second ahead of Ellis Cox. Luka Batuev will finish in 4th place. A good controlled drive from him, perhaps a quiet one. as it was, a gap behind and ahead. But good drive from Batuev. Jude Paddock, I think, will lead them home for 5th after a pretty much race-long battle there. And then it's Kavekis and Aidan Hammond will come through. There's the 49 of Yangu. That's Kavekis, Sadiq, Corey Chapman from the back to 8th position. And what's happened to Aidan Hammond on that last lap? He's dropped down quite a way there. That's a difficult race there, I think, for Hammond, or a difficult end to his race. So it's Corey Chapman in 8th, Oliver Yangu up to 9th. Jacob Underhill makes it up into the top 10. Not bad considering he had that spin on the first lap. Then it is Wyatt McAllister, Aidan Hammond, Ben Hunt in 13th, Edward Jones in 14th, Charlie Cipregi in 15th, and it was Max Lovell, Teddy Young, Jensen Barnard, Ewan Farrelly, and Druv Rort to round out your 20 finishes there. More pre-A final action next here at Lydd, this time from our Superlight Juniors. Let's take a look at the grid then for your junior super lightweight pre-A final. Benji Hamilton will start this one on pole. Possibly getting a bit of inspiration from the performance we've just seen from his brother out on track in that last race. Mikey Brissenden will start alongside Jamie Tiley Gooden and Ryan Shepherd are row number 2. Then it's Keogh Derrick and Thomas Northcott on row number 3. Next, we find Jack Redfern and Sam Cole. Declan Luff and George Palmer Mobsby round out your top 10. Bobby McGeer and Jensen Blakesley are row 6. Philip Babulel and Frederick Navarro are row 7. Then it's Jack Stewart and Brody Skinner on 8 with Max Cooper and Zayn El Topshi on row number 9. Oliver Liversedge and Max Kilby are row number 10 with Max Sheldon Hayward and Ethan Pritchard on row number 11. And just to confirm as well, your last row of the grid, your promotees, let's just double check it, folks, is going to be Nathan Boyle and Zach Watson to round out the grid. That's how they line up then for this one. And already we're under starters' orders. Away we go then for our pre-A final in the junior super lightweights for round 4. And it's an aggressive start there from Mikey Brinson from second on the grid. And he's going to get the lead. And there's all sorts of slipping and sliding through the first chicane there. But somehow they're all facing the right way. But a bold move there from Brissenden. And he's taken himself right up into the lead there as they all try and find the grip through the second corner. Sam Cole's out wide on exit, I can see. And we've got some drivers going over the grass towards the back as they all stream through and we had one spinner there as well. It was the 74 of Bob McGeer, I'm afraid to say, as they all work their way up the circuit again. And the clip of the tyres there for the 21 of Ryan Shepherd trying to get the turn in there.
Jump start penalty. I thought it was going to come in. Mikey Brissenden crossed the timing beam. The timing doesn't lie. 1/4 of a tenth of a second ahead of Benji Hamilton. So that'll be 2 places straight away for Mikey Brissenden. Will not be able to win this race. 10 minutes to go. End of the first lap of the race. Brissenden, at least on the road, has the lead, but having jumped the start means effectively your leader of the race is Benji Hamilton. Ryan Shepherd in 3rd, Jamie Tiley Gooden, who survived. I think that was the driver that we saw half spinning through the exit of the first chicane. He's spinning now in the middle of the second chicane. Has got to find a way back onto circuit, keeping things going. He's now going to get stuck on the grass and lose so many positions as more little fights through the middle of chicane 2 there. But poor Jamie Tiley Gooden, well, lightning can strike twice sometimes in these conditions, but you don't get away with it, and that's really unfortunate for the driver who was in 4th place, now all the way outside the top 20.
Difficult, because he did the right thing from the traffic and got himself out of the way off the road onto the grass, but then will have got stuck on the grass. And it's always a tricky decision in those conditions. That's great drive onto the back straight. Was that Northcott?
I think that was
doing
Jack Redfern, I think, might have been coming through. It's Declan Luff falling off the pace there. There are your 2 leaders on the road, Brissenden and Hamilton. This is actually a really good position now for Hamilton, who I'm sure will be aware that the number 14 jump started and has got a penalty for it. Could just push Mikey Brissenden along in a way, and away from Ryan Shepherd behind. Sam Cole is up to 4th place.
I actually think it was Zach Watson, that we saw, because he had a really good time of it that lap.
And in fact, that's Zach Watson coming through from the B final, isn't it?
It is.
So
And he's up
look
to
at
sixth.
that. Has gained 18 positions. This is what we're talking about, folks. Whether if you've come through from a pre-C or a pre-B final and you've come into these conditions, got to remember that for drivers in this pre-A final, they may have been in the very first junior super lightweight qualifying group at the start of the day when it was dry. They've got no idea what the conditions are like underneath them, especially if they've not driven this circuit in the wet before. And the likes of Zachary Watson are putting that to great effect and picking up a big haul of points here into, we've got the number 67, is that going through the final couple of the corners? No, sorry, it's the 87. This is Max Cooper across the line in 8th place with Jack Redfern not too far behind there in the number 15.
Yep, that was a change that time around between those two. But yeah, Zach Watson, the greatest example at the moment of a driver really using that track knowledge to come through. Nathan James Boyle, the winner of that pre-B final, by the way, not doing too badly himself, up to 14th place from the back of the grid so far.
Yep.
But yeah, really good stuff there. So Brissenden leads just from Benji Hamilton, but that's on the road. We know that there's a jump start penalty for Brissenden, so we know that Benji Hamilton is your net leader. Whether or not Benji Hamilton knows that, I'm not sure. Always difficult to know. So that's always a factor because, of course, if you don't know that the driver in front of you has a penalty, you might just go for a move that's quite bold on them. But here are your top three. Ryan Shepherd as well, fastest lap of the race, fastest driver on the circuit in recent laps as well, has brought himself up right onto the back of this battle at the front, as that is a frustrating moment for Jensen Blakesley in the 101. He's off at driver's left coming out the bottom corner, I think that is. I'm not quite sure where that was.
That might be coming out of chicane number 2.
Oh, it might be, yeah,
way,
that's a good point. Yeah, sorry. Before bottom corner there, yeah.
Blakesley down to the bottom of the order. I know we're approaching the midway point of our season. This race, in terms of championship standings, has got the potential to really blow things wide open because you've got your championship leaders down in 17th place. Second place in the championship isn't even in this pre-A phase, in this pre-A final. Third place is in third place, so Ryan Shepherd's in a very good spot. As down the inside here,
Hamilton
looking for the lead. Hamilton down the inside of Brissenden into the penultimate corner, but needs the grip now. Has got the grip. Through goes Hamilton. Big move that, because Ryan Shepherd has been flying the last couple of laps. Is now wrestling with Mikey Brissenden through the first chicane. May have a run coming out of it, and towards the second chicane. He's on the outside now. This is for second place. There's a yellow flag out. So Shepherd will have to hold back and doesn't. Now, that's going to be interesting. How will that... There was definitely a yellow flag out on the approach to the second chicane. They're still fighting side by side, coming through the Parabolica. Brissenden on the outside now will have the speed, will have the line, but Shepherd's not giving this one up. Back down the inside, takes second place, but now needs to wrestle with the kart on the slippery part of the circuit. Now eventually does get through, takes second place on the road, but I just wonder, I know, again, we're just in the box and we're not the ones to make the calls officially, but what's, if anything, is going to be done there with Ryan Shepherd down the inside this is for the lead. They've caught Benji Hamilton rapidly. Shepherd's going to go around the outside and takes the lead on the road.
Well, so then the question becomes critical, Andrew. Was that, I mean, what was the yellow out for? I don't think either you or I saw what the actual cause of that yellow was.
Nope.
And to be clear, folks, the rules are green flag conditions are resumed once you have passed the incident.
No, that's a very good point.
So for all we know, it
could have been off on driver's left, not just off of our cameras. So technically, yes, it could have been that he's not overtaken under yellow. Absolutely spot on.
So that could very well be the case, and this could very much be a legitimate lead for Ryan Shepherd.
The other devil's advocate question I'll just come in with there is whether it's classed as racing under yellows.
Yes. True. True.
We'll wait and see. But 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes to go on this one. Well, Ryan Shepherd definitely is in a very good position now to gain advantage in the championship ranks in this race. He leads it. 130 championship points is what's available for the winner.
I will just double check, because we've seen in that post several times this weekend, because of the camera angle, we see the yellow at the back of the post. The yellow was out, wasn't it? I'm
me go
very
check.
certain that
I'll
it was
try and go
yellow there.
check.
Sorry, I'm just putting down. But I'm pretty sure we saw a marshal waving a yellow at that corner. But here they come then, the top three. Fastest lap of the race is with Jamie Tyler Gooden, by the way, who had that spin early on at 1:02.241. Great lap that's just been put in there. The battle next back from this top three, if you like, currently led by Sam Cole, by the way, is looking quite interesting. The driver in the number 5 ahead of Thomas Northcott and Zachary Watson. There was a yellow at that post when that move was made. Again, still the question remains over where exactly was the position of the incident. Here is that battle, though. Over 4th place, Sam Cole versus Watson. And there is Zachary Watson. Still challenging the back, of Northcott. So it's still Cole, Northcott, Watson. But here is Zach Watson in that 62, the driver with the red and black helmet and suit, who has driven from the back of this grid, the very back of this grid, to 6th place, using his knowledge of the conditions that he acquired in that pre-B final to great effect. And now he's challenging Northcott and Cole. Who's got better drive off the corner? That's a good line from Northcott of the inside, and that's interesting. That's the first time that I've seen better drive from the inside line off of that corner in a while. Northcott past Cole. I thought Cole was going to get better drive then. I really did on the outside, but it wasn't to be as they come onto the back straight. I don't think we've got any rain actually falling at the moment, and so there is very slowly a drying effect on this circuit as Sam Cole goes up the inside to try and reclaim his 4th place. But gee, there is a little bit more grip, just a cart width away from the apex, and that allows Thomas Northcott to be confirmed in 4th place there as he crosses the timing line.
It's very good defensive driving from Thomas Northcott in these conditions. Just had that confidence to go around the outside. Cole's looking down the inside again as they go into the second chicane. As, Cole a bit slow off of the second chicane, and Watson's going to be sweeping around the outside here, going for 2nd place. He's going to try and make the wider line work there. Could he get both of them here in this one? Yes, he can! Brilliant stuff from Zachary Watson from the pre-B final. Has overtaken now, I think that's 20 drivers in the course of this race. A superb performance.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Mikey Brisenden's just put in a personal best on the last lap to bring himself back onto the back of Benji Hamilton. Now, don't forget, the driver of the 14 has a jump start penalty, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to race. He wants to negate that penalty as much as he can. On to the final lap then. Only 0.7 of a second separate our top three. Ryan Shepherd, who took the lead a few laps ago, trying to bring this one home. Can Benji Hamilton put a challenge on here, or are his hands full with defending against Mikey Brisenden here for 2nd place? Through the bottom corner of the circuit we go. Both drivers going wider than you conventionally would in the dry. Good drive off the corner for both as well. How are we coming up the other half of the lap? Back up towards the south side of the circuit as it is, I suppose. Ryan Shepherd, I think, has enough in hand here as he comes onto the back straight. It's been a brilliant drive from all three of these drivers, to be honest. I know Mikey has that penalty for the jump start, but nevertheless, they've both shown great skill in these greasy conditions. It is going to be just about, though, Ryan Shepherd, who takes the win in the Pre-A final ahead of Benji Hamilton, Brisenden in 3rd, but with a penalty to be applied. And Zachary Watson will round the final corner to take, from the back of the grid, 4th place. What a drive from Zach Watson ahead of Tom Northcott and Sam Cole. Great battling between those drivers. Then it is Jack Redfern. Then it's Max Cooper, apologies, in 7th place in the 87. Jack Redfern next in 8th. Then Oliver Liversedge. Frederick Navarro rounds out your top 10. Jack Stewart in 11th. Ethan Pritchard in 12th, ahead of Nathan James Boyle, also doing well to work up from that win in the pre-C finals to get 13th place. Bobby McGeer, Philip Babulel, George Palmer Mobsby, 16th place. I think we're seeing some significant moments today, mate, from a championship perspective here. I think this is going to close things in nicely. Then it was Max Kilby, Max Sheldon Haywood, Jamie Tiley Gooden in 19th, ahead of Declan Luff in 20th. Then Keo Derrick. Then it's Zayn El Tobshi, who gets past Brody Skinner on that last lap. Keo Derrick and Jensen Blakesley round out the field. That was a nice pre-A final there. Really enjoyed that. Next, though, we're getting into our next round of finals. It's the C final next for super lightweight cadets. Reset then into a new rotation of races. We're back to the races where promotion spots are key. The top 2 of this race will be promoted through into the super lightweight cadet B final. Harry Kinkham starts this one on pole ahead of Ledger Dimitriou. Then it's Harrison Holford and Soren Chambers on row 2, Tristan Whiteside and Louis Lovell on row 3. Luke Cherrington is next with Juan Amanderas Bocanegra. And then it's Daniel Marutiak and Joshua Roberts to round out the 10-kart grid. Smaller grid size here, as we have obviously whittled down the ranks of our C grid as they've gained promotion in the pre-finals. But nonetheless, I don't generally find in Club 100 that a small grid size begets any lesser amount of action, to be perfectly honest with you. But these drivers... Now, of course, we're round to... all drivers have now experienced the greasy conditions.
Yes.
All of them have. So, we'll be interested to see with these drivers, nominally, we say, as by dint of the fact that they qualified into this C grid, perhaps our lesser experienced drivers who really will benefit from getting this track time. They've had that first opportunity to experience the greasy conditions. How will their second foray in these conditions go? Away we go then. Harry Kinkham leads them away into the first corner. The 13 of Dimitriou challenging immediately as spinning around on the apex curve there. I think it was Soren Chambers. We'll have to double check though as they come through. But a great start there from Ledger Dimitriou. And round goes our pole sitter of Harry Kinkham off onto the grass in the 71. He'll immediately, thankfully he doesn't go too far into the grass and get beached. He'll immediately be able to resume his racing. But disappointment there for the pole sitter spinning around at chicane number 2. As Ledger Dimitriou leads them back up the other half of the circuit towards the paddock area into the horseshoe. He'll go in the number 13 car, followed by the 56, that is, of Luke Cherrington, who started 7th on the grid. What a start from him to get up into second place. Then it is the 102 of Harrison Holford in third.
Well, Luke Cherrington doing a similar job to what we saw Alfie Slattery do in the first of these C-level races, the pre-C final. Just keep it out of trouble. Just keep it out of trouble, and you'll gain a lot of positions in one of these races. Long way to go in it, of course, though. That is just over 1 minute gone. There is your race leader, Ledger Dimitriou. Was very fast in the pre-C final, but had 3 or 4 spins out there. And probably in this position now, Howard just wants to make sure that he's not pushing all the way to 100%. 95% will probably do with the underlying speed that Ledger has today. Keeping it trouble-free is, I think, the primary objective now. There is Luke Cherrington in second place, and it's the impressive debutant Harrison Holford once again up in third place. Good start for Louis Lovell as well. Is in fourth place, gained 3 positions off the start on that first lap.
Very much so. Not sure if it was Soren Chambers or Tristan Whiteside we saw having that spin at the first chicane. They've both had some kind of incident in that first lap. I think it was Soren Chambers who I saw going around on the apex curve there, but in the flurry of activity that is the start of a Club 100 race, not 100% sure. Nonetheless, both drivers, I think, with perhaps some work to do just to get back onto terms with those ahead of them. Here's Louis Lovell in that 14 kart. Up to fourth place, as Andrew said. 56 is round. And that's from second place. Luke Cherrington has spun in the first chicane. So I couldn't tell what part of the lap we were looking at there, but that's a costly moment for Cherrington. And immediately, but he's recovered from it quickly enough that he's still ahead of Holford. Unless they both went round, but I don't think they did. It was no, because it was 4.5 seconds that Cherrington had in hand over Holford at the start of the lap, and he must have spun immediately at chicane number 1. And that means that Holford has caught up Halford making his debut, don't forget, in Club 100 today. I hope he's having as much fun as we're having watching his racing antics, because it's brilliant stuff at the moment. What this has done, though, is really handed a comfortable lead to Ledger Dimitriou at the head of this field, as Cherrington picks himself back up after that spin at the start of this lap. And he'll try and just get his head down and pull away again from Halford, lest he start to feel the pressure from the driver of the 102.
Yeah, just needs to have a nice, clean couple of laps here for Luke Cherrington to get back on top of things. Only lost 3.4 seconds. Oh no, spins! Spins out of second place. Through goes Halford. Through goes Kinkham. And there is going to be Louis Lovell challenging for what will be fourth place now, just at the point where he just needed Luke Cherrington to have a clean lap. He's made a mistake and lost that crucial second place.
Yeah, Harry Kinkham had got by Louis Lovell on that last lap, by the way. That's why Lovell is now challenging for fourth. Our pole sitter Kinkham, don't forget, had that spin on the first lap, working his way back up through the field admirably here. But yeah, it's that's the other side that can happen for Cherrington there, of, you know, just needs a clean lap, or is uncertain about, because of the spin last lap, is uncertain of how best in these, because this changes lap by lap, right, in these conditions, and you know, can get into a situation where he's uncertain coming into that corner, and unfortunately it resulted in the second spin in as many laps. But he's not totally out of it yet, is Cherrington. In fact, he's working as well back onto the back of Kinkham quite nicely here. And that time through the first chicane, he has no problems at all. So Cherrington now, I think, is going to be a force to be reckoned with coming back up through the field. That's a bold move into chicane number 2. There is pod-to-pod contact. I think it's firm but fair. No major advantage gain, because they were still side by side mid-corner. It's Harrison Halford in the 102, and he's squirreling around for grip on the exit against Harry Kinkham. So it's Halford, Kinkham and Cherrington coming back up the lap here. By the way, the race leader, Ledger Dimitriou, has checked out of the front. 11.5 seconds, one of the biggest gaps, if not the biggest gap, that we have seen all weekend. So this very much the battle here coming onto the back straight. Remember, the top 2 finishers of this race get a position on that B final grid. As down the inside there, that is Cherrington having a go, and he's going to make it stick. Is he? Oh, the slightest touch and Kinkham is round. That's so galling for Kinkham there. Just the lightest of touches. Thankfully, he can get it turned around, but that's really unfortunate there for Kinkham. There was no malice in that moment. They were all just trying to find the grip on the exit of the corner. And that's Maritiak that they're now putting a lap on here, this battle over second place, as they come out of the corner. Maritiak holding his line here, and that's going to provide the opportunity for Cherrington to go down the inside. And what an opportunistic move there. You know, the blue flag rules don't apply here. Maritiak didn't have to get out of the way. I know you see a blue flag there, but that is advisory only there for the driver. And Cherrington was well within his rights to take that opportunity.
Yep.
And sorry, was it Maritiak or was it Roberts? Sorry,
it was Joshua Roberts.
It was
in the
Joshua
105.
Roberts. Apologies. So, drama there. Andrew, none of these drivers were around to see Spa 98, but... and look at that. Oh, there's a tag there. And that was Whiteside coming upon, I think, was that coming on Roberts?
I thought that was Cherrington on Maritiak that time. I saw there's another driver off. It's the number 56.
That's Cherrington.
Of
That is Cherrington.
So Cherrington's had a spin coming out of chicane number 1. Well, that's going to put Halford back into second place. The number 47 of Whiteside is now up to third.
I think it was Whiteside and Roberts we saw coming together through that final corner. And then, what's happened is Cherrington's had a spin. Well, I'm afraid to say it's probably becoming quite rapidly his least favourite corner on the lap.
No, you're right, because a penalty, I imagine, for ABC takeout has just come up for the number 47 of Tristan Whiteside. So apologies there for a mistaken identity. But Tristan Whiteside, unfortunately, that will be a +6. I know it was on a back marker, but it's a ABC takeout the less. 3 minutes to go in this one. Ledger Dimitriou comfortable out front.
But the story for me here, Andrew, then is Harrison Holford, who through keeping it on the road, as we've got a driver off there in the horseshoe. I think that is in the first part of the horseshoe, I guess.
I think that might be. I think that might be Roberts.
Yeah, Holford now 20 seconds behind the lead, but 1.2 seconds to the good over Tristan Whiteside. And don't forget, we've just seen Tristan Whiteside be issued with what we presume is an ABC takeout penalty, which will be 6 positions. Good point. So, sorry, because it's a takeout as opposed to an ABC. Sorry, 2 classifications there. ABC, advantage by contact, bump and pass, is one class, as that is a swap. That is Whiteside past Holford. But here's the key thing. Because Whiteside has that penalty, that doesn't mean Holford won't get promoted, as there's a spinner up ahead of them there at the horseshoe.
The recovering Roberts.
It is the recovering Joshua Roberts. So, yeah, Harrison Holford here has just gone down to 3rd on the road, but will be in that promotion spot by dint of the fact that Whiteside has that penalty to be applied.
Indeed. 2 minutes to go then. Ledger Dimitriou is going to lead, I reckon, by about 15 seconds as round goes Whiteside. So Whiteside falls out of 2nd place on the road. Through goes Lovell as well, and Harry Kinkham. So now, this is now a fight for 2nd place on the road and also for the spot in the Trophy B final.
So out of nowhere, because Cherrington's had such an eventful race, but he's caught up and he's got him. That's Cherrington through on Harrison Holford. I think for about the 3rd time we've seen this race, actually. Such has been the drama of this one. And Holford's trying to come back, but he'll struggle to get the grip on that outside line. I still think there's a little bit, maybe not the widest line gives you the most grip, but still mid-track on exit of that corner. And that is Luke Cherrington.
Oh, and he's nearly lost it again.
He has nearly lost it again.
Nearly lost it. It's going into the horseshoe.
Keep it together, Luke. There's 1 minute left on the clock. Dimitriou, it has the largest gap that we've seen of anybody. He's already between the 2 chicanes on the last lap here. Such is his gap, and he's controlled this one brilliantly as Ledger Dimitriou. But Luke Cherrington, to be honest, Andrew, the biggest battle for Luke now is himself.
Yes.
Keep it on the track, Luke, and you'll be through. It's easier said than done. Final lap board is out there. Into the first chicane they go. But we need to keep one eye on Dimitriou. Here he is. Not really seen him much this race because he just got out in front and controlled it from there on in. But the driver of the number 13 comes onto the back straight and just needs to bring this one home. He's got the fastest lap of the race at 106.064. He's 24 seconds to the good at the head of the field. It's a dominant victory, the most to the greatest extent we've seen all weekend here for Ledger Dimitriou. What a drive, and bags himself a spot on the B final grid, and well he may hold his handle off because that was a brilliant drive in these greasy conditions here. We wait to see though. Luke Cherrington, I think that is he, coming on to the back straight now and into the last corner. He's managed to keep it clean in this last lap. And Luke Cherrington, after a dramatic race, yes, fist bumps are plenty there for Cherrington as he gets the last spot. What's it going to be between Lovell and Whiteside? It is Lovell. Whiteside has a penalty anyway, so it's Dimitriou, Cherrington, Harrison Holford, so close. What a first outing he's had. And then Louis Lovell in 4th, ahead of Tristan Whiteside, but with a penalty to be applied. Harry Kinkham, our pole sitter, did the fastest lap on the last lap there, ahead of Soren Chambers, Daniel Marutiak, Juan Armendariz Bocanegra in 9th, ahead of Joshua Roberts. Wow, that was a C final to remember. Next up, we've got another C final in our super lightweight juniors.
Time then for the Junior Super Lightweight C Final. 2 spots available in the B Final from this one, and Toby Edelston starts on pole position alongside Jacob Equil. Row 2, Eden James and Harry Bowman will be trying to get past them in the early stages of this race and take the initiative. Daniel Campbell and Alexander Campbell start on the 3rd row of the grid. Harvey Henry and Richard Winchcombe start on the 4th row. Henry Pomeranz-Dor and Kira Boylan complete the top 10. Elena Gabrielli and Paloma Jacquelot starts on row 6. Finn Chambers and Noah Rogerton go from row 7. Oliver Bamford Sr. and Taylor England will be looking to move up from row 8. Tyler Masters and Rudy Gilmore Kelly start on the 9th row of the grid. Liam Barrow and Andrea Beharahu Mustieta start on row 10. Thomas Wordley and Jensen Davies start on row 11. Jack Steele had a tough pre-C final, starts this one from row 12 alongside Matthew Phillips, and it's a 25 kart grid as Curtis Dewayne completes it there on row 13. Before we get on to it, I just want to say for Luke Cherrington, he avoided, well, he didn't avoid, he got cursed twice and then achieved a first B final since round 1. So well done for Luke Cherrington there in the cadet super lightweight C final. We're going to go round one more time, it would seem. See from the pace kart driver there, not quite ready to go yet here in the junior super lightweight C final. Thank you for being with us here this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. Keep your comments coming in.
Sorry, I'll tell you what we haven't really discussed about these conditions. Yes,
they're going around once again.
Yes, they are. Sorry. It's not so much physical, the drain that it takes on you in these conditions. It's the mental concentration. You're constantly feeling for that grip. And I have known drivers who have got the promotion in these conditions, like, you finished in the top 2, you can go back out in a moment. And they're like, oh, no. Do I have to? Not because they don't enjoy it, but just because they need that downtime for their brain to reset. At least they do get, we oscillate between the classes at least, but it is a mentally taxing thing as we get ready here to go away. And away we go indeed. Toby Edelson leads them away in this C final into the first corner. And that's a bold start from the 35. Harry Bowman straight to the front. What a line through that first chicane. Kept it tight and was able to find the grip on the curb there. Brilliant stuff as they stream into the second chicane now. And head towards the bottom of the lap. That was a great, great start. One of my starts of the day there from Harry Bowman for certain.
Yeah, and I think it all opens up because Edelson took a very wide line on the middle part of chicane number 1.
Yeah, it was
trying to hop through the door.
Yeah, it was trying to do the wide line. It was trying to do the wet line, but it just didn't pay off. And because Bowman was on the curb is actually quite bumpy. And 3 abreast through the horseshoe won't go, I'm afraid to say.
Alexander Campbell was on the middle line there. Well, I'll track around which one of the drivers it was going around. It might have been Daniel Campbell, the number 17, coming round to finish lap number 1 then. And it is going to be the 35 of Harry Bowman leading the race at the end of lap 1. Toby Edelston, P2. So if the race finished like that, they would be going through. And Edelston with a very wide line again. And again, just leaves the door open. Wide open for Eden James to step through and go, thank you very much. Edelston's going to fight back now on the run to chicane number 2. But yeah, it's that thing. It's the best lines I find when in the wet round here is not necessarily the traditional, very extreme wide line. It's that just off the normal racing line. That's where you want to be in these conditions.
To be fair, we saw, Andrew, when it was wetter earlier, it did work for people.
Yeah.
They took that extreme wide line, but we've had the crossover. Even since these drivers were last out on track in their pre-C final, the conditions have changed again. The track is drier than it was, and thus it doesn't work the same way as the 95 of Rudy Gilmore Kelly is off into the bark on the final corner. Just to confirm, it was Dan Campbell who was spun around on the outside of the horseshoe on that first lap. So disappointment there for the number 17. Curtis Dewayne as well has dropped towards the back of the field. Fastest lap of the race is with Harry Bowman. As
there was another driver off there. I think we have gone full course yellow.
We have, yeah. We have. Okay, so race neutralised by the clerk of the course. I say there were 2 drivers very close to being side by side and passing there in the second chicane. That was definitely under yellows, and that's the reason. Got a driver well off the back, and I'm afraid that's probably the 24 of Finn Chambers who's dropping down our timing. Now, top tip, if you've got to get your kart back on track, don't do what you could just see Finn Chambers doing there. Easy for me to say when I'm not out there in the cold and the rain, but it's far, far quicker to pick these carts up at the rear bumper and drag them back onto track and then place them down, and it is place them down, don't drop them down, else certain John Viger of Club 100 will have some words to say. Penalty for Elena Gabrielli in the number 46, currently running in 8th place. That's disappointing. She had a really good pre-final, didn't she? Working her way up through the field nicely, but has received a penalty there for something. I wonder, is that for a takeout on Finn Chambers? I'm not sure. Tyler Masters just dropped down the field as well. What's happened to him? And we are indeed back to green. So Harry Bowman leads. There's a yellow still out of that second chicane. But the reason, by the way, just very briefly to finish the thought as the action gets going again, the reason you don't want to push the cart along like that is you are fighting the whole transmission of the cart connected to the engine. You're fighting against that rear axle connected to the engine. You've got to push against all that resistance rather than just pick up and drag on the front bumper. Oh, driver going slowly there on the back straight. That was a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Eden James in second place, coming upon the traffic, but managed to avoid that, and that is the 95 of Rudy Gilmore Kelly there, recovering after some spins. We saw him off in the bark a few laps ago, and everyone's having to navigate Rudy at the moment as he gets back up to speed.
Paloma Jacqueline also lost time on that last lap.
Oh, and he's round again, is Gilmore Kelly.
Into chicane number 2. The problem there for Gilmore Kelly. Yeah, really tough moments for Rudy out there. Jacqueline lost 4 positions on that last lap. Is now down to 11th place. So 6 minutes of this one to go. Bowman leads. James second, Edelston third, and that is Curtis Dwayne facing in the wrong direction on the exit of the Parabolica. So yeah, it is definitely very tricky out there, running wide out onto the curb.
Is Eden James.
Yeah, so that was our second place driver who's got away with it, has not lost that position as a result. I think there may be another cart off yet. That's Finn Chambers.
It is.
Once more, and the number 24 is going to need to really work hard to get that one out of there because he's actually dipped into the bark. But my, oh my, what a moment for Eden James out of the coming out of the horseshoe. That's the thing, you hit and what that will have been, hitting the racing line where the rubber is, and you just slide. And if you go over the far side of that curb, it just slopes away, and you can get yourself in a lot of trouble very quickly. There's a penalty out there for the number 94 of Alexander Campbell, who's currently in 5th place, so that's not good news at all for the driver in the number 94 on your screens now.
Yeah, with the close attentions of Harvey Henry as well behind him in the 155. And there we're looking at a different... no, we're not. We're looking at Toby Edelston. We were briefly there. And then here is the battle between Campbell and Henry. But as you say, a penalty for Campbell, and that's bad drive onto the back straight. And surely that's going to be the opportunity for Harvey Henry. This is the battle over 5th place. Into the last corner they go, side by side. And I think Harvey Henry has won himself enough. This is exactly what you're saying, mate, about the mid-track grip. He won himself enough track space there on the inside to get the grip he needed to finish the move.
Yeah, very good indeed. Harry Bowman sets the new fastest lap of the race. 63.714 is 2.6 seconds clear.
Elena Gabrielli has a cone warning and has dropped several positions. She's still dropping down, and she has a spin out there, I think, for Gabrielli. So it's insult to injury because we've already seen a penalty given to her. Now, I'm afraid, is dropping down the order. 39 of Toby Edelston leads Jacob Aquil back up the lap. This is the 39 and the 75 battling over 3rd place. They're 1.3 seconds back from Eden James in 2nd place. 2.7 seconds the lead gap between Bowman and James, but Bowman's just put in the fastest lap of the race to take that gap out by a further 9/10 of a second. So actually Harry Bowman put in a great stint to try and bridge the gap at the moment. There you could just see Eden James with the orange helmet and blue suit, as that is the 114 of Henry Pomeran's door, and that's disappointment for him because he's spun there from the top 10 from 8th place.
Yeah, real shame for Henry. Was running well in this race and was looking on for a good haul of points. Still be a decent haul of points, of course, being here in the higher reaches of the C final. Well, if you can get going again, of course. But yeah, that's not a good moment for a driver who has done one round so far this year, but definite improvements from the round 2 performance for Henry Pomeranz Dort. So reasons to be positive, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. And it still applies what we were saying earlier on in the day. If you spin off in these conditions, you keep going.
Yep.
Because you don't know what's going to happen.
2.5 minutes to go. There's your race leader, Harry Bowman. Kart's number 35. After that mega start from the second row of the grid, the outside of the second row of the grid. He's 1.8 seconds ahead of Eden James. But Eden James has just put in a 1:03.421, pulled down 0.8 of a second to close the gap down to 1.8 now. This is not done for the race win. There is a trophy up for grabs in this race, of course. Nice little glass trophy for the winner of the C final. It's the 155 of Harvey Henry. This is not over as well for the likes of Edelston, Equil, Henry and Campbell, because if Eden James closes up further to Harry Bowman and they start squabbling, well, there's going to be opportunities here. And those chasing drivers are getting quicker all the time. There'll be 2 more laps to go after this one. There is a yellow flag out at the final corner. There's I think it's Finn Chambers off there in the gravel. I think it was just the one. Yeah, 1.8 seconds is the lead, 2.5 seconds. In fact, that was a great lap from Edelston. Has closed in. It's now only 0.7 of a second behind Eden James. Track limit warning for Alexander Campbell in 6th place. The number 53 of Curtis Duane just pulling over to one side. You can see all the bark that needs to be shaken out of the kart now. That is, unfortunately, Finn Chambers 4 laps off the overall lead as Eden James now trying to find, well, has found a way past the back marker. Now it's the turn of Toby Edelston to do likewise. And all the while, this is frustrating for Edelston. Oh, as Duane is off and into the barriers there. I think that was a driver error on that occasion. Duane's going to have to clamber out, recover the car to get back into the race with 25 seconds to go. But last lap board is going to come out shortly for Harry Bowman. He's had to control this race in the second half. Mega start. He's looking really comfortable at the halfway point, but the others have chipped back away at his lead. It's 1.3 seconds as they start the final lap. 1 minute 5.1 last time around for Bowman. 1 minute 4.6 for Eden James. 1 minute 4.8 for Edelston, a further second back. This is one of those nervy ones, Howard, where he's not under he's not got a kart right on his rear bumper, but he knows he's in that range that one little mistake and it's going to be game over for going forward into the B final.
Absolutely. Yellow flags will save him for this next corner, which is for Duane to recover his kart, or perhaps for them to recover some cones. I think he may have got underway again, actually, now. But yeah, Harry Bowman, he has driven this one very well, make no mistake. But yeah, he'll be glad, I think, to see the checkered flag on this one because the drivers behind him beginning to find pace. And he'll come through this final corner now. Traffic ahead of him as well. And Eden James is closing all the time. It is, though, going to be. And he'll be very glad to see the checkered flag now. Harry Bowman takes the win. Eden James in second, bags the last spot on the B final grid for our junior super lightweights. Toby Edelston in third. Jacob Equil in fourth. Harvey Henry fighting his way up to 5th place there, ahead of Alex Campbell. Noah Rogerson next, ahead of Richard Winchcombe. Paloma Jacquelot in 9th, and then Kira Boylan will round out your top 10. Or will, though. I've called some of those a little bit early here, because fighting through the last corner, this is brilliant stuff between Taylor England and Dan Campbell, and it went the way of Campbell there, just about. That was a nice little finish there for 11th place. But Harry Bowman and Eden James are your promotees, pending any penalties we haven't seen, but I haven't seen anything untoward on the timing. We'll see them again, most likely, in that B final. Speaking of which, Next up is a B final, that for the cadet super lightweights. Let's take a look at your grid then for this one. Elliot Griggs will start this one on pole. Noah Hobson alongside. It'll be Caudle Sinclair and James Vout on row 2. Zaya Honor and Ruben Bagri make up your third row of the grid, ahead of Alfie Slattery and Jack Beasley. Alfie Slattery, if I recall, one of the drivers who, when he made the jump from pre-C to pre-B, was very rapid at getting up through the field. Jake Matthews and William Horton round out your top 10, ahead of Max Wainwright and Platon Sultan, your winner of that pre-C final as well, doing well to get up the field to have a good position on this grid. Ethan Hall and Felix Thode are row 7, then it's Jacob Chipregi and Joseph Davies on row 8, Caesar Chen and Samardeep Daliwal on row number 9. Row 10 is Jacob Kent and Jack Horton. And let's just confirm for you as well, your cadet super lightweight C final promotees. We have, of course, Ledger Dimitriou with that dominant win that he had by 22.5 seconds over the persistent, good perseverance that was shown by Luke Cherrington in hauling himself into that second place, getting the result he needed to be on the back of this B final grid.
Yeah, it was a good performance indeed to keep going and not giving up on that effort. There is the number 56 of Cherrington. So it'll be 11 minutes. Keep your comments coming in. Some good talk about how to get into karting at a teenage age. And let's say this Club 100 competition now formally part of Motorsport UK's karting pathway for those looking to go from no experience at all the way up to the British Kart Championships, which you can watch here, of course, as well on Alpha Live. And some very big action next weekend, of course, which we'll talk about in due course in the karting world here in Britain. We're ready for a B final for the cadet super lightweights, and away they go indeed. No, they don't. There was a false start flag. Right on cue. Right on cue. We can talk about more Alpha Live coverage for next weekend, if we're right in saying that this is a restart.
Yeah,
yes,
it is.
It is a restart.
Yeah, full start flag there. The green flag with the downward yellow chevron, for anyone unfamiliar with that kart flag. That is the full start flag there.
We'll start with the stuff that DDMM's involved with next weekend. 2 events that DDMM is involved with next weekend. We've got more coverage of the Super 1 Karting Championships. We'll be at Wilton Mill with coverage on the Sunday for the whole day. And we'll also have driver interviews from the Saturday as well. We will also, with David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth, be providing commentary for the British 24-hour. Once again, that'll be up at Teesside Autodrome, so plenty to get your teeth into next weekend. But it is also Kart Masters weekend next weekend as well, so obviously one of Motorsport UK karting's biggest events of the year at PF International. Do tune in for that. You're going to need lots of screens next weekend.
There's a lot, isn't there?
For Alpha Live.
I don't know how I'm following them. We're having to do 2 events just to try.
You've got to make sure that you've got to subscribe, click that notification bell, and whilst you're here as well, make sure that you've clicked that like button as well. Right, time number 2 for the Cadet Super Lightweight B final. Away they go for 11 minutes. Into the first couple of corners. Good start for Elliot Griggs in the number 60. Can they all squirm their way through the first couple of corners? Heading down to the second chicane now. That is just the start that Griggs would have wanted. The number 25 of James Vout has had a good start as well.
Beasley
There's a half
over the
spin
curbs.
in the middle of the pack there. That was Ruben Bagri,
Yep.
the number 65. But apart from that, I think everybody's good as they go through the parabolic for the first time.
Just to confirm, the clerk of the course has deemed that we'll do the full 11 laps as round. I don't mean 11 laps, I mean 11 minutes as round has gone with a double spin. Is that William Horton, I think? And also, others have joined him. Joseph Davies in the 89, and I didn't catch who that was off to driver's left there. But just to say there, they have decided to do the full 11 minutes. They're not bound to do so if there is a full start like that. But, yeah, full 11 minutes will be running this.
To be fair, though, there's not really been that many disruptions so far today, and that's a credit to the drivers out there keeping things on time. End of lap number 1 then. Elliot Griggs leads the race. James Vout in second place. If the race was to finish now it would be those two going through into the A final for the Cadet Super Lightweights. But I want to keep an eye on this driver here. Card number 21, black suit, blue helmet, Jack Beasley, was very fast in the pre-B final, and with a bit better luck would have probably made it through. Is scything his way through the order there, going past the number 40 of Alfie Slattery, now down the inside of the number 52 of Zaire Honor. This is a great piece of driving once again from Jack Beasley.
Yeah, brilliant. Don't forget, he had those wins at Wilton Mill at the start of the season, and then maybe slightly fallen away for Beasley, relatively speaking to those very lofty standards in rounds 2 and 3. And now, as there's a switch there. That is that Honor going by on Slattery. Oh, sorry, that's further up ahead. My apologies, mate. That's Griggs and Vout, isn't it? Vout's had good drive there, and there is change for the lead there for James Vout, as behind them Hobson and Beasley battle over second. James Vout will take his customary very wide line through, and there's a bit of contact there, and as the two lines converge, that's contact with Griggs. Griggs is a bit unhappy. In fairness to James Vout, I'm not entirely sure where he was supposed to go there, though, lest he'd have gone all over the bark and the gravel there. So, but yeah, frenetic fighting at the front. Beasley all over the back of Noah Hobson now for third as well. He'll go down the inside here. Can he find enough grip? He'll be wide enough, I think, to get that grip. Great move there by Jack Beasley. Continues to work his way up. Now up into third and will now start chasing. I say the battling Vout and Griggs, but Andrew Vout has pulled out quite a gap there in the first half of this lap.
Yeah, James Vout used the wider line to great effect at the start of this lap, but Jack Beasley, that was a really key move to get that done as quickly as possible, to get onto the job of trying to catch up to Elliot Griggs now in the number 60. He's got 8 minutes, the best part of it to go. Going through the final couple of corners now. Vout has a lead of 2.5 seconds. Half a second back as Jack Beasley. At that pace, he's going to be on Elliot Griggs on this lap. There's the number 46 of Max Wainwright coming through your shot, just ahead of Zaire Honor and I think Alfie Slattery in there as well with Cordell Sinclair. That's all the run from 5th down to 8th place. But look at this. This is the key battle on circuit now. Griggs and Beasley over 2nd place.
I think Jake Matthews is an incident out there. Andrew's dropping down the order. Tumbling down is the number 73, I'm afraid to say. So disappointment for him. But look at this. Jack Beasley with great drive off the bottom corner. He'll be on the inside line on Griggs in this next corner. But Griggs will have the inside line for the long part. Can Beasley get to the apex in time? He can't. And round goes round. And that's a mistake. Driver error there for Elliot Griggs. Just loses the rear end.
Oh, and he might get stuck in there. No, he's just going to keep traction.
Is he? I wouldn't have stopped the momentum there.
Yeah, well,
no, he is okay.
Yeah, he had his rear right just on the curb, and that was able to push him off there. But yeah, I'd agree that was driver error. There was a small bit of contact, but it was once Beasley was already through and past. So new top two, Vout and Beasley, 2 seconds clear of the rest of them. If they keep it on the road now, they're looking good for spots in the A final. For James Vout, it would be a return to the A final. Well, it's been in every single A final, Trophy A final so far this year. There's a penalty for Saradeep Dhaliwal in the number 77, currently in 18th place. For Beasley, it's kind of been the story of this middle part of his season. Had a great time in round 1, but fought through from the B final into the A at Glanny Gores.
Yep. I'm liking the battle we just saw coming through, by the way. Ziona still doing really well against Alfie Slattery there in a battle over 5th place and being caught a little bit by Cordell Sinclair and Jacob Chipregi starting to come up onto the back as well. So that's one to watch. Further back here, we've got this battle led by Jacob Kent. For now, I say that, although he's about to get passed, if not careful, by Joseph Davis, who does get by. I think they're going to be side by side, actually, into the horseshoe. And round there, that's the 17 of Jack Horton, unfortunately, as the fastest lap of the race comes in from James Vout, responding to the pressure. Here is the battle between Honor and Slattery into the first chicane, and the 32 is Sinclair just behind them, as Elliot Griggs is confirmed past Felix Thode as well in a move for 9th place, as Griggs tries to work his way back up after that dramatic spin. Plenty of battles kicking off around this Lydd kart circuit as the drivers start to find their confidence in these conditions. This is, that was the 23 of Noah Hobson, and then we pick up with Zaire Honor. So actually Hobson and Wainwright not too far apart either in a battle here they are, Hobson and Wainwright in the 23 and the 46 respectively, and then behind them, Zaya Honor and Alfie Slattery doing battle over 5th place.
Yeah, very good stuff indeed from the cadet super lightweight category here at Lydd. If you've missed any of the action so far this weekend, don't worry, you can watch it all back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Big slide there coming out of the final corner.
That was William Horton, I think, having a heart in the mouth moment there.
So William Horton, unfortunately off the lead lap, but still putting in those good lap times. Jacob Kent has had a contact warning. That's Jacob Kent in 11th place at the moment. On your screens here is the number 23. This is Noah Hobson. Max Wainwright just behind in the black suit, orange trim and white helmet. This is the squabble over 3rd place.
Yeah.
As meanwhile, the Tony Roll of Jack Beasley just getting past some of the traffic there.
Yes, the gap now 4.3 between himself and Vat. Vat really has responded in this race to the pressure that Beasley was applying. Should just say, by the way, update on that battle for 5th, Slattery. Alfie Slattery is now past Zion, although did get a contact warning, so I don't know if it was an entirely... well, I'm guessing it wasn't a contactless move, but not deemed to be an advantage gained, as it were. Is your 3rd place driver, Noah Hobson, still ahead of this 46 numbered driver of Max Wainwright. Just holding the gap as much as he can at arm's length there. Jacob Kent is given a penalty. I don't know what that's for. I can't see any warnings he's had recently, so that might have been... Oh, actually, I just can't read. Contact warning. Good spot there, mate. Has had one too many bumps with other competitors there. Oh, round has gone the 13. And that is Ledger Dimitriou, our winner from the C final.
I think it was also the driver that we saw off on driver's left on the first lap through the Parabolica. But no mind for Ledger Dimitriou. Always good to race through from a C final and maximise the opportunities to race out there on circuit. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Vout leads now by 5.1 ahead of Jack Beasley. Jack Beasley, in turn, is comfortably ahead of these two here, Hobson and Wainwright. It's the continuing scrap for 3rd place. This could be an opportunity for Max Wainwright as they come upon the number 77 of Dhaliwal, who is off the lead lap. Is there going to be an opportunity here for Wainwright? Oh, as Dhaliwal's going to spin off and off into the grass there. Wainwright is going to be close behind, but I think Noah Hobson, that was a lot to deal with for Noah Hobson right in front of the nose of his number 23. Who's that off deep into the barriers? Can't quite make out the number from that angle.
He's going to need their assistant. I can see assistants
might
running
be Jack
to him
Horton, because Jack Horton is falling down the order.
Jack Horton's just past the line.
Okay,
it's definitely not him.
It won't be Jack Horton then. We'll come back to
who that is. But here is your 3rd place driver again, Noah Hobson. Still holding Max Wainwright at arm's length. Alfie Slattery has been able to get a little bit of a gap on Zaya Honor now. Honor having to deal with, and it's the 74 of Jacob Kent. Who now rejoins the circuit.
That's on the curb.
Still not quite far enough, is it?
Barnaby's going to give it a bit of a push. There he goes. Back onto the circuit. 50 seconds to go. Track limit warning for Noah Hobson. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to pick up a late penalty and lose positions and points as a result of that.
And actually, the track limits haven't helped him pull out a gap, because if anything, Max Wainwright is closer this time. So it could be an interesting battle here.
Good lap there from Jacob Cipregi. Just to note, new PB. He's in 7th place at the moment. He's just gained that position as well from Cordell Sinclair.
Yep, and now he's trying to get onto the back. I feel like Ziana has been battling away all race long. Really good stuff here. Coming through this last corner of the lap, though, that is traffic in the form of William Horton. But Horton's pace, Andrew, not too bad, to be honest.
He's in the 104s, which is quicker than a number of the drivers, well, pretty much everyone ahead of him, up to the 2 drivers going through to the Through to the A final.
Yeah, and that's the 74 of Jacob Kent. I think trying to get back up to speed as well. So our battle over third place goes by there. Last lap is out. Last lap board is out. As the two... that's William Horton lapping Jacob Kent, effectively. We need to keep an eye here. I've actually lost the driver tracker here in the box. But James Vout is definitely out there on his last lap. The 25 will be coming through to take the win anytime soon. And indeed he will. James Vout takes the win in the B final with Jack Beasley. So 1.8 seconds off the... Hey, I'll tell you what, Beasley was really gaining on in the last lap. I think they'll be glad to see the checkered flag move out. Beasley bags the final spot on that A final grid. Noah Hobson holds off Max Wainwright for third. And then it's Alfie Slattery in fifth. Zaya Honor in sixth, who held off challenges from Jacob Chipregi and Cordell Sinclair for seventh and eighth. Then we expect it to be Elliot Griggs, and Felix Thode will finish in 10th place to round out the finishes of that one. Then it'll be Ruben Bagri, comes across the line now in the number 65. Jake Matthews in the 73 finishes in 12th. And then it'll be a little bit of a gap to Ethan Hall. No, it won't. Sorry, Jack Horton's got by on that last lap. We're going to finish rounding up the order there, though. Confirmed results will be on results.alphatime.co.uk, because I can already hear the engines revving and getting ready for our B final in Super Lightweight Junior.
Getting ready then to go for the next race. It will be the Junior Super Lightweight B final. Let's have a look at the grid and those competing for those final two spots in the A final. Thomas Hughes has pole position. Jack Philpott alongside on the front row of the grid. Max Davies and Noah Checkley go from row 2. Henry Jones and Mason Chahal go from row 3. Tom Sands and Conor McNamara go from row 4. Henry Wilkes and Caden Ward complete the top 10 on row 5. Flynn Perry and Oliver Wilbur will start from the middle of the pack there on row 6. Daniel Archibald and Ben Yangu start on the 7th row of the grid. Max Nash and Connor Kenny have it all to do from row 8. Imogen Owen had a spin in the first race, starts this one from row 9 alongside Taron McCamley. Jensen Jowett also had a spin in the first race, starts on row 10 alongside Joshua Greaves. Felix Bond and Jasmine Richardson go from row 11. Jasmine Richardson was on pole position for the pre-B final. Benjamin Amarin Draper and Charlie Wainwright are the last of the qualifiers through automatically. They're joined by Harry Bowman and Eden James from the C final. Away we go then, 11 minutes for this B final in Junior Super Lightweights at Lydd. Good start for Thomas Hughes. There's a half spinner in the middle. It's Caden Ward who's going to lose a number of positions, and it's going to get a little bit tight as they run down to hairpin. Chicane number 2 as well there. The cone goes flying. Surely someone's going to be thrown out of that pack. Yes, they are. And unfortunately, I think it might be for the second race in a row at the second chicane. Jasmine Richardson, it has not been a happy hunting ground for the driver in the 110 so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. Squiggling around on the exit curb there out of the bottom corner. They go as they work their way back up the order. That was the 52 of Noah Checkley, I think, squirreling around on that curve, trying to get grip, but has kept his foot in it, has lost out a couple of spots. We've got two drivers off on the exit of bottom corner there.
Yeah, that's going towards the horseshoe.
As they come round, the main pack come round to finish that first lap. It is still the 67 of Thomas Hughes who leads the field. He's retained his pole position. Noah Checkley just had a massive slide through that. He's been watching too much rallycross recently, I think, as Checkley. That is a dramatic first lap. But to be fair, he is pushing the limits of the grip. And to be fair, on greasy surfaces such as in a World Rallycross, you do see them kicking the rear out. So maybe he's onto something there. Max Davies here battling away with Mason Chahal, who had a good first lap to put himself up into 5th place there. Biggest mover of that first lap was Jensen Jowett in the 103, up 8 places from the back, up to 13th place.
Well, Jowett had good speed in the early stages of the pre-B final, was in contention for moving up into the pre-A, but then had a spin hence why it's started a little bit low down the order. It's Max Nash and Conor McNamara who were your two spinners on the entry to the horseshoe. So Nash, McNamara and Richardson all out of this one. I think, in fact, Jasmine Richardson may have retired from this race. 8 minutes and 55 to go.
Honourable mention for Josh Greaves as well, made up 6th place, but I was wrong to say the biggest move. The biggest move was actually Eden James.
Yeah.
Up 9 places. Again, the drivers who've had slightly more time out on the track have slightly more knowledge of the track. Kind of sounds obvious when you put it that way, but they're using it to good effect. And as that... it's Jack Philpott has slightly closed up on Thomas Hughes there at the sharp end of this field. But we're looking at the battle between Davis, Sands and Checkley here. So there is the 38 of Sands. Max Davies looks over his shoulder to see Noah Checkley. So that means Tom Sands has got by on Max Davies in the first part of this lap. And now Noah Checkley here in the 52 feels like taking the position off of Max Davies in the 73. This is over 6th place as they come onto the back straight. Good drive from Checkley, can't do anything with it. And that's got to be careful there. That looked very bump and passy to me. That was borderline, I would say. Got to be careful. And what it allows actually is Ben Yangu to come through on both of them. Brilliantly read by Yangu in the 8 here. Side by side with Checkley across the line. Checkley will just have his nose in front. But Ben Yangu read that one nicely there.
Well, if you're Ben Yangu in this race, it's been a very odd... round goes the number 52 of Checkley.
I don't think that was contact.
Yeah, I think that was all on his own as well. Well, I'll have a look at it on our little replay monitor in the booth. But that was very strange for Noah Checkley.
That was so late to lose the grip. You're pointing in a straight line by and large by that point. That is the latest I have seen someone lose that coming out of there. But I really don't think I saw that as contact there.
Yep, lost it on his own. Lost it on the curb. Unfortunately, we can't show the replay because we've got the middle of the race going on. Is that off the road? Apologies, I couldn't quite check out the number on that one. But yeah, for Checkley, it was just got the power on the curb.
Yep.
Saw not too dissimilar thing in the Genettas last weekend at Cadwell Park, just as it came over the rise.
Yeah. Battle between Henry Jones and Mason Chahal here. This is over 3rd place. Both taking an extreme wide line into the first chicane. Better drive goes the way of Chahal, though. Gets his car in front.
Just to come back to Ben Yangu, because there is a championship situation with him going on. He's second in the point, or was second in the points at the start of today.
Yeah.
It has been a really off day for Ben Yangu. You may as well just go for it in this one.
Yeah.
A 6th place in a B final isn't really the kind of score that's going to be of any use to you. If you're doing the whole season, you hope today is your drop score for today. So you may as well just throw everything at it to try and get into the A final and have a bit of a damage limitation job. Save that. Oh, it's round. That was about Jasmine Richardson again. Off to driver's left. There's also 2 carts off down on the entry into the horseshoe.
It is Connor Kelly. Connor Kenny. So yeah, weird one there.
That was very bizarre. I think that was 2 incidents happening at once there. I'm just going to look at that on the replay monitor.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Eden James comes out of the final corner of the lap in what is an impressive drive up the field for him, up to 16th place now. There's the number 16 of Felix Bond as well. 29 and the 50 doing battle here through the second hairpin. That is Henry Wilkes and Imogen Owen side by side towards the bottom corner as there's a penalty given to Imogen Owen. So she'll be docked some form of positions at the end of this race. She's on the outside line there.
And having a little watch back, I think that was for contact with Connor Kenny. I think that's what the cause of Kenny's rotation was.
Yeah, she was in that part of the track, wasn't she? So, yeah. If so, that would be an ABC takeout and 6 positions added to wherever she finishes this race. It's coming back here at... the car in front. She's having a go at Henry Wilkes again, I think, there. And is through. So takes the position back that she lost at the bottom part of the circuit.
I know he's just had a contact warning, but another great performance from someone coming from a lower final. Harry Bowman is up to 14th place in this race. 4 1/4 minutes of it to go. It's not decided at the front of the order is the number 27. This is Wainwright trying to find a way past Max Davies. That's beautifully done. What a drive this has been from Charlie Wainwright. Was unfortunately excluded from the first result, so had to start this one from the back and has gone up to 9th place. Tremendous drive.
Yep. Good battle there developing between Henry Wilkes and Oliver Wilbers. We've got two
That's
drivers.
that's huge.
That's huge.
That is huge off. And is it Philpott as well? It's definitely our race leader is off on the entry to... Is it a back marker that he's tripped over? I think it might be. Is it the number... It might be the number 34. Well, either way, that is a huge moment. It's not Jack Philpott because Philpott's come through to take the lead of the race. Mason Chahal is now up into 2nd place. There's a cone warning as well for Thomas Hughes.
I think that'll be the least of it, to be honest.
My goodness me, what a moment in this race. For the race, Tom Sands. It's the number 38 of Tom Sands.
Yeah.
Who had, I wonder, because they weren't together.
Yeah.
I wonder, is that Hughes dropping it on his own? And then for poor Tom Sands joining the incident.
I'm really not sure. Fastest lap of the race, set, Imogen Owen at 102.158. Still good pace, albeit she has a penalty hanging over her at this point. Jack Philpott then is your leader in the number 40. And he's close for the lead now as well, because here it is, basically your lead battle. Mason Chahal in 2nd place here. Henry Jones in 3rd, and then, as you say, Andrew, Ben Yangu, who, as we observed, may as well throw everything at this.
Well, definitely now, because there's 4 seconds up the road to Henry Jones, and all you need is for one driver ahead to get a penalty, and you're back into the A final.
Yeah, Benjamin Warren Draper has just got by Henry Wilkes for 10th as well. So plenty of good battles going on out there, but suddenly, I mean, to be fair, the lead gap that Tom Hughes had wasn't huge either. We were still looking for this to maybe come to a boil, but with less than 2 minutes left on the clock then, this is a contact warning for Eden James. Now up to 14th place, continuing to work his way up the order. Jack Philpott then, in the number 40, currently one of 2 drivers who are holding that golden ticket to get onto the back of the A final grid. Mason Chahal is the other one.
Philpott missed round 1, hasn't been to an A final so far this season in the junior super lightweights. Has only got a minute and a half, or less than a minute and a half on the clock to navigate to find his way there. For Mason Chahal, well, he's also not been to an A final so far this season because this is his first appearance. They've got a decent gap over Henry Jones behind. You don't necessarily need to fight too hard over this. Yes, there is a trophy to be awarded, but there's a prize, and especially seeing how well drivers have done from B finals into A finals so far today. You want to make sure that you get there. There could be far bigger prizes in store. There'll be one more lap after this one. They've both been presented with this opportunity due to Hughes spinning out of this race.
I assume both drivers know that happened. I'm trying to think how far back Mason would have been. You know, does he think he's going all in for 2nd and the last opportunity here? Who knows? Going on to the final lap then, it's Jack Philpott who leads from Mason Chahal.
Oh, well, Chahal was very wide there. And yes, he's been involved with an incident with a spinner. There was a cart off, and Chahal's out! Chahal's out! He's lost throttle, the front right is gone. There was a yellow flag
look at the front left wheel
into the first turn, and Chahal just got it wrong. He's damaged the cart, he's out, he's lost 2nd place, the steering's gone as well. What a mistake to make on the last lap of the race. Jack Philpott is free and gone, but what's happening behind? Is Henry Jones going to be able to hold on for 2nd place now? We had Thomas Hughes spin out of the lead of this race. We had Mason Chahal crash out of 2nd place in this race. Ben Yangu's only 1 spot away from getting back into an A final after a terrible day for the driver 2nd in points at the start of things here at Lydd. What a bonkers super lightweight junior B final that's been won by Jack Philpott. He takes the spot, the first of those 2 spots into the A final. Henry Jones does come over the line in second place, and he probably doesn't even know he's there.
Nope.
Third place for Ben Yangu. Imogen Owen fourth, but has penalties. Jensen Jowett up to 5th place. Charlie Wainwright from the back is 6th. Max Davies, Oliver Wilbur, Benjamin Amarim Draper, and Henry Wilkes are all in the top 10. But what a way for this B final to finish, and what a mistake from Mason Chahal.
Well, if you're friends, family, supporters of Henry Jones here at the circuit, for goodness sake, make sure he doesn't get out the car and immediately run off. He's got another race to drive here. I have to say as well, there was another car involved in that incident with Chahal as well. I don't know who that was. I'm sure he saw another cart there.
There
and
was.
one would have to assume it was. It would have been a big hit to break the steering like that. So hopefully all concerned okay. I can't help but note that Jasmine Richardson had a very, very slow lap at the end of that one. So potentially there, but either way, drama aplenty here at Lydd as we head into our A finals. We'll kick off with our super lightweight cadets. Here's your grid then for your A final, the grand finale for our super lightweight cadets. It'll be Laurie McVeigh who leads them away on this one. Rory Hamilton alongside Alex Cox and Luka Batuev on row number 2. Jude Paddock and Margaris Kavekis on row number 3. Hani Sadiq is next with Corey Chapman. What a day he's had working his way up through these grids, starting there in 8th. Oliver Yangu and Jacob Underhill round out the top 10. Then it'll be Edward Jones and Max Lovell on row number 6. Aidan Hammond and Charlie Cipregi are on row 7, with Teddy Young and Jensen Barnard on row 8. Then it's Wyatt McAllister and Ewan Farrelly on row number 9. Ben Hunt and Druv Rort are on row number 10. And then on row number 11, not shown on our grid graphic there, but remember we still have those promotees from the B final. It'll be James Vout and Jack Beasley, who have earned their spot on the back of this A final grid. Well, who is going to take home the spoils here? The big trophy final is about to get underway for round 4 of them. They're going around again, so I won't build it up quite that much. Bear with me. But actually, I need that. I need a breather after what just happened.
That was quite a dramatic B final for the juniors that we've just seen. They'll go through the cut through. We should mention as well, we have a new live championship leader because Ellis Cox has now taken the championship lead by 3 points over Rory Hamilton. So keep an eye out for those two, obviously, in this race. Laurie McVeigh going out for race wins in this campaign this season. Has already used more than his dropped scores. I think we're going to go round again for at least one time. I think this is because they're trying to recover the stranded cart that was used by Mason Chahal in the previous race. Should mention our championship leader heading into today, Aidan Hammond, is in this race but starts down in the middle of the pack, around about 14th place. But then again, these conditions have been so wild today, it's not out of the question that Aidan Hammond could work a way through this field. We're going to go around at least one more time because the pace cart has not pulled away. If you're just joining us, live coverage of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships here at Lydd in Kent, round 4. Awaiting the start of our Cadet Super Lightweight A final. 130 championship points on the line for the race winner in what is one of the tightest championships, not just here in the cadets and juniors field, but in all the Club 100 championships, including the seniors this year. This is one of the most wide open set of standings that we've got in 2023. Wet conditions, windy conditions as they've been throughout the weekend. I'd say with that spice of the dampness out on track. Now we're ready to go. 11 minutes on the clock. All eyes on Laurie McVeigh. He's gone very early there, and it's going to be a false start. That's going to go round again. Yeah.
Instantly there, and I think that's for the best, because I think Rory Hamilton was caught slightly off guard there.
He was.
Because to be honest, I was caught slightly because the pace cart just went, and usually there's some gesture to show it. I didn't see it if there was one, But yeah, Laurie McVeigh will, well, I say resume. Nobody actually broke out of position there.
Nope.
And there is no pace car in front of them. So at the moment, McVeigh, he is the pace setter.
No, I think that was called because McVeigh just went a little bit too early.
Yep.
So expect one of our Club 100 staff members out on the last corner just say, let's keep it calm. Because they have all kept it in that same formation, we should be able to go straight away. Good turnaround here. Rory Hamilton will make sure he doesn't get jumped again this time. That's a much better one. Yep. 11 minutes away we go for the Cadet Super Lightweight A final. Into the first couple of corners we go. McVeigh goes deep. It's been a good start for Ellis Cox. And off into the gravel goes Laurie McVeigh. He keeps it going. No, he's lost it now. The 83 is out of it as well.
Charlie Cipraghi.
What a terrible, terrible start for Laurie McVeigh. Just too much speed. Into the first corners, he went wide, he got grabbed by the bark on driver's right-hand side, and any chance of winning this race is gone.
And I nearly said it, Andrew, with all of the laps through the rotation, it builds the tension, not just for us as the audience, but for the drivers as well, mentally. And one just wonders, did that build there? It was Charlie Cipraghi who joined him, I'm afraid to say, in that off there in the bark, so that's opportunity for him. Largely gone in this race.
Underhill round. Jacob Underhill in the green and white helmet has gone in the number 20 as well. Well, has already had a spin in the Pre-A final, was able to work his way back up to P10 by the end of that Pre-A final, has got it all to do again here in the Trophy A final.
And it's Ellis Cox.
Yeah, end of lap 1. Ellis Cox, who got a great start, didn't go too deep. But here comes the number 58 of Jude Pudderfoot as well. On the inside, the number 10 of Rory Hamilton. What a start to this Cadet Super Lightweight final. Ellis Cox, as we say, your new live championship leader, was third in the Pre-A final. Big opportunity to stamp his authority at the halfway mark of this 16-race calendar. But Jude Pudderfoot, what a great start and for the driver in the number 58 there.
And who's in fourth, Andrew? But Corey Chapman, who won the Pre-B final, has worked his way up during the Pre-A finals to get a great grid spot for this one, and is now right in there. He's going for the lead there, is Jude Pudderfoot, but he goes too deep in the horseshoe. He surely can't find the grip on the inside there, and Ellis Cox is back through momentarily. Pudderfoot was ahead. Now he's having to defend against Hamilton on the back straight. It's somehow as they were at the start of the lap in terms of order, but there was not without drama there on this second lap of the race, and it's allowed Corey Chapman and as well Kovekis to catch up, as well as there's a penalty for Aidan Hammond. Don't know what that one is for, but the contender who came into today as your championship leader has not had the best day at the races.
Marguris Kovekis is coming into this as well. The driver in the number 15 started the day so fast in the qualifying sessions, was really on top of things in the slippery conditions at the start of the day. Is the fastest driver once again out on circuit, 63.6898 as side by side go Pudderfoot and Hamilton. Pudderfoot has not been outside the top 5 in any race he's competed in so far this year, but is yet to have a win. Best result is a third. Track limit warning for Laurie McVeigh as well. And Ellis Cox all the while is just around the outside goes Hamilton.
What a move.
Brilliant move by Rory Hamilton to take second place through the horseshoe. Had the grip on the outside line, got it right off of the horseshoe as well, and now sets about trying to challenge his championship rival Ellis Cox.
Top 5 then, and pretty much nose to tail here at the head of the field. Ellis Cox, Jude Pudderfoot, Ellis Cox, Rory Hamilton will be confirmed off the back of that amazing move. Jude Pudderfoot. Then it's Marguris Kovekis and Corey Chapman, your top 5. Great battles happening throughout, by the way. Laurie McVeigh had that disappointment. It's back up to 7th, Andrew, and with the fastest lap of the race. So don't count Laurie out. He is still very much in this, trying to fight his way back up. And Luka Batuev, the member of the top 7 that I didn't mention there. But Pudderfoot not letting go of this chase for second place on Rory Hamilton. And there is the 50 of Corey Chapman, the 28 of Luka Batuev, and then Laurie McVeigh trying to catch up onto the back of these carts as Rory Hamilton takes a wide line into the horseshoe there. The 15 of Marguris Kovekis challenging Jude Pudderfoot for third place there. As you can see, plenty of good battles going on as well, as Oliver Yangu's in a battle there. And this is for the lead of the race here. Ellis Cox versus Rory Hamilton. Hamilton has a think about it, Andrew, but I don't think he's going to have the overspeed there. As they come out, look at this, nose to tail, the top 4 in the Cadet Super Lightweight A final.
It's been a super, I think it's been race of the weekend so far. It's to the inside, runs Hamilton, but Cox is going to have the quicker line off of chicane number 1. That was a warning shot from Hamilton into chicane number 2. They go. We're not even in the second half of this race yet. We've already seen so much happen. Ellis Cox soaking up the pressure at the moment, side by side between Kovakis and Putterfoot, and Kovakis is through.
Yeah, absolutely. Kovakis with a very wide line through, the likes of wide line through that bottom corner, and it served him well there. Got great drive off of that and gained a couple of kart lengths on Putterfoot, who he just demoted down to 4th. Look at this, the top 3 almost going side by side here into the horseshoe. They all take a slightly wide line here. Ellis Cox is your 11 car. Then it's Rory Hamilton in the 10. We've seen Hamilton have good strength through this part of the circuit. Got a nose alongside the rear wheels of Cox, but then lost out, and actually, if anything, is exposed to Margoris Kovakis into this last corner of the lap. And still, Putterfoot is with them, and still, actually I say still, Luka Batuev really coming onto the back of these drivers here as well. Still close amongst our top 5, as Max Lovell is making gains on Hani Sadiq, and Jack Beasley has made gains on Laurie McVeigh. McVeigh's charge, Andrew, has been halted somewhat here, with some great passes from drivers around him.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be hard work for them now. No podium yet this year for Margoris Kovakis, but it's taking that wider line once again.
It's worth working together here, Andrew, as penalty.
That's going to be track limits.
Penalty for Laurie McVeigh. Yeah, he's just violated those a few too many times, as Hamilton is round the outside. I don't think he's got enough of his kart to repeat the move that he did a few laps ago on Jude Putterfoot. But again, he has good drive onto the back straight. This time he's not been balked in the early part of the straight. What speed does he have in the slipstream of the 11 kart of Ellis Cox? I'm not sure there's enough there, as there's a penalty for Jack Beasley, and that's going to be costly for him because he was trying to find his way up through the top 10 in this one. Corey Chapman, by the way, has dropped off the back of these top 5. I'm intrigued to know if Chapman and Lovell, the likes thereof, are working together here. Once again, we see the alternative lines being taken by Cox and Hamilton through the first chicane. Once again, Ellis Cox is positioning his kart beautifully here, but Hamilton's going to try and swing around the outside, and he's got it done into the second chicane. But look out for Margoris Kovakis as well. Can't get the drive off the corner. It's Rory Hamilton to the head of the field with a bold move round the outside of chicane 2.
And that was all on the exit of chicane number 1. He got Cox off the optimum line and managed to get it once again. Another overtake. It takes a couple of corners to get past drivers here round Lydd. That was superbly done by Rory Hamilton. Now this is a big lap. Can he try and drive away from the rest of the field? And Lee, we saw a couple of finals yesterday decided pretty much by second place giving up the chase for the lead and deciding I'm going to try and hold on for second place here and just allow first place to romp off into the distance. Something tells me, though, we're not going to get that today in this Cadet Super Lightweight A final, and we're all here for it. Track limit warning for Wyatt McAllister in the number 19. Into the first chicane they go once more, and this time Ellis Cox tries a slightly different line there, Howard. He's learnt from that move by Rory Hamilton. He's now taking a slightly shallower line.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these drivers have had an A final win apiece. One is a pre-A final win for Rory back at Glanny Gores, and then Ellis Cox took the win at the second round in the trophy final, the second round at Wilton Mill. So they've both had a win. They've both bagged 130 points once. Margoris Kovakis, right with them though, has not had a win yet this year.
Putterfoot's coming back into this as well.
Don't count them out. And having said, Laurie McVeigh's dropped down, has got that penalty for track limits, but somehow has come back up to 7th place. Laurie McVeigh is being very persistent here. He's pushing to get back into things here. Corey Chapman as well. Don't count him out. You just saw them there towards the back of your shot. Under 2.5 minutes now on the clock. Rory Hamilton leads in the number 10. Ellis Cox is a new fastest lap of the race from Rory Hamilton. He's throwing everything he can here to try and bridge the gap, but fair play to Ellis Cox is keeping him honest.
It is indeed a 1 minute 3.6, so both of them set personal bests on that last lap. This is hard work now for Kovakis there in 3rd place. He's got to keep pushing on because Putterfoot is also going quicker than he's done so before. 1 minute 3.746 last time around. Track limit warning for Luka Batuev, who's just trying to hold on at the moment there in 5th place. He's 1.2 seconds back from this lead quartet into the horseshoe once again. Less than 2 minutes to go now on the clock. Not long at all for Rory Hamilton to strike back and potentially take the championship lead at the halfway stage of this season, especially if Kavekis is going to have a go at Ellis Cox. No, sits in behind as they go into the double right-hander to finish lap number 9. Track limit warning for Droverouse as well.
Some recent passes that have occurred. Jack Beasley's got by on Max Lovell, and also Wyatt McAllister's got by on Jensen Barnard for 15th place. So good battles happening throughout the field as the fastest lap of the race is posted by Margoris Kavekis as he tries to apply this pressure to Ellis Cox ahead. But Andrew, difficult call this. You don't want to, you kind of want to work together to stay in touch with Rory Hamilton here. It's going to be this lap and one more. And I don't know.
I think Kavekis, if he wants to win this race, has got to get through on this lap because Ellis Cox is starting to defend a little bit here.
Yeah.
Holding off Kavekis, recognising I don't think he's got the pace to get back ahead. He might be able to follow Rory Hamilton, but I don't think he's got the power to get back ahead of the number 10 kart. 30 seconds to go, thereabouts on the clock. Is Kavekis going to get the good drive? He's looking perhaps for a move into the last couple of corners, but no, good top end for Ellis Cox. He's got the drive into the last couple of bends. Last lap, Rory Hamilton hasn't won a Trophy A final so far this year. Can he take this one now? But we've seen drama here today in all of these races. We saw drama one race ago in the B final for the juniors on the last lap. Are we going to get another bit here in the cadets? Ellis Cox is properly defending now. He wants to hold on to that second place, but Kavekis is going to be up alongside, and Putterfoot's still there as well.
Good drive off the corner, though, and Putterfoot is seizing the opportunity. It's actually worse to have taken the shallow line here, and Putterfoot is going to throw Ellis Cox the lifeline by having a go here at Kavekis. He wants a podium position here at Lydd as they come back up the circuit. Rory Hamilton's going round the horseshoe, and it's Putterfoot and Kavekis who are actually going side by side here. Can Putterfoot find good grip on the inside? I'm not sure that he can. Rory Hamilton surely has enough in hand now to just bring it home. Ellis Cox, look at the run that Kavekis has. Is he going to go for it into the final couple of apexes? Rory Hamilton will come round to take a brilliant win here, but it's going to almost be a drag to the line for second place in the podium. It's Ellis Cox in second, Margoris Kavekis in third, ahead of Jude Putterfoot, who just misses out on a penalty. And it's Laurie McVeigh gets by on Luka Batuev. There's a penalty to be applied there to Laurie in his final result. He fights back up after that dramatic first corner to finish fifth on the road. Luka Batuev is next, ahead of Corey Chapman. Again, I say hats off to Corey for how he's fought up through the order today. Jack Beasley in eighth, but I also think there's a penalty due there. Harney Sadiq in ninth, Max Lovell in 10th, ahead of Aidan Hammond in 11th. Not the result he needed for his sort of championship campaign at the sharp end there, but drop scores still may help him out there. Aidan Hammond, Wyatt McAllister in 12th, Ben Hunt in 13th, Charlie Chapregi in 14th, and it was Oliver Yangu, Jensen Barnard, Jacob Underhill, Druv Rort, James Vout, Teddy Young, Ed Jones, and Ewan Farrelly just crossed the line there to take the checker flag for 22nd place.
What a race, what a drive from Rory Hamilton. A number of brave overtakes today, and a big step for the driver who started the day third in points. We'll run the maths, may well be in the lead of the championship before we go to Paul Fletcher International later on in the summer. That's all we've got this weekend for the cadets. One more race to go here this weekend at Lydd. The Junior Super Lightweight A final is next.
Here's your grid then for the Junior Super Lightweight A final. And by the way, they will get a few practice laps, I understand, ahead of this one. So we've got slightly longer to talk about this one. Ryan Shepherd will start this one from pole with Benji Hamilton alongside. It'll be Zach Watson. What a day he's had working his way up through the grids to line up third on this final grid of the day. Thomas Northcott next has been in some great battles as well. He's second on that second row on the grid here. Mikey Brissenden and Sam Cole make up row number 3. Then it's Max Cooper and Jack Redfern on row 4. Oliver Liversedge and Frederick Navarro round out your top 10. Jack Stewart and Ethan Pritchard are on row 6 with Nathan James Boyle and Bobby McGeer on row 7. Philip Babulal and Max Kilby are row 8, ahead of Max Sheldon Hayward and George Palmer Mobsby on row number 9. And row 10, it's going to be Jamie Tiley Gooden and Declan Luff to round out that top 20. Zayn El Topshi and Brody Skinner are row 11, ahead of Keo Derrick and Jensen Blakely. And then your promotees, not shown on our grid graphic, from that B final will be Jack Philpott and Henry Jones, taking those positions as they did in dramatic fashion. A little bit of a heartback of... I always get the year wrong. Monaco 86. When did no one want to win the race?
I really should know this because
I've thrown that one at you there.
I've got the poster for the following year.
The race
as a piece
that
of art.
nobody wanted to win there, with spins for Tom Hughes at the Horseshoe, and I'm sure everyone is shouting it at the screens right now. Those aficionados of.
I want to say 1982.
Yeah, 86. I just said sounded a bit too late to me.
That's too, yeah. 1980. Yes, I was right. 1982.
Monaco 82.
Yeah.
The score. I think that's our furthest back reference of the whole weekend before the final race,
yes.
mate. There we go.
And I say, I've got the poster for 1983 on my
Nice.
wall at the top of the
yes,
stairs.
you do.
Yeah,
Yes, you do.
Which is why I should have known that straight away.
Anyway, practice laps for these drivers, and that's because, well, essentially under the rules, by getting to the A final in a category that uses the senior/junior karts, they've earned the right to check over these karts, make sure that they're happy with it. As I always say, Club 100 do a fantastic job of keeping these karts even, but each kart has slightly different characteristics, and so the drivers, having earned their spot on this grid, have the right to check that they're happy with the karts.
Thank you very much to everyone who's tuned in today, and great support throughout. If you've enjoyed the stream and you haven't done so already and you wouldn't mind just clicking that like button here on YouTube, that would be absolutely fantastic to give that support in the algorithm-pleasing manner and all of that business. So thank you very much to everyone who's already done that. Last race of the weekend. It's been a great weekend down here at Lydd. The next Club 100 streamed action is also again for our juniors and cadets. There'll be a little bit of a wait for it. End of September, 30th of September, 1st of October, where we'll be at Rye House for 2 days of action. And we'll be getting towards the latter end of the season. Still more racing to go here, though, here at Lydd. The Junior Super Lightweight A final. The championship, that again, is quite wide open at the moment. This could be a big gainer day for anyone who can survive out there in these conditions, but it also could be an opportunity for those who've not had a good day so far to recover points through the field. I'm thinking in particular for our leader of the championship at the start today, George Palmer Mobsby, who's gone under the radar a little bit so far today. Starts from the middle of the pack. Be looking to move up through the order in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the old comms position, that little hut.
It is.
That's where we would have used to have been, but we are in the lovely clubhouse here at Lydd. Hopefully this is, for anyone who's not been to Lydd before, hopefully this is showing you what a fun circuit it can be as well. Do check them out. Fantastic circuit down here on the South Kent coast. Here, though, we are ready to get underway. Ryan Shepherd is your driver in the 21. Benji Hamilton, your driver in the 26. That's your front row of the grid. As we look for 11 minutes to close out the weekend's racing. Away we go then into the A final. Ryan Shepherd in the 21 leads them away. And going over the grass immediately there is the 63 of Thomas Northcott. Rejoins there, but was squirreling around on the grass there. Evasive action, I think that was, as heavily over the curb goes Ryan Shepherd there. They're all facing the right way for now.
And well, the decision that's coming straight away, I think, that's a very rare you see this one, I think that's a cutting the course penalty.
Yes.
For Thomas Northcott straight away.
Yeah. I agree. I agree that's... Oh, round at the Horseshoe. There's a driver around there. Who's that further? I'll check who that is on timing as they come round. Or indeed as they come round there. It is the 81. I thought it was. of Jamie Tylee Goodman, and that's the second time I think he's had, unfortunately, been involved in an incident on the first lap. At the end of lap number 1, though, Zach Watson got by. Where did that come? I didn't spot that one, very sorry, as we were looking at the driver who had spun. But Zach Watson briefly was in the lead before Ryan Shepherd's got him back again. So the 21 is Shepherd, the 62 is Watson. Then it's Benji Hamilton still there in that 26 car, and Sam Cole is with them. I agree that's going to be a Thomas cutting the course penalty for Northcott. I'm trying to remember, but is that at some points that's been a lap deduction, but I think it's not that harsh for something like that, is it?
The irony was, I looked at this one the other day and I was going to put it on our crib sheet, and it's so rare.
You hardly ever see it.
Actually put it on.
Particularly at Lydd, as we've got a crash here. Oh, several karts involved at the Horseshoe. It's chaos at the moment with that. There's at least 4 karts involved, one of whom, well, we're going to have to check this on time. So it was Jamie Tylee Goodman, indeed, who was round on the first lap, as Benji Hamilton is trying to find grip on the exit of that last corner. It's all kicking off in this A final here. We will look for who's had a slow lap time and involved in that incident. But meanwhile, Sam Cole trying to tuck underneath Benji Hamilton as they head towards the second chicane. Benji Hamilton pushing so hard. How did he get it turned in there? He did lose out to Sam Cole, but he was getting all sorts of crossed up understeering there. And the following drivers, I think, have all been involved in some kind of incident. Declan Luff, Brody Skinner, Max Cooper, and Keo Derrick, I think, were your 4 drivers involved in the incident at this part of the lap where the leaders are going through now. Sam Cole driving up the inside of Zach Watson into that Horseshoe section. A little further back, this is Frederick Navarro in the 37 who's got by, defending against Mikey Brissenden and Bobby McGeer. Here are your leaders. Sam Cole, who... Oh, no, they both got by on Zachary Watson. So both of them got better drive. Benji Hamilton as well past Watson. So it's Shepherd, Cole, Watson. Shepherd, Cole, Hamilton, and Watson now your top 4.
Depends how it's called. If it is an omitting any part of the circuit penalty, it's a 1-lap penalty for Northcott.
That's what I thought, yeah. Do you know what it would be if it's...
If it's a standard track limit, it's a side-by-side for the lead of the race between Shepherd and Cole.
Yeah, and Cole has the inside line at this next corner now. How much grip can he find? In fact, Shepherd tries to get the switch back. And here, that's a side of how the circuit's dried out over the course this afternoon. It's pretty even Stevens between the two of them coming off of the corner. So it's still Shepherd in the lead just as they come into the Horseshoe. But can Sam Cole find the grip on the outside? He's trying to flick it round with the steering, and he's up and past onto the back straight.
Yeah, just held that outside line. Oh, but then let it drift out wide. He let it drift out wide, and that's going to be the underline now for Shepherd. Hamilton's going to be on the inside as well. Hamilton might get both of them here because he's going to have the inside line as they come around the final corner. Hamilton is going to have his nose ahead of them. 2 for the price of 1 for Benji Hamilton. Back through into the lead of the race, and that was all triggered by Sam Cole just getting too eager on the power. Slid out wide across the racing line and lost the lead of this race. Into chicane number 2 they go now. Oh, all over the curb is Hamilton. This may be an opportunity for Shepherd to get back through. They're all tripping over once again. Northcott's going to be approaching Cole back down the inside on one of them, maybe 2 of them. Is he going to go for the double overtake? There's contact with Hamilton, and he's onto the curb. He's onto the grass. Can he get it back under control? Yes, he can. What a balmy couple of corners there, which emerges with Ryan Shepherd in the lead once more.
And Northcott and Watson are both back on this pack now. The look out for the 63, and the 63 is by on Benji Hamilton. The driver who started this lap in the lead of the race is now down to 4th place, albeit Northcott will have a penalty. But whether or not he has a penalty doesn't really matter when he's sat in a cart right in front of you. It's Northcott in 3rd on the road. And it's Shepherd back to the lead again, ahead of Sam Cole. And as I say, Zachary Watson as well on the back of this. Wide line taken by Sam Cole. There's a great battle, by the way, happening behind these as well. Jack Redfern versus Bobby McGeer, Mikey Brissenden, and Liver's Edge as well. But if anything, they should be working together to try and get onto this frenetic battle, because they'll be holding each other up, and that's huge. That's a penalty for Sam Cole, and surely that's for contact with Benji Hamilton on the previous lap.
Yeah, so that's going to rule Sam Cole out of this
side
now.
Side by side for the lead, Andrew, coming up to the Horseshoe. Ryan Shepherd and Sam Cole. He doesn't he still wants to finish first on the road if he can. He's ahead on Shepherd there into the horseshoe. Penalty as well for Max Sheldon Hayward as well. But Sam Cole to the head of the field. But with that penalty being issued to him, Andrew, cannot be the outright winner of this race once it's all come out in the wash with penalties.
Indeed. So for Ryan Shepherd, he's just got to keep his head now because the driver ahead of him has a penalty. The driver behind him also has a penalty. Benji Hamilton sitting there fourth in the road. Zachary Watson could be on for a podium here from the pre-B final. Remember how he came through in the early stages of that one as Hamilton's going to have a go here at Northcott down into chicane number 2. Northcott's aware that he's there, gives Hamilton room, and Hamilton goes through. Now, can he get off of chicane number 2? This is where they really struggle for grip as they go towards the Parabolica. Clean move there by Benji Hamilton, up to third on the road.
Nicely done, and a crucial move for him that he may stay in the fight with Ryan Shepherd, which is ultimately for the lead. Here's the Jack Redfern battle, by the way. Bobby McGeer still in his wheel tracks with Mikey Brissenden and Oliver Liversedge. I think Max Kilby as well, just off the back of them. But again, if anything, I hope they're seeing the battle up ahead and going, I'd fancy a piece of that battle. Let's work together here. I hope so, because, well, from a neutral perspective, that'd make it a 9-horse battle for the win. So I'll take it. But coming round then, here, Benji Hamilton in the net second place. Okay, Sam Cole has a penalty. I assume it is for that contact, so I assume it's going to be a 4th-place position penalty for ABC, bump and pass. Here's Jack Redfern with Bobby McGeer and Mikey Brissenden right with him.
Bobby McGeer's performance today just shows how crazy this has been. I haven't seen Bobby since he was facing backwards through chicane 2 in the first lap of the pre-A final.
I agree.
How's he got up to 7th place?
I agree. Fair play to him. And there is Mikey Brissenden as well, who has featured a little bit. He had a penalty in one of the finals earlier, I think, and it meant that he wasn't quite in the hunt for the win. But he's right there now, trying to work together to get onto the back of the top 5. The fastest lap of the race, by the way, Sam Cole has become the first person to dip below the 1-minute 2s in several hours, to be honest, given the conditions that we've had. Just looking at this battle then. So you've got 2 groups of 5 really in the top 10 because Max Kilby's starting to come up onto the back of them.
McGeer looking down the inside of Redfern, gives Redfern square, and he's going to switch back here. Can he get on the outside line? We saw this work for Benji Hamilton earlier on in the race. No, good drive there from Redfern, gets back ahead, but here comes Brissenden down the inside in the yellow and black helmet. McGeer's going to try a switch back and around the outside job again as they go towards the Parabolica. That's going to be brave from Bobby McGeer if he makes that work, and he is going to make it work. Brilliant driving once again from Bobby McGeer, up to 6th place.
Yeah, the wet line just saving, just giving Redfern enough grip in that first chicane, but nowhere near enough grip at that bottom corner. And McGeer was through. So can McGeer find the pace? If these top 5 start battling in the last couple of minutes of this race, don't count out at least Bobby, if not more. Bobby's slow on the back straight, really slow on the back straight compared to those behind him. He's going to have to go defensive and look at Redfern to the inside and through. Goes, not Redfern, sorry, it's Brissenden. Brissenden's read that brilliantly. He jumped on Redfern when he was slowed up by that move by McGeer, and he's jumped on McGeer when he was slow onto the back straight. So sorry, yes, brilliant stuff from Brissenden as we're looking at the battle for 2nd place, but the net battle for the lead here. This is for the win. Sam Cole has a penalty and cannot be scored ultimately as the winner. It's between Shepherd and Hamilton at this moment in time for who can win it. Then is the green helmeted driver of Northcott. He too has a penalty. He too cannot win this race outright. Zachary Watson, Andrew, has dropped off. Where is Zach Watson? He's just dropped off the back of these drivers.
He just doesn't seem to be able to break into the 102s. He's down in the 103.7s at the moment. Well, 35 seconds to go.
I haven't actually seen him this lap. I assume he is still there with them and hasn't fallen off. But he's definitely dropped off the back somewhat of this battle, as I think we'll see the last lap board this time around. Yes, we will. Sam Cole sees the last lap board. Another fastest lap of the race. Very impressive from him. But unfortunately for him, will be docked positions. Here is Brissenden who's going to have the close attentions of McGear on this last lap. But it's still between Ryan Shepherd and Benji Hamilton as they approach the bottom of the circuit for the outright win of the trophy final.
It will indeed. Well, for Sam Cole, the good news is this is a definite return to form. The driver who took the first 3A final wins of the year, two of them, or all three of them at Wilton Mill. It's not going to be the Trophy A final win today because he has a penalty, but this is a big bounce back after a disappointing Glanny Gores. A trip to Wales, side by side between the 21 and the 26, because as we say, Cole has a penalty. So this battle on screen is effectively for the 130 championship points. Sam Cole is going to come round the final corner, take it on the road, should be on the podium as well if it's only a two-place penalty. But who's going to take the big trophy? Who's going to take the 130 points? It's going to be Shepherd. Ryan Shepherd wins round 4 of the Club 100 Junior Super Lightweight Championship for 2023 and will be very, very pleased indeed with another victory. He's deserved it today, third in the points at the start of the day, may well have moved up to the lead of the championship with George Palmer-Mobsby not having as good a day. It's his second victory of the season, fourth visit to a podium in an A-level race this year. Benji Hamilton will be happy. It's been a good day for the Hamilton family here. Rory, a great result in the cadets, and Benji, a great result as well in the juniors.
I'm going to disagree with one thing that you said in the heat of the moment there. I don't think Sam Cole will be on the podium.
Will it be a 4?
It will be 4. It will be 4 positions. If we're right about our assumption that it's for the contact he had with Benji Hamilton coming out of that bottom corner, it would put Sam Cole down 4 positions in the top with Thomas Northcott's penalty as well. That means that the man who finishes on the podium
Zachary Watson
is Zachary Watson, having worked his way up, slogged his way up from the pre-B final onto the back of the pre-A final grid, worked his way up to have a decent starting position in this race and has finished the day on the podium. I doff my cap to him for that one. That was a fantastic performance.
It really, really was. Mikey Brissenden was 6th on the road. Bobby McGurr 7th, well deserving of that top 10. Jack Redfern, Oliver Liversidge and Max Kilby all complete those top 10s. Jack Philpott, another drive for somebody from a lower final, goes all the way from the B final, finishes the A final in 11th. Ethan Pritchard was 12th. Nathan James Boyle was another qualifier through from the B-level races, finishes in 13th. George Palmer-Mobsby won't be happy with 14th. The championship leader at the start of the day would have expected more than that, but we'll look to bounce back when we go to PF International in a few weeks' time. 15th was Frederick Navarro, 16th Henry Jones, 17th Jack Stewart, 18th Jamie Tali Gooden, 19th was Philip Babralel, and wrapping out the top 20 was Declan Love. 21st, Max Cooper. 22nd, Max Sheldon Hayward. Jensen Blakesley was 23rd. Zane El Topshi was in 24th. Brody Skinner, 25th. And Keo Derrick completed. 26 runners all on the lead lap. A very high-quality race there in those tricky conditions. But it is Ryan Shepherd who provisionally at least takes the victory here in the Junior Super Lightweight 8 final.
Well, that is the end of all of the action we have to you at the end of what has been a fantastic weekend for Club 100 Junior and Cadets here at Lydd. If you are after any of the official results, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100. That's where you can find all of the results. And again, if you missed yesterday's action, head over to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and check it out there. There is also the round that was streamed earlier this year from Wilton Mill as well. Check that out. It's all there for you. If you like what you've heard from a commentary perspective as well, I'm Howard Mitchell. He's been Andrew Mather. Together we're Double Dash Motorsport Media. Check us out on social media at Double Dash MM or double-mm.co.uk. My thanks to everybody in the Alpha Live team who's made today possible, to Stuart and James who've been doing the producing, calling the shots here in the mercifully dry and not windy control room, and my thanks to Liam, to Jack and to Will who have been out in the blustery rain and wind, and thanks to Chloe as well for great biscuit distribution as well through the comms box, appreciating that as well. Thanks to Club 100 as well, John Viger and the team who facilitate all this event. It's great fun working with them as ever, and they've put on a great championship as always. Thanks to all the team here at Lydd, to all the marshals who make things possible, and the medics as well. And yeah, it's been another fun weekend of Club 100 action.
It has, and as I said earlier, just for those who maybe weren't here for the start of that A final, the next Club 100 live streamed action here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM will be the weekend of the 30th of September and the 1st of October. That's Rye House for another weekend of cadets and juniors. We will also have their season finale at Bookmore Park, and a number of streams for the seniors as well towards the end of the year. All the details of which rounds are streamed, head across to the Club 100 website, www.club100.co.uk. We should also mention that the next round of this championship, the 27th and the 28th of August at PF International, if you are interested, limited at best availability for that weekend is what I've heard. So if you do want to get your driver on the grid as soon as possible, you've got to do it now. Ring the office on Monday morning to inquire for availability for that. From an Alpha Live and DDMM perspective as well, next weekend, busy one. Super One at Wilton Mill on the Sunday. And that's on top of all Saturday and Sunday next weekend as well. We'll have live coverage of one of our events of the year, the British 24-hour up at Teesside Autodrome. Very much looking forward to that, and joining David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth, the regular Teesside commentary crew at Teesside for that one. And of course, because I'll get, even though we're not on that event, I'll get clipped round the ear if I don't mention it, Kart Masters as well next weekend, one of the big events for Alpha Live and for the British karting community at PF International. The British Grand Prix of karting will be live and exclusive on Alpha Live all of next weekend. And just to reiterate as well, if you have missed any of the coverage here this weekend, you can watch it back for free on demand here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Please, if you have not done so already, click that like button, subscribe, and click the notification bell. James is smiling, so I think I've got all the bits in.
You have, mate. You have. That was good. Yeah. Only remains to say then, thank you very much for supporting the stream. Do please check out all the other various things Andrew's been talking about. And until next time, folks, take care and goodbye.